James got summoned by Satan. But what is up? What and all to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, un-agreeable, anti-social, dogmatists. Dun dun dun. That's right, where we are watching a video called Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, anti-social, dogmatists Matt Dillahunty. Because if you like Matt, just like have a little dessert of Matt Dillahunty. Thank you. For the channel, or from the channel, Evidence and Reasons. So won't you join James W., who is being sent from Satan selling timeshares back to our Gizmo production studios, and myself, A.B. Newman, for some little bit of dogmatically good time. Oh my. What is up, everyone out there on the interwebs? I do see Dave Gar and Big Screen Bird and P. Bethulu and James Wolfe and Aaron and X Music. What is up, everyone out there? We tucked Dave Gar into bed. Damn it, Newman. This is where I generally have to say, damn it, Jerry. That is right. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. We are getting in deep with another claim of what I would say is another fantastic version of creationist quote mining, because that's kind of what they do. Day in and day out, trying to look for people who disagree with them so that they can make it look like they agree with them. Which brings us to tonight's topic. We will be going over not just the opposing view, Sal Cordiva, coming tonight with his evidence and reasons, but we also would like to go over why, well, this gentleman who put forth his website is an atheist. And basically, he was like, look, I can rehabilitate atheists by taking really good pot shots at anti-theists. He did this by kind of breaking up atheists into numerous different topics until he segregated basically non-theist out, as we will look at tonight. Oh, James is back from selling timeshares in hell. What up?
How are we doing tonight?
Doing pretty good. I see Wesley is also doing good.
Oh boy, what are we gonna do about that one?
Yeah, see, and yet I'm here to tell you, Wesley, that you can actually go to sleep feeling safe tonight. The chances of that are very low.
Incredibly low.
Woo-hoo. But was just talking about fantastic amount of quote mine that creationists do, and this is kind of, another great gold mine. Sal has been on the channel. I have debated Sal Sal is actually on the right side when it comes to the Hoven thing often. But when it
he made
comes
it
to
on there.
when it comes to defending people like Cindy, who is still a creationist, but actually speaking the actual good word. But in this case, I don't know what to say, because once again, we're not coming for your credentials, Sal. We know you are very accredited. You worked hard under who some of us believe is a very controversial, but still accredited scientist. With you can't have any sorts of these concepts. The first one just coming to mind would be like genetic entropy, which is just not accepted in the scientific community.
Not at all.
Nonetheless, here we
But
are.
It sounds really technical, doesn't it?
Oh, well, everyone's got a shtick, and he tries to come across it once again as quote sending love Falcon / Captain America, but he tries to come across as here is the scientific approach against evolution, and I just that's not why people are against evolution to begin with. So you're fighting a weird fight. Ask yourself, why are you a Christian? And then you don't have to. Well, once again, sending love to our theistic Christians that believe in evolution, but or metaphorical Christians. Christian is a theist. But yes.
You got to see it firsthand in that debate that you modded last week with.
Those were spicy debates. I will say, I'm very biased towards who was given better arguments, including who was the one with PhD Tony, right?
Yeah, PhD Tony.
I don't think PhD Tony will be angry at me saying this, though I found that he almost didn't bring it up. I feel like he was trying to think what the right word. He alleviated himself of his fear, because early on he was because he was paired up with T-Jump. He's like, oh my God, this isn't an atheist. This isn't supposed to be an atheist. I may have religious views or something. I don't think he ever really brought it up. And slowly but surely, the scientist part of his brain just took over. And he was just like, oh, this has nothing to do with religion or atheism. This is just basically a middle school biology debate. Okay. And so Tony and T-Jump did, though I really do. I go out of my way to try and be as neutral as possible, especially with people that I disagree with. I want to make sure that they have the last word, if they're supposed to get a last word. Not like give them extra, but sending love. To modern day debate, also to James out there and Sideshow now. The whole.
To me, that debate sounded like Tony came there to present lots of science, give lots of scientific reasons how we know that the Earth is way older than 6,000 years. And Sal was basically like, yeah, I don't have much to say about like 90% of the points you made up. I have one or two critiques about a couple things. And then, I have this one or two data points that kind of point to a younger Earth, even though I know those have been examined and refuted in the scientific literature. I still want to present them anyway. Because
James,
what else
can I show you a rock sliding into like a different time? Even though with the tree, those are well known why certain types of strata sometimes fall, and why those are the exception and not the rule.
The young sun paradox. Oh, you mean because the Earth's atmosphere had more carbon at that time, so it didn't matter that the output from the sun was lower because we kept the heat in due to the carbon. So
Well, they always this is just a side rant. The James Cameron and in me, but yes, we did have carbon cycles and even hotter cycles of life before us. The point is that we weren't alive back then, and chances are we wouldn't have been right for that, and something else would have killed us or eaten us. So, once again, when you are explaining to your children what an iceberg used to be, that's on you. It's just fact. It's not even feelings. Like, I guess that is my emotional appeal, because it's going to happen, like whether you want to or not. Save the whales! Woo! But yes, thank you all out there for joining us on the interwebs. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Woo! Da, 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 da. 15 feet. But yes, I will say, after our housekeeping, which we are doing right now, as well as our opening statements and the opposing statements, we'll be opening up to an open mic. Heyo. So you can say anything about the wisdom that pours out on the topic tonight. Atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, come as you are. Just please, not on my sheets. There are other
mammal
places.
Or reptile.
Or that, yes. Do they also seem to figure it's like a whole mystery? How does evolution work? And then they're like, family values. Yeah, the thing in your arms. That's how evolution works. The baby. Do. Anyway, I also don't understand the audacity. Just the more that I look into high school level genetics, the more I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you don't have a non-natural selection based Mandela model of genetics. Like, things get naturally selected. I never mind. Doesn't matter. Anyway, sending love out there. Maybe our creationist friends can tell us. But God. But poof. Yeah. Poof.
Insert poof. God.
In fact, this housekeeping, Sam Harris is going to do a little housekeeping with us tonight, is sponsored by our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Oz and Network Group. Though I have to send a shout out. Oz has his own personal channel out there. I was on there last night. He was doing some fantastic content, doing some interviews. You should be checking out Tang Gang with the producer Jena, as well as fantastic, the whole crew out there. We run LGBT stream on there once a month. YouTube.com/The Atheist Network Group, because we don't schism. It wasn't until my 20s that I knew that there were different types of Christians.
Yeah.
Like, that there was Catholic and Protestant and just, and it just keeps on dividing from there. Or Eastern Orthodox. They're just trying, they try and chill over at the side and are just like, please don't start a holy war with us. But that's kind of what they all do, aren't they?
But they're all the original Christians. They're all the true Christians, right?
Oh, James, do you know that my version has it the oldest and the most originalist, and it actually has it double fried?
And we hear this from Christians
Original
all the time.
Spices.
They say, no. You don't understand. Christianity is not like any of these other man-made religions, because we have a book from God. You know, we're not going off of what men say. We're going off of what God says. And
it was written by men, but inspired.
And you can clearly pick up this book.
Sure.
And you can clearly understand that my Christianity is the true Christianity, because it's what the book says, right?
No,
Then
James, there actually is a way that we can solve a disagreement if you have a verse that disagrees with mine, or a different interpretation, of course. Stabby, stabby, stabby.
we debate it, talk about it,
Yeah, something like that.
drink a
You
bottle of
do.
wine, and
You actually do debate it. What happens is a bunch of people from the town get out, they tie you somewhere, and then they hang you up to debate it for,
they
I don't
hang you
know, as
from a
long
tree?
as you can breathe. Yeah. I tried to save your ears, folks, but I couldn't make it in time.
There you go, James Wolfe too. Yeah, that's another thing they say. This is not about religion. This is a relationship with God.
Which is the weird. They don't understand how weird that is, because they have normalized it. But the fact that you and someone else that, as far as we can tell, doesn't exist, you're in a personal relationship,
intimate personal relationship with.
And it's
no,
not
they're
like,
as real as your spouse or your child. They're that real to you, even realer.
Once again, it's not like they are 6 years old and have an imaginary friend. It's not like they're role-playing or LARPing, or they really do believe that there is someone. Though, at the same time, James, I have not found many. Maybe a handful who will say they've actually spoken. Well, they've spoken to God, but God has spoken back.
Oh, yeah, very few. Very few.
Which is what we're
and
waiting
that's probably
for.
good. That's a good thing. So.
Yes. Though Wesley, sending love out there, if you do tell us that we spoke. I just want to know, can God order dominoes? What's up, Cybers Funk? Sending
you know what,
love.
Wesley? Instead of answering that question, just
no. And
drink
I'll tell you,
and go back to sleep.
We used to have him on, and sometimes we do. People sometimes point out, like, the stuff that he's saying, we shouldn't be taking advantage of, because it doesn't seem like theology. It seems more like he needs help. And so, I don't know. It's hard, because we don't want to. I really do. I know a lot of comedians out there will they don't care if they punch down, and I would say even sometimes you need to punch down. I really don't like punching down. Now, my thing is, you don't always need to punch up. You don't always need to be, oh my god, I used to say Bob Saget, though Bob Saget used to be so sleazy. I'm trying to in actuality, in his comedy skits, nuclear bomb detonates in Chicago. I don't get it. It just doesn't make. I just have to say, it's been done. Like, it just sounds so very Fallout, which was a great RPG. It's a great band. Inspired by a Simpsons character, actually, Fallout Boy.
I'll make a deal with you, Wesley. When it happens, I'll admit that you were right. I'm just going to wait for something to happen. And then I'll say, okay, Wesley, you were right. You were right.
I am
Chicago's not there anymore.
More scared of creeping theocracy than I am of a bomb. A bomb is just, I don't know what country it would come from. I'll be honest, and once again, maybe I'm just tooting our own horn. Maybe this is being a little bit too, but I've seen a country invade another country, and they kind of sucked at doing that. Like, they could even do that, and they were supposed to be a superpower.
Wouldn't be
and so for them to then do something with a bomb, I don't know. Good luck with that. I feel, once again, maybe this is just Soros in like the back of my ear, but and maybe this is just the my patriotic side, but I'll take ours. I'll take our NSA, CIA, our military, our intelligence agencies, all of it over all of the recent, I don't know, I was going to say aristocrats, autocrats, and religious, theocracies that still exist, unfortunately, because atheists can get killed in 16 countries. Sending so much love. Hemophilia. $5 a bomb? You can't go giving a child a bomb. They got big, pointy teeth.
Boom.
Kaboom.
Pink Panther.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Well, the funny thing is that when I hear stuff that goes to bomb scenarios of the apocalypse, it is either Fallout or Scientology. Like they tied nuclear bombs to, volcanoes and made shit explode, and thetans just went out of buttholes, and I'm pretty
why
sure
that would
that's
ever happen. I don't know, but hey,
and that's why Tom Cruise doesn't think you should see a psychiatrist. And so, religion. But yes, sending love out there. Thank you so very much for the support.
Sinister Porpoise sent one a little bit earlier.
We did?
Yeah,
we did. Which I do have to continue to shill when you think of a porpoise, a sinister porpoise. You should think of the sinister porpoise. Save the porpoises before the whales. Oh my.
Save the whales.
The
rising tide lifts
the subspecies, or I guess they may be species, war is beginning because dolphins and whales are technically. Doesn't matter, people. Sending love to to the sinister porpoise. In fact, I do have to continue to give out. First I have to send so much love to Ian Davenport. We saw him
Thank you so much, Ian.
Thank you so much love to Oz and Ian and P. And sending so much love to a sinister porpoise and a double shot. Boop, 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 boop. P. Bartholio says, bah! From the country that gave you Mad Max. I know I'm doing great. Woohoo!
Thank you.
Right, baby.
And
the reason that flat earthers shouldn't exist, I think.
In April, I'm pretty sure there's a Dawa channel live 24/7.
Oh, well, I'll comment on that. I used to go on that channel. Well, once again, this is where my heart breaks because, I used to go on that channel. There's a Dawa channel going live right now. I won't say which one, because who knows what Dawa channel. And I used to go on there all the time because I kind of egotistically, and I do this with a lot of different people debate. They say you shouldn't debate with the person you're really trying to convince the audience, and yet there is something in me that wanted to maybe get that person back. And yet, when you find out certain things about people, when they and a very misty channel, they try to go to Chuck E. Cheese, they have trouble getting in.
Maybe
and then you go, I don't know, should we go on that channel and support that channel?
Maybe Islam is a good home for him. He found himself a good home in Islam, and
it breaks my heart because, he is,
it is sad.
A Tang Gang affiliated, and whatever of love. He is an empathetic atheist. He's hopefully he will continue to. Oh man! Now I'm giving too much. See what I'm saying? Love.
You gave it up.
I gave it up.
But he did it to himself. He's got nobody but himself to blame, and if he wants to wallow in that mud and he's having fun, his channel blew up, and he's basking in the popularity. Good for him. But
I will just leave it at this. Because sometimes I feel like it's not my place. Because I almost got, triggered from my brothers and my sisters who were much better friends with him before I. And yet I hate to see, like, you go over what a cult is like, and it's just these major life changes, and it's just very similar to one of that out there. But
No,
once
James.
again, we are it is semi on topic because we're talking about the dangers of theism. Because
That's true.
if you are a pagan, if you are a pantheist or a deist, chances are you're actually on team science and you're part of us. But a lot of these Abrahamic religions, for one reason or another, mostly their mythos, well, they just fight really hard about incorporating any of the facts of reality into their belief system. And so we have to fight
They fight reality.
against this nonsense.
And James, that Misty individual, I don't think his probation officer is allowing him to use the internet, so he kind of just disappeared. Really? We're talking about Justin Khalil, the former.
Well, now you gave us.
Yeah, they already know.
That's true, but because once again,
he went from
atheism. If Khalil comes on here, I can't say I wouldn't debate him. I am not convinced by the contingency argument, the Kalam argument, any of the sorts of cosmological arguments. I find them. He is like the one dude, if ever. And actually, I will say, that seems to be a lot of the Muslim shtick is arguing deistic arguments. Same with,
but Amy, it's a miracle. I converted Islam, and my channel views quadrupled overnight. I mean, it must be Allah.
And I'll be honest with you, he has about the same trajectory. I expect a trajectory of what. So I think anyone can make content, whether you are a religious individual or an atheist individual. I think there are certain actual, because when it comes to people like Ken Hovind, I think intellectually and emotionally, he's definitely a Christian. I can't tell you how intellectually anti-evolution he truly is, as much as his bank account keeps him chained to that position.
I wouldn't say he's not a Christian, but
that's exactly what I'm trying. Yes, exactly.
Does he have a sneaking suspicion that maybe the Earth is older than 6,000 years? I'd be willing to bet he probably has at least a good idea of that.
We'll keep on sending love to everyone out there. Send love to Sage Ohio. Sending love to Shane Bilowitz. Kevin, and I want to bring this up because it's a good point. Oh no, I definitely would never go to Islam. I'd rather get eaten by wild goats. So I have to say two things. One is that we have to not fall what I would call the Sam Harris trap, which I love Sam Harris. One of our greatest intellectuals, a fantastic debater. But I think what happened post 9/11 is he got into this argument where you focus on a religion. You gain a shtick by picking a religion, and there's a danger to that. The danger to that is you become irrelevant to that religion. And I'll tell you the best way. If you truly, and it's hard because I know I hear everyone goes, well, this is the worst. Well, this is the worst. This is definitely, if you want to clear out the worst, you got to be like a bug terminator and not have any bias. That being said, I think that Christians are the ones that are in and are slowly getting out. And I think Muslims are going to be what's on the menu for whatever we focus on. So, you have to focus on what's in front of you. None of the Abrahamic religions are true. That's why I have my little moon buddy here now, because the Muhammad did not go over the moon. And do you know how I know that factually? Because you need air to leave the planet. So it's not about Muhammad either. Prophets just don't exist. And so sending love. Oh, Sending love to all of the people that were sending in super chats. Sending love to Oz and Ian and a grumpy old Cuss who makes when we hear all these arguments go bleep, 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 bleep. They really do. But you know what doesn't make us go bleep, bleep, bleep? All of the support. I keep on saying,
absolutely.
I can't help it. If you have been looking for empirical ways that your support has been helping, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new way to represent Debate Me Brah. In fact, I hope you are all looking to step in to the ring, ladies and gentlemen.
They're going to have to open up another Amazon warehouse just to fund you guys. Just so you know that.
A little bit. But
I do like Sam Harris too, Kevin. I do think he's...
I love Sam Harris.
I do think he does more harm than good. I don't think we have to be absolutely neutral and pretend that all religions are equally as harmful or dangerous, even though they're all equally wrong.
Well, the example is normally something like Jainism. How many Jains are going up and blowing temples? Sure, we can have a sliding scale. All I would say is don't find a shtick in one religion or they use it against you. I just have found this from experience. The best way, in fact, I have never been banned or kicked that I can think of from a Muslim channel. Why is that, you say? Well, because I, and many others, skeptics, my non-believer brothers and sisters, there's only so much I can pat myself because I learned it from everyone out there. I don't use ad hominems. You don't attack them because at the end of the day, it's their ideas. Sure. You could be talking with a physicist who's saying something very stupid, and
they do.
Once again, you need to be able to parse that out. Especially now, generally speaking, they're speaking outside of their field. It's not us telling the physicist. It's something like the physicist talking about biology and the biologist talking about physics, which is what creationists love to do. Boo-doo-boo. I feel like I had some main... But basically, you need to focus on religion. Don't use ad hominems. And one other thing is that just at the end of the day, we're atheists. If they're coming at you with deistic arguments and they don't want to argue about, Muhammad jumping over the moon, which I never get into, or ants, or any of the talking ants or all this shit, just argue against theism. There are no, and once again, I love all my deists out there, my skeptic deists out there, but a theist, especially of a very specific variety, trying to argue for the Kalam is afraid of their own beliefs, because clearly if they thought their own beliefs were good, the personal experienced ones that convinced them, they should convince you. So sending so much love of our supporters and I guess haters. No, I don't find a lot of hate. We send so much love. We shake it off. But sending love to Diana Smith, reminding us that we talk about really why the 51% of Abrahamic religion, why the Abrahamic religions don't treat 51% of humans as people. Hell, sometimes they put them right in there with the livestock, and even in livestock things.
At the head of the livestock. They're the most important of the livestock.
Oh, yes. Kinky. What? Bible feminism. Exactly. Sending love. Diana Smith. Sending love. Pat Lowinger. Oh my goodness. I said I would call Pat back. I didn't call Pat back. Sending love, Pat. remembering on real time. But we are in pre-production for more episodes of Talk Skeptic to Me, because he's done many episodes of Fantastic, like how sacredness came to be, a very spooky Halloween episode, his lack of evidence of absence, all of Fantastic things. He was just doing something creationists are allergic to. It's called research. But sending love to him. He has a fantastic channel out there with Biddy Buddha at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha_. Another fantastic member of #Tangang. And sending so much love. And I will talk with Pat in the future about more episodes. Woo! Which all, if you're a channel member, a specific level, if you are a Patreon at the vast majority of them, and you have expertise or experience in something, come talk to us. We want you to share it with the community. Sending love. Give us a call, including Dale Pascal, who's looking for empirical evidence, which we are not going to get a lot from any creationists tonight.
Sal doesn't bring much to the table.
Well, and like I said at the beginning, this episode is going to be a whole bunch of him quote mining and then, just like a dessert of ranting about Matt Dillahunty. So.
Oh, nice.
It's a combo. Just happened after a debate. I understand, but
after
I get the feeling he did not convince Matt.
That was that Pascal's wager debate where he had
exactly, which is
that debate, yeah.
And he rants on about Matt actually being decent at understanding probability when it comes to different ways of gambling, and so I was like, what does that have to do with the probability of Pascal's wager? Also, spoiler alert. Peanuts. Except for the fact that Pascal's wager is a bad wager. And as long as you don't include the thousands, if not millions, if not, I don't know, there's Google tons and technically higher numbers I could go towards. Let me just tell you, it only looks good when they're selling it in front of you with their specific religion. Once you put it up on the old chart that the skeptics have conveniently, abstractly constructed, doesn't look so good.
But what you do is you eliminate all those except one, and you put that one religion up against no religion. You don't put all the religions. You just put
one.
The true religion, right?
Which really reminds me a lot about tonight.
Egyptian mythology or Greek mythology or you don't have to put those up there because those are not true. And the Bible is very clear that Jesus was very clear that he was God. And that should be good enough for me. It should be good enough for you.
Listen, it was good enough for my grandma. It's good enough for me. It'll be good enough for you.
Exactly.
But also sending love to Dave Gar, reminding us, and saw him out there. I think we're either tucking him into bed, whether you're eating a meal, whether we're tucking you into bed, you're jogging, or you're out there in chat. Sending love, Dave Gar.
Drinking bacon grease.
And it turns out that the world is in fact round, kind of thick. How we like her. Oh, pronouns. Sending love also to Scott Duke, reminding us, reminding us that, in fact, animals are, in fact, not poofed into existence, and that we are animals. They are other animals. Crazy, I know.
Of that?
Can I see?
We'll need to see some evidence of
Of
that.
course, they don't want that for Jesus. They had it in a book, said a thing.
Oh, yeah, but Amy, The book says 500 people saw it. Now, are you going to call 500 people liars? They're all lying. They all made it up, Annie.
Well,
Every
funny you
single
should
one of them.
ask. I have a book that says from 500 different people that says those 500 people lied. So,
I mean,
I don't know
Amy,
what to do now.
If 300, King Leonidas only had 300 Spartans. We've got 200 more people than that.
Also, a 5 foot, that's right, it's 15 feet long. Speaking of 15 feet long, sending love to Regos, reminding us we have a Skeptic Bible study. We just got through another portion of Dude Erotomy, and it was just filled with interfaith love and genocide. What a great combo.
Packed with wisdom.
And as well, sending love to Regos and sending love to the lovely, the fantastic, the fabulous. Sending love to Rachel Holland. Woo, woo. Da, da, da. Reminding us the Bible would never support, objectively anyway, consensual slavery. Or should I say non-consensual slavery, because we support consensual slavery if you're into that kind of thing. But if you're going around to the nations around you and just kind of taking people, kind of makes you a dick. Huh.
Well, I mean, it is consensual in the fact that they could always choose to be killed, right? I mean,
that's true. You can assimilate or die. It's kind of like cake or death.
They don't have to be slaves if they insist. I mean,
it's a lot worse than cake or death.
Kill them, but I mean,
exactly. You can always take option B, James. That's a spoiler alert, maybe for later on. We'll get to that as well tonight. But yes, also sending love to Rachel.
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy. Oh. That's right. P. Bartholomew says, wait, dude, erotomy? Oh, my. That's
You're
right.
my.
Sometimes. You're my? My.
Oh, my.
Yes. Which it was less sexy than we thought it would be. You know, once again, if you like the chains and whips and a spank on the tuchus, we're kind of into that. But if you're kind of coming around with a book and a sword, you might not be the good guy. That's just all we're saying. This is all we're
and you
saying.
have to go around toting a wagon full of rocks behind you at all times,
right.
Because you never want to be without a pile of rocks.
Once again, what are you going to do to your disobedient sons? Or we always bring up gays.
If your daughter gets raped, what are you going to do? She was in the city. You've got to execute her.
I mean, yes, exactly. Not if she was in the country. If she was in the country, then what are you going to do? Come on. But in the city, she could have screamed. Once again,
she wanted it.
If you think we are fedora tipping, please just look at our Bible study in the King James Version that we're reading and tell us what's wrong. Except for what we're reading.
Even if she says, oh, I couldn't scream because he had a knife to my throat. Oh, well, I'm sorry. The book doesn't say anything about that. In the city, stoned. That's it. In the city, stoned. No exceptions, no.
And can I tell you just how many things stoning can solve? Biblically speaking, of course.
Well, what's nice, I guess, is you can reuse the stone, so you can kill more than 2 people with 1 stone.
Oh
you
my
can kill
God,
numerous people.
You just blew not only my mind, but any mind that you're about to go throw a stone at. Like, honestly, you throw the stone, they fall, you pick up the stone. I mean, come on, liberals, it's recycling, right? I mean, come on. What are we complaining about?
You go find, and then you go a couple blocks down, you find a bride who wasn't a virgin at the time of her wedding.
Biblically speaking, of course.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We got the rocks. We can take care of this.
Exactly. But, no. We're just tipping our fedora, James. We need to not... You're not supposed to use your eyes. Use your heart. You're not supposed to read the text. It's supposed to be, how do you feel about God and the Israelites conquering and pillaging and graping everyone that they come across?
I don't know.
Anyway,
amazing.
sending so much stuff. Amazing! Sending love, Rachel said Rechos, and sending love to Senator Cato. Boom, boom, boom.
Cato.
Reminding us just, well, first of all, how wonderfully non-judgmental religion is, but also that you would like to keep the separation of church and state, because I warn everyone just against keeping theocracy, because that's really what they want. They really want to go back. When they mean the good old days, they really mean 2,000 years ago. They look at the Amish and they go, that's quaint, and I don't know. Could I do it? There's like a piece of them, cell phone in hand, because really what they want to do is take us back. And actually much further than that. The funny thing about the Amish is that they just picked a random damn time, and because we flatten history, we're like,
Right.
wow, it's really old. But it's like, we were already in the Americas and all this shit. Like, so much history, just thousands of years. And
It's
then
like
it just
120, 130 years. Yeah.
just because the dude picked a random chapter and was like, yeah, you should turn on a light. It's a devil or some shit. Where does it say that? I don't know. You're not going to be able to have a light to read, so you won't be able to find out.
And I do think you can make a case. You can make a case to say, is everybody better off today with our complicated modern world? And in some ways, they probably have a point that life was simpler back then.
What we need to do is not overdo things. So you shouldn't, the stereotype. You learn even the new Matrix movie. He goes into the elevator, and he's just feeling out of sync, and everyone's just staring at their cell phone. And so, there are times when you gotta unplug. But I would say it has to be kind of like everything in moderation. Is that sometimes you need maybe to go to a log cabin and make a s'mores, but then you need to make sure that you're getting your penicillin shots, and you need to make sure you're getting everything else that comes with modern science and technology. And what is up, Reid?
Well, I'll just say to each, if that's how they want to live and they find it makes them happy. I mean, hey.
It's not. It's a water bear. It's kind of. I don't think it's an actual insect, but. Oh, I forgot. I have everything with a faces section. Here's my tardigrade. Yay! I don't think they make buzzes. Buzz, 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 buzz.
I don't think they make those.
Probably not. But I love tardigrades. I love insects as well, and I love Bree and everyone out there. I love our head mod, sending love out there to the one and only Titan, your anus, which is what creationists do. They tend to take their sphincter. And let me tell you, once again, I'm not going to always bring it up. I'll let that be for the creationists. But, I was going on the P&R server. I was going on a bunch of different, I sometimes go on the Dawa servers and all these. Just there's something about it being trans. It's just it has to be the first thing we talk about. First thing, got to get that out. Got to get my genitals out of their mouth, and then we could talk about God.
Get him in Jesse Lee Peterson's mouth.
Oh well, we learned that. Yeah. Look, James. Sometimes you're playing for the wrong team. And it just takes you, apparently, 70 years to find that out. But,
ladies,
well,
your mouth was not made for that, but mine was.
Oh, exactly. And it turns out he was also very handsy, too. So sending unfortunate love and forgiveness to everyone out there that had to deal with Jesse Lee Peterson. But listen, he ran daddy camps. That probably cured everything. What's up, Scott Duke? Sending love. Sending love to
It was so gay, it cured you from being gay.
We just keep on coming on there as well. Also, that's what she said. Titan. But yes, just a few more. We're about to well, our housekeepings keep on getting longer. I swear we should do a vote, what people feel. Though I feel like it gets good. It's a good mix because I listen to content, okay? I'm a lurker. And when I hear people just do like the plain old strict advertisements or shits, your brain just tunes off. You grab for the mouse and try to skip. And so I think James and I both, we very much follow in the ways of Bill Burr. I have just always loved the way that he has kind of mixed his comedy and what's on his mind and really whatever is, going through topic that day, as well as he sends in love. Our sponsors are our Patreons, our channel members and all that. But we also want to speak what's on our mind, and we hope that we're keeping you crazy once again, whether you're painting or eating wings or something like that. I tried Indian food today for one of the first, which I know will sound crazy for a lot of people, which it was very good. Because I've never had. I don't think so. I've ever had Indian food, but it was good. Not because I didn't like Indian food or I was not trying to not have Indian food, but it was good. Had like their version. I'm trying to remember the goddamn wing, but it was very good. It was like Indian version of wings, with some flatbread and tea, and it was fantastic. So sending love out there. As
not a complicated palate as you've expressed before.
No, I am a meat and carbohydrates person. I really need to eat more fruits and vegetables. I think people look at me and they're like, this vegan feministic asshole. I am not a vegan. I need to eat more salads. I'm basically made out of bacon. Unfortunately, speaking of my Jewish background, and speaking of what is up, a friendly Muslim, that is 100% what they are called. It was tandoori wings, and they were amazing. I still have half left over for when this stream ends, because I love leftovers.
They have lots of good lamb dishes.
I like lamb, and I like spice. I went kind of medium. Could have went maybe even higher, but it was good. Your life began today. That is true. That may be true. It was good. I may probably I say when the stream ends. When I say when the open mic starts. Sending love out there.
But to get to that, we have to get through the intro. So
soldier on. Oh, I know, but I'm going to give your ears a break. And hold on 1 second. Sponsored by Energy Drink. Okay, let's sending love.
Thanks,
to
guys.
Senator Cato, James Wolfe, who we saw out there in chat, sending so much love. Reminding you, we do kind of late streams. It tends to be, if it's not even a midnight ranting, it eventually becomes a midnight ranting, which we encourage the ranting, ladies and gentlemen, on here. Sending love, James Wolfe.
It's part of
Sending
the
love,
plan. Thank you, James.
and sending love to Matt D. Woo-hoo!
Thanks, Matt.
Reminding all of us that, well, the galaxy could not be formed in 6,000 years. I always love they say we worship time, but evolution, even if light were to begin 5 minutes ago, evolution would be taking place.
We're getting there.
Putting that out there. But
thank you, Matt.
But thank you so very much, Matt. In fact, thank you to all of our Patreons. You are enabling us to make all of this fun content, along with our mods, and of course, viewers like you. Though I do want to say, before we begin, I have almost everything ready. Let me see if I have... Oh, this should be on here, because he has... first of all, shout out to Dr. Josh for the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. I have Volume 1 right now. Volume 2 actually just hit the Amazons. So go get your copy. That's right, baby. So go get Volume 1 and 2. But also, I have in development a few shows. We're going to expand this channel because we want to give you all sorts of variety of content. And so I have a few things to show you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, there is going to be a show called Skeptic on the Street, I believe is what the name is going to be called. I have a dry erase board here that you can see that comes with a few different color markers because I am a notes person. Anyone who knows me knows I'm a notes person. I learned this also from the lovely Anthony Mayabosco. He does fantastic epistemology, street epistemology, sending love out there. I saw Oz going down on the street just the last week, and so I want to take a crack at it. I think that I would have some fun. I got my little timer set up, so this is gonna go on there, and then I have a GoPro vest in the room, and I have a GoPro coming on the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I really cannot send enough to all of you guys in the way future. This really is one of our goals, to get a studio, to run content.
Media empire.
I could once again, along with Gizmo, help me become the multimedia queen that I hope to help
Queen of
all of non-believers. In fact, I will say this once more. With all of that comes that I want to eventually, with Gizmo, our producer, I want to one day support other non-believers and unskeptics doing their shows. Cannot reiterate Tang Gang, because we are atheists. We only have each other out there. Yeah.
Last time you went walking down on the street, didn't you go to jail? Or
say that again?
Last time you went walking down on the street, didn't you end up going to jail? Or
oh my, no.
No.
Trying to think. I think you're intersecting two stories, but yeah.
Skeptic on the streets.
Skeptic on the streets. Oh my. Well, and the funny thing is, I almost feel like getting it because I feel like showing off. Just
Your
forgive me,
GoPro?
get
Your
1
vest?
second. Just the vest.
Nobody's ever accused her of not loving accessories, so she has to accessorize herself.
Can you feel it though? I mean, it's absolutely true. I would not deny it. This is, and they sold kits, and I'm like, I want the official GoPro vest here, ladies and gentlemen. So we have our little, well, it goes right there. And
Skeptic body cam.
Yes. I think Rachel is going to go with, so she could be like a secondary camera, and then so you can get a far view, and then I'm going to just sit there, and I will time them,
Thank
and
you,
we'll
Andrew.
go for as long as I can fill up that damn board. I'm very tempted to open it. Maybe I'll open it at the end because we've been going. I feel like people want to dig into the meat, so I'm going to...
They're ready.
Yeah, that's right. Our bodies are ready. Gizmo, what is up, Nemotus? What is up? Atypical, asexual, atheist, Andrew Cumming, Ian Davenport, everyone out there in chat.
Thanks, guys.
Sending so much love. And all right, I am going to take another sip, and then we're jumping in.
Adolf, no, his name is Gizmo.
Oh, that's right. His name is Gizmo, and he is a cutie pie.
Yeah.
And all right, before we jump into the opposition opinion, anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists? Well, tell me how you really feel. And anti-theist is someone who is not against theists, but rather theism, or the belief in a god. I always look up, never look down. That's because currently we view religion as the number one superstition in the world. And often locally. However, most of us tend to be atheist activists, or rather atheists who are passionate about the world around us and the implications that these belief systems have on our society. Many of us are angry. However, most of us during this phase are having just recently left the religion, with the anger stemming from a feeling of betrayal that we've been lied to, that we have been told not to ask questions, only to find answers that contradict what we were told, that our family, friends, and loved ones have said horrible things with the only reason being religion. Though the anger, like most things with time, almost always goes away. Most non-theists I have found begin to study religion more than they did as a theist. Curiosity gets fed with data. Ignorance finds a replacement with information. Anger becomes wisdom, able to pass on to others. Some of us seek to build or join community like they had before. Only this time, there are no narcissistic leaders telling us they can communicate with a God. We instead look to the left of us. We look to the right of us and realize that as social creatures, we are all we got. So when I hear anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, un-agreeable, anti-social, dogmatists, it makes me wonder, what sample size were they looking at? Brothers and sisters newly burned by religious institutions, which have done nothing for their flock, yet the shepherd of the sheep sits on thrones of gold, donated by the poorest among them? Or is the dogma coming from the people who knock on your door, claiming to speak for God, eager to share the good news of eternal worship and servitude? Though, if you disagree, eternal torment is always an option. And I hear it's a bucket of laughs. Thank you. And all right, with that, I don't know, James. Have you been feeling a little bit dogmatistic in your non-theism lately?
Not really. No, I can't say that I have. So I think we're going to look at something by an atheist today. This is one of those like super edgy, ooh, I'm an atheist, but I'm going to criticize the atheist community as a whole. It's like one of those, you build credit with the other side, you know, you become a champion among the theists and the religious because, hey, there's an atheist, but he's going out there talking bad things about atheism, or an agnostic, however you want to handle the labels. It's really not that important. like a Steve McRae type who makes his living just debasing other atheists and trying to make it seem like all atheists use really bad argumentation. And not that there is no bad argumentation, not that everything in the atheist community is perfect, but I think by and large it's definitely superior to what you're going to see from the other side. Not perfect. We're still mortal, fallible human beings, but I think what we have to offer is generally better than what the other side is offering. And that's the true dichotomy. We're not comparing anybody to perfection, or how would perfect people act, or how would your ideal person act, because that's just not reality. And there are times when, sure, all of us say things that are inarticulate. We say things that are stupid, don't really reflect how we feel. We're all fallible and susceptible to making errors in judgment and making faulty arguments. That's part of the human condition. You're never going to get away from that. But to single out one group of people for that is kind of excuse me. I don't think there's a trend. I don't think it is something that is reflective of the community as a whole. I think most atheists tend to be pretty damn decent people, is what I can say from my experience in the community. Is the overwhelming majority of the people in the community are good people, nice people. And I would say, if that is totally not your experience, if you just think the atheist community is just the worst people in the world, and I would say that might be a you problem, not a problem with the atheist community as a whole. You might need to take a look in the mirror and think, what are you doing wrong? How are you looking at things the wrong way? Are you able to accept your own faults and be willing to admit when you make a mistake and try to do better, because that's all we can do. And let's see what the gentleman has to say, though. I don't want to drone on and on. We want to get to the meat and potatoes.
Woo-hoo. Well, I will say, just very quickly, we are going to send love
I'll
out
make a
there.
deal with you, Wesley. When it doesn't happen, I want you to stop making predictions on this channel. If it happens, you can make as many predictions as you want. But when nothing happens, I want you to hang up your prophecy hat and make your predictions elsewhere.
Now you have me curious. Oh, Chicago. Why Chicago?
Obviously, the Russians hate Lori Lightfoot, the mayor, and
it's in Russia. See, that's what I mean. I'm gonna keep on. I don't mean to talk smack so much about Russia, but I do just have to say I'm gonna keep on talking smack about Putin and Russia. But I will have to say, if you're Russian or Slavic, I send love to you, because I'm fairly sure, even though I'm Ashkenazi, I'm also Slavic, and so I just don't like the leaders over there. But Slavic people, they're what's up.
I don't think Putin would be dumb enough. I don't think.
No.
Why would they want to nuke the United States? If there was going to be a nuclear blast going off, it would almost certainly be a non-state actor, a terrorist group, or something like that.
It would also have to be
state actor. No, they would never do that.
It would also have to be like a competent type of I prophesied Amy said, woohoo! Sometime in the near future, prophecy fulfilled.
You just Megan, your prophecy track record is much better than that of the Bible.
1 for 1.
So you are
What's
1
up,
for 1.
Materialist Dan? And Beamsy and everyone out there. And I do have to say, no.
Throughout the book of Daniel, let's just add the book of Megan to the Old Testament.
The book of Megan. Yeah, that's right. What is up? In fact, Kill Doggy's like, yo, all you lurkers in chat saying nothing, keep lurking with me. Oh, well, guess what we're going to do? we are going to send the link into the YouTubes. Why not come join Kill Doggy out there?
Mutually assured destruction. And right, if you guys aren't familiar with that, that is the doctrine that kept us out of nuclear war during the Cold War. And that is that we have, both sides have enough nuclear weapons that we could turn each other's country into a parking lot. Even if you were able to attack first, it wouldn't matter.
And I'm going to keep on talking shit. Mutually assured destruction is what happens when you have both equal sides. But there's just the United States as a superpower, and then there's Russia. So I'm not sure what the problem is. Oh, I'm just kidding, Russia.
Right.
So
we're
going to get hacked.
They would
and it's
never
going to be like, hello, my name is Boris, and we love Putin.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
They would never launch a nuclear attack because we have more than enough nukes in the water and in the air at any given time to completely decimate their country. And I mean, they have a lot of nukes. Who knows how effective they would be if they'd be able to deploy them all. But they could do a significant amount of damage to us either way. It's not something we want. We do not want a nuclear war with Russia under any circumstances, because either way, millions and millions of people on both sides would die. And for what?
I am not a fan of any war that isn't offensive for the most part. I can't. I'm sure there are some reasons, but oh, what is sending so much love? Pipathulio. And then we're going to use the Watcher. I'm going to use that right after to bring us back onto topic. So we got two super chats. Pipathulio saying, bring on your northern hemisphere nuclear war. I want me some quality Mad Max time. We got this.
Amy, I have to bring this up because we haven't mentioned it. But did you see that T-Jump versus Ken Hovind debate on Standing for Truth last week, where Ken Hovind threw a fit about the burden of proof? And did you see T-Jump?
Sounds like him.
T-Jump in the first part of the debate, his opening intro was Jackson Wheat did a video like a year ago, and he used that. And T-Jump was just sitting there eating pizza the entire time.
Really?
For his intro, playing a video, and T-Jump is just eating pizza. It was classic. Yeah. It's like how him debating while he plays video games.
Look, it's a good Twitch tactic. Sending love out there to the Twitch sphere. This is like a video game. In fact, that brings us to what we're going to be watching tonight. The Watcher. What is up? Are we the Watchers on the wall, though? Because my outlook on life, me and Jon Snow, we see eye to eye. There's the living and the dead. The living and the dead. It puts Jesus in an awkward position. But, what is up, the Watcher? Yes, in fact, what we are talking about tonight is the opposing view of our own, which is that anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, un-agreeable, antisocial dogmatists from the channel Evidence and Reasons. And then Matt Dillahunty is somehow coined right on the end. From the channel.
He does not use a lot of reason.
Yeah, exactly.
So cool of a guy as he, polite and nice as he may be, not much evidence.
But thank you so very much, The Watcher. We are about to jump into the fun. We thank you all for the support. We just want to send all that love back. But yeah, we are going to get into, and this will be my last thing, is that after we're done the video and kind of like before the open mic, maybe as we're queuing the open mic, I want to read the atheist website, at least some of it, that he is quoting, because there's just at least things that draw my attention. and may draw others. But it's definitely a quote mine. Even if you were to accept all of it on face value, it would still be a quote mine and basically the opposite of what Sal was trying to do. So with that, let's get to it. So angry and into the fun.
Greetings, I'm Salvador Cordova. Welcome to the Evidence and Reasons for the Christian Faith video channel. Today's segment is classified under the general category of random thoughts and news items. This presentation today was based on a news article that I had written 8 years ago, and I'll provide the link to the original article that I wrote in 2013 on a blog called Uncommon Descent, and I revisited it.
Which full title?
Why every an Orange Jello, a Sal? Why does every creationist have a blog? I'm not said to look. If you have a blog and you are like making how to grow great tomatoes, you probably have a kick-ass blog. It's just weird because all of the blogs we come across are always like, this is definitely science.com.
I visited that blog and looked at some of the things I wrote, and I realized it was relevant to some of the things that have happened recently, especially my debate with Matt Dillahunty, whom I personally classify as an anti-theist. So
I think you'd wear that as a badge of honor.
Let's look at, let me bring up my slideshow. I had just a little slideshow today.
Little slideshow, Ken Hovende.
And let's look at the topic. The headline, the thumbnail for today's topic, and let me share my screen, is Christopher Silver. Christopher Silver. He's the author of a study, and the study concludes that anti-theists are angry.
And we will talk about Christopher Silver. That is the gentleman that we're going to go on
Terry
here.
Silver from Karate Kid.
Because just look at this title, okay? Because if you go on to Christopher Silver's website, spoiler alert, his basically first paragraph, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, atheists have such a bad name. How can we make a better name for atheists? And thus we have this title.
Mm-hmm.
But Sending Love, I'm sorry, Wilson, says, I bet Amy's favorite Game of Thrones character was Rickon. Rickon? He's the youngest. I'm trying to remember if he does something super awesome. And I have to admit, I am a little bit biased towards Jon Snow, even though, you know, there are a lot of good. Actually, I would actually have to say, if you had to go, my favorite character, it's definitely Tyrion. Tyrion is the wisest. He is the wittiest. He can get power, and I will keep on saying it. He is given an imaginary character, a character that doesn't exist, has given me my greatest strength, and I can give it to you because, you know, he is looking at Jon Snow, the pilot episode, the first book, just meeting, getting drunk, and Jon Snow walks away as he goes, aren't you the bastard? And he starts to walk away offended. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. But you are a bastard, right? Your father was this. Your mother was this. And I am this size. I seem to know what I am. In fact, never forget who you are. The world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you. I have found that as better advice as any I have found in the creationist circles, since it has served me as quite well. So sending so much love. I'm sorry, Wilson. I love Game of Thrones. They're coming out with a prequel and a sequel. So if you love Game of Thrones, HBO was like, well, the endings may have not gone the way we wanted. They didn't actually want to end it. But now they're going to get more. You're going to get more. So we'll see if it's good. Sending love. We're jumping.
We'll do a Game of Thrones episode.
Do. Look, I always say that
GOT.
once you accept that it's fantasy, you can talk about gods and demons and all that. So I love the show Supernatural, one of my favorite shows, even though I do not believe in Supernatural. I wonder if it's going to be like the new Lord of the Rings. We shall see. Speaking of which, isn't there, I think there's a new something coming out for them too. But sending so very much love. We're jumping into it. He's going to butcher Christopher Silver. And like I said, this is Christopher Silver's attempt at showing better rehabilitation, better PR for atheists.
Narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists.
Worked out.
Now, if anyone thinks that this is too harsh, let me introduce you to Christopher Silver. You can visit his research at www.atheismresearch.com.
Which will go on.
And he is not, he's not a theist as far as I can tell. So let's go visit his website, and I'll read a description about
That's not.
for Silver.
Okay.
And I just want to get you guys the full, because I'm zoomed in, I want to get you the full CSS, PHP, and HTML fullness that is going on here from 1998. There we go.
I'll cover a little bit of it. Christopher F. Silver served as board member of the Chattanooga Free Thought Association for 2 years. He currently served, now this is a little bit dated because this was in 2013 or so. He currently served as public relations co-chair for the Chattanooga Free Thought Association. By the way, these are not Christian organizations. Free thought usually means atheists and agnostics.
Yeah, no shit.
Love that little point that he puts out there. Oh yeah, free thought normally means atheists and agnostics.
It's a PR term.
I was gonna say you're gonna give that. Well, sure. Well, it fits under my two thing, but I just think it's funny that they're going to subsede
Free thought.
Because I don't know what it is.
A free thinker. Yeah.
He is assisted
well,
in
it
organizing.
falls under my, once again, do you notice? Do you notice how often that becomes true, though? My 2-word? Yeah.
I mean,
I was just
pizza.
thinking about how
Sometimes it's helpful, but
well, common sense is only useful, but we're normally talking about, do you have sense? Does this make sense? Because if it makes sense to you, it should make sense to me. Because common sense might not be common, so I don't know what common sense is to people. So once again, it is PR terms, but it's just weird that potch out of those 2 words, especially coming from the people who push Judeo-Christian.
And scheduled speakers for skeptics in the pub. The lecture debate series.
Atheism is denial.
In Chattanooga. Mr. Silver also serves as the faculty advisor to UTC.
Let's see. I would say it's a denial of the claim. Like, we don't believe. And James and I will keep on making the joke, we're medium atheists. We actually are not just, they call lack theists like it's an insult, like being intellectually honest and not believing in things. Now, said they love to see science films. The spice isn't for you. But just, they always, oh, you just don't believe because you haven't been presented with good evidence?
well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But I mean, why didn't you guys just pick up the Bible and decide to arbitrarily accept it as true?
James, did you know that a book said a thing? I do. I have to keep on sending it out there.
Would not, could not with a fox in a box.
With some locks.
Hey. Bring out the locks, Amy.
I'll say something that Rachel said was horrible, and I probably should say, but I like Hebrew National hot dogs. And I was basically going through the store, and I was like, I can't help it. I need my Jew dogs. And she's like, don't say that. That is hard.
Jew dogs.
But they're good. They taste good. It's not because they're kosher. I just think because they use one beef and another beef or some shit. Exactly. But I'm sensing love out there. Yeah, we're jumping back into it. And like I said, I do want to just go over certain things because this dude has set up like 6 different atheist types as if he's trying to create an atheist dating website. And the other reason why there's these types are such bullshit, and no offense, Christopher Silver, like, we willing to talk with you if you're still out there, but like, they're so overlapping. Like, to give you a point of how overlapping they are, one of the categories is academic atheist. Or, and Sal could, later on, he tries to pick one of his categories out of Christopher's, which he thinks, and spoiler, it's not academic atheist. Now, I think if I were to bring him up, he'd go, well, of course, I'm an academic. But it's like, that's because, I don't know, the way they cut this up is, in my opinion, not fair. It's like the deck is cutting against anti-theists. And we will get into that later.
The Secular Student Alliance.
As we get further.
Mr. Silver's research has focused on a variety of topics, including religious deconversion, spirituality, new religious movements, and research theory. He has co-authored a variety of academic publications and has served as a speaker for different types of groups. He is currently completing his doctoral degree in learning and leadership from University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, where he teaches psychology courses in research methods and tests and measurements.
I also love this. Like, he is, can you imagine just doing this much intro to how much a person is a cytologist before you had to teach evolution? Like, no. This guy is, you don't even know. He does science. He loves the science, which I know they think that's how we sound.
Super sciencey.
But that's not how it works. Like, oh my goddess. But okay, continue.
Now, that was about 8 years ago. He has his own website now, and I'm pleased to announce, because I already admire that.
He looks like a potato. Has nothing against him. He's probably a fabulous guy. I'm sorry. Just out of my war doctor, like a little Dr. Evil going on. But he's one of us. He's an atheist. And honestly, he's probably a smart guy. And the dude, the vast majority of this article is like, I'm going to rehabilitate the word atheist by shitting on the word non-theist. But, and this is where we come to this.
This gentleman, he is Dr. Silver now. And you can see the very large lists of accomplishments academic. He has a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, Bachelor of Arts.
This just reminds me of like when Sal has to do his credential run. Like, no shit. Like I'm not knocking you. Like, I believe, not only do I believe, I know that Sal is highly accredited. I believe that this guy is highly accredited. But the peer review is peer review for a reason. So why don't we get to the actual
in religious studies, or Master of Science in Research Psychology?
I mean, it's I once again keep on doing spoiler alerts, but it's like I'm trying to think, like, it's much closer to a personality test than it is
psychology, Master of Arts in Religion and Culture, a Doctorate of Education, and then he's also
preambling.
Doctoral candidate in social psychology. He could be a double PhD, he's double master's, and a double bachelor.
Sciencey.
The guy is
no
brilliant.
Idea how sciencey.
And so, all this to say that
he's one of us.
When I had made this headline here, Christopher Silver, this isn't just an emotional reaction to how some Christian might have felt he got treated by an
course not, of
anti-theist.
course not.
This is based on careful psychological research and surveys.
Very careful.
And we'll go into the
Careful
methods and
psychological
materials, so to
research and
speak,
surveys.
of Dr. Silver's research, psychological research.
So this gentleman's name is Christopher Silver. We will be going over his website. Anyone can find, I think it's atheistresearch.com. Once again, I mean, it's like a PR campaign for atheism gone wrong. This is what happens when you try to bump someone up or bump yourself up by shitting on someone else. You get someone ignoring all of basically the main points of your thesis. So, and he kind of says so in a little bit. He's like, oh, I might be a little bit hyperbolic. It's not about being hyperbolic. You're actually you're basically giving the opposite thesis, or at least pretending like that is.
Now you probably will have to downgrade you probably will have to reboot your system into Windows 98 to get the web page to load.
I know. So, once again, we're always dealing with the latest.
Set up a virtual machine and set it to Windows 98 so the page will load properly.
Get your Opera browser out.
Mine is
Netscape Navigator.
Albeit slightly, and I emphasize slightly, hyperbolic.
Hold on.
Albeit slightly, and I emphasize slightly, hyperbolic. My hyperbolic summary of his actual research results. I will let the viewers judge for themselves.
And can I'll tell this. I think I said this to James as we were setting this up. You know, what pisses me off, and, you know, it might not be Sal, but it is these creationists and young earth types in general. The media is so unfair. They always have a narrative. They just cherry pick the data, and they're so bad, and they're just, and they just use, and then what do we come across? Once again, I have collected also a list also of other titles that Sal could have given, except for this one, that don't sound so good for Creationist, and that's why he did not pick them. So when you hear about narratives, this is an example.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't know. I guess everyone's got an opinion, but like I would say we are shilling for science. We are shilling for reason and evidence. And if that sounds dogmatic, then that's more your problem, because science isn't a democracy. You're right. A layperson doesn't get a vote. And yet,
we don't put the truth up for,
we don't put it. And yet, if you really wanted to get a say in the biological community, the only thing stopping you is some money and elbow grease. Just getting into your local community college, and then your state university, and then a masterate and doctoral program. Baby Haiti, do it to it. There's nothing stopping you.
Leo filling out the throwing the punches.
Oh my! Oh wait, hold on before I bring that up. Because Leo is also a lovely, fantastic Debate Me Bra contestant. In fact, what I also think I'm going to do, not just have this list, I think when we go into open mics and stuff, I'm going to be throwing out, if people would like me to sign them up, they'll tell me. I'm going to sign people up. But
we don't have gloves on the merch store.
Oh my, get some gloves. And then I realized I put the glove on, and I'm like, how are you supposed to press the comp? So Leo Ophelia says, Sal is so slimy and dishonest. He hides it behind his excessive politeness and ductility. Oh my, the spice is real. What is up, our lovely Leo Ophelius in chat? Yeah, I mean, I sometimes hear the same thing from, I'm trying to remember, I feel bad calling her what's her face. It's a woman that is a modern day SJ. Yes, I often hear that about SJ. You know, she has this kind of like, the first time you meet her, she seems to be bubbly and nice. But I've been told by many people that she's
not so
done
nice.
many nice things. But we love all of our theist brothers and sisters out there, even though they are quote mining the hell. Like this is some, I don't know. Sal is digging for gold, and he once again has twisted. Even though I disagree with a lot of the data, because I think Christopher just made up like a his own personality test for atheists. There's like 6 dating types, atheist dating types. And then there's anti-theist. And guess which one gets shit on for whatever reason. Because we love we're the atheist community. It's a weird dig because it makes creationist videos like what we're watching right now.
How much liberty I actually took
Shane
in making this headline. I don't think I'm far from the mark. Now, to understand the research, Dr. Silver created this typology or profile.
There we go. And look at this. Like, there's many things wrong with this. Like, intellectual. Okay, so psychological typology / profiles for atheists. So this is Dr. Silver's profile sheet in case you want to get matched up and or have an orgy. So we start with, and once again, Sal is one of these. Sal identifies, he says, later in the episode, he says, which one do you think? And I mean, it could be anyone. So let's start with the intellectual atheist agnostic. Of course, being an atheist agnostic for intellectual reasons in IAA. But you could be an activist. You could have a AAA. You could call AAA. As an atheist activist going out with your picket signs, of course. Oh my God. But you could be a seeker agnostic. Ooh, so seeky. Or anti-theist. Ooh, spooky, very spooky. But of course, and totally not related, you could be a non-theist. Non-theist.
Non-theist.
And last, but certainly not least, a ritual atheist or agnostic. So sign up now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad these don't overlap at all.
Totally.
I really don't understand how you could sort these out, but somehow he figures out a way. Bullshit. Someone that is about to shit all over anti-theists.
Files of atheists. Now, there are probably many ways to categorize atheists in terms of their psychological profiles, but he felt that these 6 were pretty representative. There is the intellectual atheist agnostic, the activist, the seeker agnostic, the anti-theist, the non-theist, and the ritual atheist agnostic. And we can go into that in more detail. But I'm going to focus on the anti-theist.
Yeah, because that's kind of the purpose of this day. Like, I almost feel like these were created just to shit on the anti-theist position. Like, you can't be an intellectually atheist, an agnostic, and a seeker agnostic. No? Can't be all 3 of those? No? And all those aren't anti-theist positions? I'm pretty sure all of these 4 have to be non-theist positions by definition. But sure, buddy.
So let's look at what an anti-theist is like, according to Dr. Silver. So he describes an anti-theist as, he calls it the 4th typology. Let me see if I can just make this a little bigger so we can see it.
Please don't.
It might be cold outside.
Apologies here for me.
All right.
When I zoomed in, it moved my browser around.
Yeah, we forgive you.
Anti-theist, the 4th typology, in one of the more assertive in their view, we termed the anti-theist. While the anti-theists may be considered atheists or in some cases labeled as new atheists, the anti-theist is diametrically opposed to religious ideology.
Wait, can I just say this? Once again, James, come on, follow me. I'm going to keep on proving my hypothesis to you. Come on. It all falls under those two-word things. Come on. You're a
New atheist.
Aren't you a new? Oh, you're not like these new atheists, are you?
And that means different things to different people anyway.
Doesn't it, James? Doesn't it just? And yet, we know what a theist and a non-theist are because that's a true dichotomy.
Nude atheist, yeah.
But yes, like I said, this is all set up to shit on this category. Though I do like how there's like, because technically speaking, he can't completely rag on this category. There's like a sentence at the end that Sal reads out loud and then realizes that he read it and then goes, well, I don't know what that meant, and then just keeps on going. It's beautiful, and we need to get to it.
As such, the assertive anti-theist both proactively and aggressively asserts their views towards others when appropriate, seeking to educate the theists in the passé nature of belief and theology. In other words, anti-theists view religion as ignorance and see any individual or institution associated with it as backward and socially detrimental.
And I just have to say that there are numerous words, like just from a marketing perspective, once again, don't want to get too geeky, and yet I will, but there are specific words that push it into being bad. Like there are words, aggressively asserts. We have backward. So these are individuals that basically think that religious people are hillbillies, is what this is trying to say.
That's what they're trying, yeah. We think they're all dumb and we have to educate them.
Stupid and yeah.
Backward and socially detrimental. The anti-theist has a clear and, in their view, superior understanding of the limitations and dangers of religions. They view the logical fallacies of religion as an outdated worldview that is not only detrimental to social cohesion and peace, but also to technological advancement and civilized evolution as a whole. They are compelled to share their view and want to educate others into their ideological position and attempt to do so when and where the opportunity arises.
I mean, that's how theists are the same way. I don't. Theists they think our views, they think we need them to educate us.
But can I tell you once again that it's Captain Projection? I'm not saying about Sal. I'm just saying once again when they talk about myths and fables, when they use that type of language, it's because I guarantee you, what is the stereotypical evangelical outlook? Well, it often seems to be that they're angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. And so this is almost a, I know you are, but what am I?
Two-quote way.
Like an argument form. Not once again, not saying that Sal thinks that he's narcissistic. I'm saying that many young Earth creationists, and especially the other brand, presuppositional apologists, man, they just reek of a certain characteristic that I just can't seem to put my thumb on.
Compelled to work against the institution of religion in its various forms,
yes, it is,
social,
KCA,
political, and ideological,
sending
while
love.
others may assert their view with religious persons on an individual basis. The anti-theist believes that the obvious fallacies in religion and belief should be aggressively addressed in some form or another. Based on personalities, some anti-theists may be more assertive than others, but outsiders and friends know very clearly where they stand in relation to an anti-theist. Their worldview is typically not a mystery. The anti-theist's reaction to a religious devotee is often based on social and psychological maturity. I don't know what that last sentence means, but
I should have just held there on the pause, because that really was a juicy pause. while he was like, the gears were like, oh, that is not what this is about. So onward.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to okay, atheist.
Back to Dr. Silver.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the results.
And look, the dude is probably a doctor. It's just that
he probably is.
His methodology. I want to show once he goes up to the categories. Like I was talking about this with James. He oversamples. Not only does he oversample, and this is not going to say that it's dishonest because that's an intention. But like I swear he tries to like
the methodology
double sample by like taking the asterisk out of an anti-theist and like hoping that no one noticed and having anti-theist with an asterisk and anti. Well, I guess we're getting to the science. We're moving.
Apparently what Dr. Silver and his colleagues did is they took these typologies. They probably asked them, okay, which group would you most identify with? And then they subjected them to psychological.
I know. Wasn't that beautiful? Social and psychological maturity. Or whatever.
Whatever. Yeah.
Skip over that part.
Tests. And these are the various tests.
Okay. Like, here we go. And there is a lot that I have wrong here. Because when you first go over it, you're like, oh, it looks mixed up. You got some agnostics here, and ritual atheists, and you have some activists and academics and multiples and non-theists. I mean, this looks like a very wide variety of results that came forth from these different types. Okay. Now, they never really show the data and this, like the actual variables besides this right here, which already makes me skeptical.
Why does this not look like super scientific?
Well, and I just want to point here that when you look up how often the word anti-theist comes up here, well, it's more than, I'm trying to think if it's more than 3 times more than any other word. It might be. So, for example, so we have agnostic and anti-theist on autonomy. Which brings me up, I'll just say it right now, which was basically one of the titles. Could have wrote, but Sal chose not to. In fact, I'll wait till the end. I'll do it all in succession.
Yeah.
But could have wrote that. But we have anti-theist versus autonomy, basically sending the message. Anti-theists are very low. They don't want you to have autonomy, and they don't. And agnostics do. Very open-minded. And hey, keep on going on. Anti-theist
like we're trying to impose our beliefs on people.
Lowest score, positive relationships with others. Ritual atheists over here, highest. And we're going to keep on going. Funny enough, anti-theist seems to almost come up in every category. Why does it seem like anti-theist is coming up in every category? Well, there is a reason for that. Anti-theist comes up with an asterisk 1, 2, 3 times. Here we go. 1, 2. I'm going crazy. And then without. So we have it here.
Oh yeah.
We have it.
Sometimes he uses it with a dash, and then other times he doesn't.
And so what he is doing here is he is double sampling. There is almost every category here, unless it is a multiple, is filled with an anti-theist with a dash, and sometimes without a dash. And so not only that, but agnostic does not come back up. Agnostic never makes it back on the list. And I could show you, you could look for it, but it's not actually on here. This is not just a snippet. We'll go on the website to confirm it. But you ritual atheist comes up. We have here twice, but that's it. There are only 2 times that ritual
What is
atheist.
a ritual atheist anyway?
Well, I mean, and we'll get into. I mean, that's basically the anti-LaVey, maybe the spiritual atheist, which is really
but you
the
could be
only
a ritual atheist and an anti-theist.
Sure. It's one of the few that I would only separate out from the others. But I'm trying to find out. Academic only comes up once on here. I think it's lower down where you have, but then it's never else on there. But once again, doesn't it just, I don't know, look like this has it out for someone? It really just seems like it has something on their mind. And it just seems like it's throwing every other category at it to try and make it into the category that it wants to be. I would love to see the data, and some of these are just like I would love to know how they did narcissism. Did you just ask them? Was there what was the data point behind narcissism? What was the data point behind openness? What were the questions that you actually answered? And if we combine some of these categories, would anti-theists drop out? Once again,
is it not even a useful category because it's too big of a group?
It seems a little narrative-ish, and the dude says so. I mean, this is a dude trying once again to rehabilitate the word atheism. I do not think this is the way to go. We have hashtag, we had normalizing atheism in chat. That is the way to do it. This is not.
Atheist your own way.
Yep. Be whatever category you want.
That were used. You could see it here on the left.
Use me.
This RYFF autonomy scale, RYYF positive scales for narcissism, the Rokeach dogmatism scale, multidimensional anger inventory,
dogmatism?
The NEO neuroticism subdomain, NEO openness to experience subdomain, and NEO agreeableness subdomain.
Except for multiple, anti-theist just has every sucky category. That's what this is trying to say. And just everyone else just gets gold stars. It's just kind of weird. Little weird.
Yeah.
So let's see where the anti-theists score.
Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, 6. Here we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
Basically
3
the
with the district. And yeah, the sucky traits. And 1, 2, 3 with it tied together. And yet there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's almost. It's literally every other category, basically. First anti-theist, and if you conclude multiple, it is because since anti-theist would be it. It's basically 6 against 6. Does that sound fair to you? Does this sound like
pretty
yes?
silly.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, indeed.
Look at which typology scores highest in narcissism. Anti-theists.
Could you just hear the giddiness? By the way, Sal, and I don't even agree with you, but this is what it sounds like when scientific evidence sounds like on your side. You get to be really happy. This is why us in, I wouldn't say the biology department because that's not my wing. That's not my expertise right now. That's information technology. But why biologists are so excited when they get to debate people against evolution. They're like, oh, we're debating the thing I use every day? I mean, sure. But yes, continue on.
It's like debating flat Earth.
Woohoo! What is up, Pat? Yo, I said this before. I'll say it again. I'm sending so much love. I owe you some love in chat conversation and some skeptic talk. Oh, baby. That's right. Gavin and I both. Sending love out there, Pat. we're having some fun. We're skeptic and ranting on kind of like, I mean, this is what happens when someone with good intentions, I assume, because once again, Dr. Silver is an atheist, and yet in his attacking of one side to try and pile up atheists, this you get basically what is an anti-atheism video.
Dogmatic, anti-theists. Who are the most angry? Anti-theists.
So happy about it.
Okay, so
they're so dogmatic.
Was I being unkind when I'm saying they're angry and narcissistic and dogmatists?
Yeah,
I love this.
Yeah.
I love this. Could you imagine a news article like in the middle of the article being like, was I bullshitting you when I made this title? Come on.
Yeah,
Maybe a little. I was being a little bit hyperbolic. A little. But who doesn't have to be a little bit hyperbolic? It's the internet these days. Got to turn your hat backwards and hold a skateboard.
I mean, if I lost as bad as he did to Matt Dillahunty in that debate, I would probably be a little pouty, a little passive aggressive towards the anti-theist side.
Which we are working for. The dessert is him complaining about Matt Dillahunty. We are working up there. And so sending love into the Internet of Things and keep on tagging us out there, James W. and myself, with your one-liners at Amy Newman.
So I think I was fairly accurate there. Now you...
I think I was fairly accurate there. I love that. Once again, can you not make another more, like the past few sentences have just been very unscientific. I know you're a science guy, Sal. Past few sentences have been a little sus.
That's being very kind of you, Amy. But
yeah.
Some may agree that perhaps my characterization is
like I said, this is okay atheist. Like are you trying to date people? I want to know where these metrics came from. I think it's the Tookus. I don't see a lot of numbers and values going on here either. So once again, the GeoCities website, not impressive.
It's not super data driven. It's a little light on the data.
Too strong. So yes, on the autonomy scale, they're not the most social people. So on this autonomy scale, the most autonomous people would then be the...
But see, science, I love you. But I say that theists are just in denial. How do we know which one of us is right? I actually think most of them believe what they believe. But just to be spicy, how do we know which one of us is right?
The ones that are not the most social. So maybe that doesn't mean antisocial, but you're not going to get any... you're not going to get any more antisocial than someone who's scoring high on the autonomy scale. That's how I interpret it. So I feel there's room to disagree there. And they score lowest in their positive relations with others. Oh my. And that sort of kind of is corroborated with the agreeableness subdomain. They score the lowest in agreeableness. So if you have this group of people, guess who are the least agreeable? So I can't.
Once again, you know this is fair because anti-theists don't have a single positive trait.
That is unagreeable. If you don't like that, well, there you have it. You can come up with your own words. But there is no question that among the most narcissistic group are the anti-theists. The most dogmatic group are the anti-theists. The most angry in the group are anti-theists.
Just love how happy he is.
I'd have to say,
it's like, these people suck. They suck so badly. Oh, man.
Aren't they the worst? The worst?
I don't know that these are really qualities a group of people want to boast about, but hey, whatever floats their boat. So that's how.
And I also think, I agree, Pat, and I think that also sometime, I think that the angry atheist phase is a real thing, especially when we just come out of religion. I think we really want to throw our boxing gloves out there. Nonetheless, I think an example of this, and maybe it's a good time to bring one of his things up there. Like, he has atheist activist as one of the most agreeable, and then an anti-theist as the least, which means that hypothetically, if you are both an anti-theist as an atheist activist, you are both somehow the most and least agreeable person out there. So
Yeah,
just a little confusing.
Gizmo agrees.
Arrived at my headline. Anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. So now let's go back to Dr. Silver's research. It might be helpful to look at another typology. And
so, ladies and gentlemen, if you were a betting person, there were a lot of dating profiles on OK Atheist. If you were looking to, mingle with Sal, he's now going to go over which one he is. And it may not be the one you thought, ladies and gentlemen.
People who know me, and this is my own self-assessment, even though I'm a Christian, my personality type seems to agree very closely with seeker agnostic.
Oh my.
So even though I'm a Christian, you can probably recognize me in this, seeker agnostic. The third typological characteristic is the seeker agnostic. Seeker agnostic typology consists of individuals attuned to the metaphysical possibilities precluding metaphysical existence, or at least recognize the philosophical difficulties and complexities in making personal affirmations regarding ideological beliefs.
Also, I like this because, once again, a lot of the negative language has been removed.
They may call themselves agnostic or agnostic atheist, as the essay simply cannot be sure of the existence of God or the divine. They keep an open mind in relation to the debate between the religious, spiritual, and anti-theist elements within society. Seeker agnostics recognize the limitation of human knowledge and experience. They actively search for and
So good question, C-Science. Do you consider more open-minded to completely reject any possibility that a grand designer could exist by claiming atheism? I would say that James and I are open-minded, though our biggest concern isn't about being open-minded. Our biggest concern is with adhering to truth and reality. And so we are convinced a God does not exist. We get so many claims. They're like, you lack this and blah, 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 which I will reiterate. Any agnostic atheist out there who is the actually open-minded person that you're talking about, I mean, that should be good enough evidence. We shouldn't believe in things until we have evidence. Nonetheless, I mean, people of the channel know my game, my shtick is consciousness, because sometimes I randomly lose it. And so I am all about talking about it. And so bring it on, baby boy, baby girl, either gender, no matter what you are. I think C-Science is a boy.
Is that we're here willing to listen to what people say. We're willing to consider it. We just haven't heard anything yet that's very convincing in that direction.
Exactly. We're willing to change our minds. It's just we get a lot of not good arguments, and arguments they shouldn't be convincing for people. It should be evidence, but the arguments are also bad. It's like both of them
respond to knowledge and evidence, either supporting or disconfirming truth claims.
Jerry!
They also understand, or at least recognize, the qualitative complexities of experiences in the formation of personal meaning. Seeker agnostics do not hold a firm ideological position, but always search for the
But do you have a good reason why you believe in a God? Why are you a Christian, See Science Film Labs? I'm going to assume you're a Christian. Why?
Scientifically wondrous and experientially
Wondrous.
profound confirmation of life's meaning.
He also likes taking long walks on the beach, Netflix and chill.
May be intrinsically motivated to explore and seek understanding in the world around them. The diversity of others is accepted for the essay, and coexistence with the others is not only.
Woo! Sending so much love.
Woohoo.
Disciple Day saying, just stop it in for a quick hello. And to send a small blessing. Why, thank you. Looking forward to another great discussion sometime soon. We are sending all that love right back to you, Disciple Day. It is supporters like you who, Pat, I'm showing this off again as often as I can. Woo! As I break the timer. But I have my timer ready. Start. Let's see if I can get it to start. Yeah, I got my timer ready. I got my dry erase board ready. We are ready to hit the streets. In fact, we're ready to say skeptical on the streets. And sending so much love out there. Thank you so much, Disciple Day. We are going to have a whole bunch of fun. An assertion pulled out of your assumption, Newman. I asked you what convinced you. Wait, maybe you told me. Nope, I do not see it. See Science. My love, why do you believe in a God? But sending all the love out there in chat, sending so much love, Disciple Day. Thank you again, and let's get back into the fun.
Only possible, but also welcomed. The worldly outlook may be mediated by science. However, they recognize current scientific limitations and embrace scientific.
There's another sentence in here that it's like the exact opposite, where like it ends, where in the anti-theist it ends, and the gears had to turn for Sal. There's another sentence in here in like kind of the opposite direction. That's like a flag that Sal just is like. But let's see if you can hear it, audience.
However, they recognize current scientific limitations and embrace scientific uncertainty. They are more comfortable with this uncertainty and even enjoy discussing it. Some intellectual atheist agnostics or anti-theists may accuse the seeker agnostic of avoiding responsibility or commitment to a more solid affirmation of atheism. In other cases, outsiders may see it as an ontological transitional state from religion or spirituality to atheism. In some cases, seeker agnostics may generally miss being a believer either from the social benefits or the emotional connection they have with others, such as friends or family. At times, the intellectual disagreement with their former theology causes some cognitive dissonance.
Fisher of men.
And it is possible they.
Oh, did you hear that? Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let's just let him go on. And I think he goes right over it. He doesn't even let the gears go.
Such as friends or family. At times, their intellectual disagreement with their former theology causes some cognitive dissonance, and it is possible they may continue to identify as a religious or spiritual individual. However,
didn't even pause. That's why I feel like this is the exact opposite. He's like, keep on reading, keep on reading.
However, taking those exceptions into account, the majority of seeker agnostics should in no way be considered confused. For the seeker agnostic, uncertainty is embraced. As I said, this doesn't exactly describe me because I'm a Christian, a professing Christian, but you could, as I read this, I could see much of myself in this description, and I would expect friends would probably
Yeah, and I think it was Shane. Someone was pointing out it's true. These aren't atheists. I swear, what he did was he created a bunch of categories just to shit on non-theists. Like I said, Dr. Silver, feel free to come on and disagree, or I guess someone will peer review it. But it seems a bit shady.
It's being submitted for peer review right now.
In the 8 years, it has
Should be approved. Should be approved any minute now.
Describe me. If they took the 6 atheist typologies, they'd say my psychological profile would probably...
Plenty of evidence that you repress. Let me tell you that when I ask for evidence and people say everything, it is like the least impressive thing you can do. I'm not saying that you personally, but come on, why are you a Christian or a theist? I mean, you could win over 2 skeptic, agnostic, atheist, anti-theist even right here.
Ooh. Cough up the Satan.
A little bit of Satan in the throat.
I'll give him a seeker agnostic.
Most likely be akin to this category. So now, let me stop sharing my screen.
That's right. Are you guys getting ready for your dessert? I hope you ate your peas and carrots, which was the topic. But, understandable. Sometimes you got to lick your wounds. We love Sal, but we kind of like Matt Dillahunty. So we think it's a little understandable. You got to vent a little afterwards.
So now you could see basically someone with the temperament of seeker agnostic in a debate with Matt Dillahunty.
Also, it did take me like a second, or not it took a second viewing to really realize how much he was trying to put these two together. Like, he's like, this angry atheist study, Matt Dillahunty. Yeah, sure, buddy. I get that that's what you're trying to put together.
Now, remember, on the scale of just like...
once again, look how happy he looks.
Kind of like who's the most...
Cute.
Who would be in that debate the most angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatist? It wouldn't be me. It'd be Matt. And
we don't even know if Matt labels himself as an anti-theist. I know James and I do, but I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not sure.
That really came to the fore when I simply made the comment that we don't have perfect knowledge. Matt Dillahunty blew up. He said, I didn't say that. That's so dishonest. I wanted to say, dude, chill. I just made the simple statement. But he was just flying off in his fan club. I found out in the comment section, they said, Sal's so dishonest. That's the most dishonest theist. He's misrepresenting Matt Dillahunty. I didn't misrepresent him. I simply stated a fact. And the guy just flew off the handle. I said, this guy kind of has some screws loose. He really does fit this.
Some screws loose.
He does fit this typology here. I mean, the guy just kind of went ballistic. And what did I say? What did I say? I said,
I don't know, Sal. What did you say?
We don't have perfect.
I don't remember that part of the debate. I have to rewatch it for context.
I was just pointing out a fact. We don't have perfect knowledge, and that we have to make decisions in an environment of uncertainty. And you weigh this kind of a risk-benefit analysis. And the guy just went off on me, saying I was being dishonest and misrepresenting him. And he was just screaming at me, interrupting me. And I'm like, now looking back, if you look back at that debate, you'll see this is someone who has kind of more a seeker mentality in that debate versus someone who is a narcissist, a dogmatist.
Once again, the thesis, I have good traits, they have bad traits. Are you guys catching on?
I'm nice. They're not nice. I like
Someone-
puppies and ice
I-
cream.
Yes. I kiss puppies on the head. The other throws puppies into volcanoes. Who are you going to vote for?
Matt Dillahunty puts his pants on one leg at a time. I wear
Someone who's
skirts.
on the top of the scale of
Oh,
anger
my.
and not agreeable and not having positive relations with others, being low on that scale. And I said, yeah, that's Matt. That's Matt, and that is many of his acolytes and disciples who just adore him. And they were saying how he won the debate. Well, you know, screaming and yelling, it does. There's a saying, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So he may have come across as being very authoritative. He may have come across as being very authoritative by kind of trying to put me down with the screaming and that deep voice, and that's just all theater. It's not substance. And as I was dealing with the guy, I actually had some debate coaching.
Oh, snaps.
I
Nice
had
is real.
someone
Send
who'd
love,
actually
atypical,
debate,
asexual
who'd coached
atheist.
debates internationally, and he said, "Okay, if and he didn't know Matt Dillahunty, but he said, okay, if your opponent, because my coach, Dr. Bob, I call him Dr. Bob, he knows me. He knows that I had substantive arguments, and he knew the opponent probably wouldn't." And he said, okay, Sal.
Also, I love that. Like, he knew that the person I was going to debate
right,
wasn't
he's
going to have
wrong.
good arguments. So why even prepare for that? What?
Basically, he knows I'm right and they're wrong. Oh, well, why even bother having a debate?
I know,
then,
exactly.
Right? I'm right. He's wrong.
Makes sense.
If your opponent, if Matt starts to get angry, keep him angry through the debate. And man, Dillahunty.
Listen to that debate tactic. Can I just listen to what this assessment was? Because it's not just, it's basically, he's not going to have good debate tactics, so just keep him angry? So let me hear that again.
Probably wouldn't. He said, okay, I had substances. Because my coach, Dr. Bob, I call him Dr. Bob.
Get a new
He knows
coach.
me. He knows that I had
Knows me well. Rubs
substantive
my back.
arguments, and he knew the opponent probably wouldn't.
Coach Sandusky.
He said, okay, Sal, if your opponent, if Matt starts to get angry, keep him angry through the debate. And man, Dillahunty was just losing it.
Now, it is a valid tactic. I've done it. You do things to throw your opponent off in debates, but in that debate, Matt did get a little bit triggered, but he was still making the better arguments through the debate. Matt Dillahunty won that debate hands down. It didn't really throw him off his game. It really didn't. He was just kind of, I think, exasperated at the level of argumentation he was getting, and it did show, but he still was making the better arguments throughout that debate.
Matt Dillahunty, who I love, shout out also to Arden of Eden, Matt can get angry, though he's a good guy. And to say that he's narcissistic, unagreeable, and an antisocial dogmatist is bull. Okay? I mean, it's nice trying to tie these things to you, but do you want to make Matt agree with you? Provide him with good evidence. You want to convince us we're not here with dogma. Once again, reason and evidence. I think that's the name of his channel, right? Reason and evidence? Give us some.
But if you remember what started in that debate, like what really triggered Matt was when, I think the first thing was when Matt asked him for some evidence or something, and then Sal said, well, it doesn't even matter because you're not going to accept it no matter what I show you, so whatever. And that really did get Matt upset in that debate because he's like, well, then what are we doing here if you don't think I'm going to accept anything?
Oh, and I just want to point out, Shane, and keep on tagging us in. Matt Dillahunty is not the Pope of atheism. Who cares if he got mad or not? So I will say there is no Pope of atheism. Matt is just a debater. I would just say, he's just one of the line in the debate circuit with the non-believers that we fight with. I think he is still does better than not, even when he gets angry. Like I said, it would be us commenting the same way that if James went into a debate, or I went into a debate, or anyone else in chat. Yeah, I would just say that I go against the main thesis here, that just because someone gets angry, especially if someone that's being dishonest, that these other traits, basically would make you a narcissistic psychopath, or that's where this is leading. You only have antisocial disorders. You're unagreeable. You're narcissistic and always angry. But besides that, we think you're great.
Just flying off the handle, making accusations.
What's up,
He accused me of being despicable, dishonest. He said, "Bite me." I'll give one example where Matt. I asked Matt. I said, "If Jesus healed you like that blind beggar in the account of the Gospel of John," and Dillahunty didn't. He wasn't too swift. He just said, "Oh, you believe it?" I said, "No, that's not the point of the reason I asked you. I asked you that to show that you're unreasonable. So even if a miracle like that happened to you, you wouldn't trust your life to Jesus." And he took real offense to that. But yet you could find videos on the net where he says, "What would change my mind?" And he says, "I don't," he basically said, "Well, it'd be kind of hard because I couldn't decide whether it was some alien technology or whether it was God." And
yes, because any advanced, I'm trying to remember the exact quote.
Any sufficiently advanced technology would appear like magic.
Thank you.
Basically, in a nutshell. And so Matt Dillahunty is being intellectually honest in that, and he's saying so that if something that appeared magical manifested, he wouldn't be sure whether that was actual God magic or whether it was highly advanced technology that he's never seen before. And that's an intellectually honest position. But as Matt always likes to say, well, God would be able, if he's all knowing, he would be able to figure something out, some way that would convince him, which he would.
I also have to put a PSA that I want to support that all of the atheists in the channel be the easiest. In fact, we are a pro-slut channel. So, atheists, go out there and be easy. Just sending love, see science. We're jumping. In fact, we're almost at the end. This is the dessert, really, of him complaining.
And he really did get beat badly in that debate. That Matt Dillahunty smacked him down, and that was bad.
See science, there's a few ways to get our attention. We like to say hi to everyone. When you enter the room, we like to say hello, get you acquainted, grab a popcorn. We will try to show any comment that's tagged James W. and myself at Amy Newman. If you just put at and at sign Amy Newman, helps us see it, and so we show it up. But James and I are also drawn to opposing views. So a fantastic way to get your view on camera is to disagree with us as well. And so if you disagree with us, we can't help ourselves. We're drawn to it. It's what we do. Have so much fun. But we're going to also be queuing up the open mic soon because we're getting to the end of Sal's, rant. What is up, godless girl? Sending love to all the non-believers out there. I see computer. It's nice to have our computer talk to us. It exists because purpose gives function, and that's found in nature. purpose gives function. There's no purpose. I don't see purpose. In fact, I see it as a very cold world. It looks very non-designed. And it'd be interesting if we lived in a designed world. I'm not sure, really. I guess things would have much more 90-degree angles because the universe just looks really chaotic right now, except for the laws of physics. That's the only thing really bearing down on it. Are you being disrespectful? Calling her Newman?
Is he trying to pull a Darth Dawkins? Is what?
Well, I mean, he may. I will say some people give me. As an 80s born but 90s child, I grew up being called Newman because that was like peak Seinfeld, and so I grew up just saying Newman, 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 Newman to everyone. Before I even watched Seinfeld, I was saying that because that was too.
Did they have
too old for me
Newman on the back of your PE uniform?
Probably.
Yeah.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is virtually indistinguishable from magic, is Clark's law. Exactly. And so, if aliens came down to us, a lot of their shit may look godlike powers, and yet we probably shouldn't worship them. Chances are they would not give us the chance to worship them. They would kill us and mine our resources. But hey, maybe they'll be super nice and enlightened. Who knows? But yeah, let's wrap it up. So you keep on, like I said, you keep on sending in the spicy science, but I still don't know why you believe. Why? Why are you a Christian? Is there something that happened to you? Don't just say we know we believe because the Bible said though. Well, it's the easy way out. What's up, Roger Schramm? I could just as easily say, you know that God doesn't exist. You're denying it. You're coming on here to shill for, your institutional religion that just got passed around. So I want to know why. Why? Because people can tell us what they believe in all day. You can listen to us schmucks talk about what we believe in, but hopefully in between that, we are citing why, which tends to be the scientists.
So what I said is, if being healed from blindness and you had no options,
for evidence of a maker. You answered me with a question. You've been promoted to my Jewish mother. No. But that's not how this works. Why? Why are you a Christian?
Amy is everybody's Jewish mother.
Listen, I'll be worried for all of you. Just tell me where you're going at night. Can't you just leave me a text message? But yes, what's up, Roger?
Oy vey. You're going to wear that schmuck out?
See, what's funny is I non-ironically say oy vey because of being Ashkenazi. You only find that there's only 3 types of people that I guess do it, and that is Jews, the people who hate Jews, and me. So what can I tell you?
Tell me.
Tell me more. Shane Bilowitz says, what's the matter? Your finger's broken? You can't call your grandma no more? Yes. But sending so much love, Shane.
Follow Jesus, then probably nothing will. So what I said was nothing that he hasn't
look at that
already
bait. I'm
in his
seeing
own
bait in chat. This is what I mean.
You're getting baited.
And Jesus was, if Jesus existed, he was a Jew. Let's put them out there. And as long as you're not Mel Gibson, you're not mad at them.
Videos and in his own words, but he took offense. I
just want to be Mel Gibson's director because it's funny. I do like him as an actor, but it just must be so hard. And then he said unto me, we will bring us back. We will have another one, and we'll take down the Jews. Okay, yeah. We're going to actually have to cut off. We're going to have to go back for a line. Might have to ad-lib that last part, Mel, if you could just it's a post-apocalyptic world. There, no one has these religions. Anyway, thanks so much. Let's finish up. We're moving into the end game.
He said, that's despicable.
God is evident. What is this presupposition nonsense? Like, is that really why you believe in Jesus? Like, when you were 7 years old, it was just like God's evident, or is it just because your parents told you that? Or do you have a
That's
different
his way of
reason
saying he's got nothing.
now from
That's
when
his
you
way
were
of saying
7?
he's got shit. He's got nothing for you, Amy.
God's evident. My
The
girlfriend's
Bible
in Canada.
says so. The Bible says you know, so therefore you know.
Let me tell you, yo, Bubblegum. Can I tell you? And it goes back to an earlier point that we were talking, is that we don't have a flavor here. We love attacking them all. Zoroastrian, I can't even. Zoroism, the religion. Zorro, ha ha ha, is on the menu because thanks to the Jews,
they incorporated a lot of it
and the Zori and Team Zorro, we now have the Christians and the Muslims. They kind of like bam. And so we have to roast Zorro religion because because heaven, this whole concept of this afterlife shtick, is their fault. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, we don't have we roast the Abrahamic religion because there's so many Abrahamic religion. But can I tell you, Bubble, what I bought specifically, maybe not because of you, but inspired? Sending love once again to our channel members and our Patreons. I have 2, count them, double-fisted 2 scoops of Ouija boards coming. I have both a giant Ouija or a decent-sized Ouija board, which I'm going to hang up behind that glows. I am. Well, sometimes, you know. But so we can have that in case we need to all put our hands around it. And then I'm going to have a small portable Ouija board. It's called the world's smallest. And I'm going to carry it around with me. And so, as well as on the new show.
The Abrahamic religions are just so much fun to pick on. It's so fun, and we can't get enough of it. We love it. And don't try and spoil our fun, Bubble.
I know, God. Well, no, and they always cry. Not you. Not saying you're crying, Bubble, but we always get it.
He's crying.
And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, this is why you can't pick one. I keep on saying it because then you run an anti-Christian channel. Why don't you pick on the Muslims? You're throwing gays off bridges and shit, but here you're picking on me. I get it. You're all silly. You all do shit that doesn't make sense because of superstitious belief systems. There. Doesn't it feel good and not politically correct just to get that off your chest? It does. It does for me. Use the Ouija board in a haunted prison alone. First of all, haunted house, a quote unquote, because that's a bullshit thing. But I mean, I would go into a haunted house. But if you could find me a haunted prison, which we can actually go into, then sure. I can't just.
People have gone into.
Prison, I think
it's the old New Mexico State Penitentiary where there was a riot. I think back in the
riot. Okay.
No, it was a riot back in the 80s where a bunch of prisoners ended up getting killed. And I don't know. Apparently, you can just go up into it. I can't imagine.
Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. How dare you? But yeah, I mean, we would love to do that. Just like we're eventually going to go to, Ken Ham and Ken Hoven's capitalism/religion theme parks. Because actually, we like a market. It's just they're selling you the invisible product. So it's crony capitalism. Capitalism that is crony.
So being that it's a prison, or was a prison, Amy will be willing to sodomize any of the ghosts that come.
Well, I was going to say...
If they're into sodomy, hey.
Yeah, you can't really threaten me with a good time. But You know, I'm willing to take one for the team, for you guys and gals out there, for the viewers. I'm willing to take one. But yeah, we're listening to. I just love how happy Sal is about talking about how terrible he
Look at
thinks
that look
people
on his
are.
face. Like, that is almost like a
Ecstatic.
O face.
Oh, Leo's taking pot shots. That sounds like a debate me, bro. That would be interesting because we don't normally talk about politics. And I'm just so in the middle. I really am. You need a public and a private sector. They're like peanut butter and chocolate, ladies and
It's
gentlemen.
dishonest. And I'm just saying, I could have said, well, you basically said as much, that you wouldn't be persuaded. And so,
Is that
and
what
I
he
gave a
said?
whole list of evidences that he might consider. But throughout the debate, I was thinking, this guy's, I'm only going to endure this. I'm not going to go tit for tat and just.
It's true no matter the meaning of this information is your mind. It is a fact this universe is precisely adjusted for, you had the Amy Newman bingo word, consciousness, beings to be possible from the beginning of the year. It really does not seem like
Not at
the
all.
universe is attuned for life. It seems like the universe is around and just eventually life formed. And all we know is one planet, too.
It seems like the universe is more tuned for black holes than for life.
Indeed.
Because one day, that's all there will be. There won't be any life left. Yeah, assuming, what cosmologists currently think holds true. But yeah, there'll be lots of black holes, but no life.
Send in love.
Dishonesty. I'm not going to let the debate just kind of devolve into he said, she said. I'll just state my case.
See,
but,
I don't know if I would like to see when, where Aaron Ross said that, because I'm highly skeptical of him saying that.
That seems like a quote mine.
I thought, as I was discussing this guy, his understanding, his scholarship of the issues was really shallow. I mean, I was thinking this guy's just,
Really, Sal?
Oh, he went for the prop. Went for the prop comic.
Really, Sal? Because you kind of got beat up in that debate, and Matt Dillahunty, he did go kind of a little savage on you. I felt kind of bad for him in that debate.
Had to lick the wounds. I think this calls for a harmonica and a citation needed riff.
Well,
oh
Amy,
my
do you
goddess.
have a tiny, yes, whip it out.
James, please just sit there and jazz hands for me for a second.
I got it. She's gonna whip it out, guys. The calls for our harmonica. Yeah, this debate was like a little over a year ago, and Sal did not do as good as he anticipated in that debate. I'm convinced. I think it's kind of a silly topic, to be honest with you, Pascal's wager. I think part of Matt was kind of just taken aback by the silliness of it. Kind of like, what am I doing here? But he did agree to the debate. He did agree to debate it, but it is kind of a silly proposition. But hey, it happened, and if you what else did Matt get upset about in that debate? That was back when Smokey's channel was still active, and I guess Smokey had sent a super chat in there, and I think he was doing an after show, and then Matt was like Smokey, isn't that guy who calls me a soy boy, derogatory word that we would that somebody like that would use towards gay people, a soy boy bleep, and you're gonna go on that channel? And Sal's like, yeah, I like Smokey, I'm gonna go on there. That kind of ticked Matt off a little bit. All right,
I
back.
found it. I do when I'm trying to coax my kitty in there, but I can't help it. Once again, the prop comic
This
comes
video's
out in
about a
me.
year ago, Shane.
Yeah, in fact, it popped into my feed, I think, somehow. And so I was like, oh, man, he really made a video. And I'm like, oh, it's a year ago. But still recent enough where it's some very silly things.
A little bit.
Nonetheless, let me sending so much love. Let's see if he's gonna stay there. He'll scratch if he wants to get in. They're smart creatures. But just like the smallest, this is, I do believe, the smallest harmonica. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I got to reach for it. You gotta have that prop.
I thought you were going to whip out the violin, too.
Oh my, I mean, I will say there is also those times where, once again, I should have had this, Matt maybe should have had this ready for the debate, after they were done. And Sal was talking about why no one bought his creationist arguments. You could have just went, I understand, Sal. It's so sad. I'm here for you. You gotta, it's a watch. Irreducible complexity. Someone said
genetic entropy.
Yeah, genetic entropy.
What else?
No, we believe you.
The young son paradox. Oh, struck out with that one. Oh, no, PhD Tony. I don't have any response to the volumes of evidence you presented. I'm not prepared for that, PhD Tony. But did you hear about genetic entropy?
Hear about the fact. I mean, that is basically thesis via idiocracy, which even that, once again, we are not. Even if we were to become dumber, that's not how evolution works. Because reality TV may not be a good metric. But sending love to P. Bartholio, sending $10. We are sending so much love.
Thank you so much, people.
Sometimes you have to shake weights. Those are my versions of shake weights. But $10. Actually, it's quite possible to use black holes as almost eternal batteries. So we might live on clustered around the non-light event horizon.
I have heard that.
And hey,
eventually it'll be the brown dwarfs, the planet, the few brown dwarfs that are left. I think those will be like the last stars to go out, and there will be clusters around them. And then eventually, people will, but the black holes will eventually radiate away, waste away, and
will evaporate.
If our current ideas about cosmology are true, I do have to put the asterisk on that because there are so many things that we don't
still learning
yet. That's just based on our current understanding, where the consensus is that it'll be a heat death.
But the universe does seem to be trending towards black holes. We actually need black holes. They're in the centers of most of our galaxies. And so...
Supermassive.
Yeah. Oh, my 15 feet black holes. And, creationists bring up that we seem to be made for life. I would like to bring up the Fermi paradox. I would like to see that life, especially intelligent life that cares about anything, seems to be quite rare. And I always love, one of the reasons why it may be so hard, we like to include ourselves in that. Like, I mean, we're one of those spacefaring aliens that would solve the Fermi paradox. Technically speaking, if there is other aliens out there, we are not able to reach them because we are not strong enough right now, and thus we are helping contribute to their Fermi paradox, if there is other intelligent.
We're still
life out
confined to low Earth orbit for the most
We
part.
are confined. I always say, if you have to keep on saying the words rocket ship and not spaceship, this isn't Star Trek. You're in the wrong decade. You're still in like the history. You're what's it called? You're still in the backstory of that episode. Let's just put it that way.
I forget when in Star Trek. When was the first warp flight? It was in like
my
2050s or 2060s. Oh, well,
I think it was the 60s. And Doc Fearsome, that is one way. Ooh.
No, like when was the first warp flight? Was that in like the 2050s or 60s?
Oh, got you. Canonically, I know. I'd have to look up.
You'd have to go back to Star Trek First Contact, the movie.
Woo! Sending love.
Do a dance, Amy.
$5 from P. Bethalo. I can dance just because I can do.
She can dance if she wants to. You can leave your friends behind.
Or you can join us at the 9-believer community, because it's actually important that we have one. Sending love, James Wolfe, and also
so we have about 40 years before warp flight.
There we go. We're almost there. So $5. The other issue with the equation is intelligent as well as life. Bah! We should be riding atomic Orions to the stars. Yes, we should. And yeah, the joke is often that we got visited by aliens and they determined that there was no intelligent life on Earth. And so they just left.
They bought Ken Hovind's DVD and
well, exactly.
They left.
And they're like, yeah, no, we'll go somewhere else. What is up, Chris G? What is
like
up?
The farthest human-made object out that we've seen out of the solar system. Passed by Pluto a while ago. Voyager, the probe.
It might be.
Not that probe, Amy.
I was going to say,
Space
I'm pretty
probe.
sure
Space
that
probe.
went out very far, but
yeah,
it always comes back and then back in again.
I think Carl
Yeah.
Sagan helped design that gold-plated like plaque on it to try to communicate with the aliens, like where we are, like a
Hello, aliens.
mathematical representation of our solar system, so they would have some type of idea where it came from.
But also sending love. First of all, I saw this. Someone they were talking about first. Saw Shane and Bubble talking about Furbies. That's one of the things I don't have. I need to get a Furby. Woo! Throw the Furby.
Fermi? No,
Fermi?
not a Fermi.
Not a Fermi.
Not the Fermi paradox.
Fermi.
Furby.
But also, what are we doing here? We are actually finishing up and about to head off into the open mic, because we've been listening to Sal talk about anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists, and vent about a debate.
He's just such a lightweight intellectually. And I'll just endure this and kind of, endure his fan club just saying demeaning remarks. But the guy just didn't have any depth.
You're a naughty boy, Sal.
And I laughed at him when he said he made a living
boy.
Playing craps, which is dice in the casino. I just laughed at him. I said, yeah, that's about the level. And he spent like 10, 15 minutes trying to justify.
That was part of his argument, was his experience playing craps and blackjack. He made that part of his argument.
The debate was Pascal's wager. Why would probability have anything to do with this debate? Sal is trying to figure out.
Casino game where he's going to eventually lose in the long term. And I just like, yeah, I caught him bad on that. I called him out on it, that he's playing a losing game. And that was reflective of his kind of indifference to trying to really examine the issues. Because I was offering to explain the math and he said, don't lecture me on this. I made a living playing craps. I just laughed at him, I said, was
That's
thinking,
twice.
At the
you
end of the day, the math
and he
really
was just
isn't all
trying-
that important to the argument, Sal. I think that's why.
They use bad math. That'd be my first thing.
The math. How many religions have ever existed? How many gods have humans worshipped? What are the odds are that yours
A lot.
happens to be the real one? And oh, look, what luck, Amy. The one true God out of all those thousands humans have worshipped just happened to be the God that is predominantly worshipped in the culture I found myself born into. What luck! How did I get so lucky? I could have been born anywhere else, but I got born into a culture that worships the one real God. All the others are fake, but mine is real. That's the math. It doesn't look good for your case. It really doesn't. Because mathematically, the odds of Yahweh are the same as they are for Zeus or Thor or Vishnu or any of the other thousands of gods humans have worshipped over the millennia.
And I put the link into chat along with our Twitch if you'd like to watch. But if you would like to head on to StreamYard, I did send it in because we are flying this plane and then we are moving into the open mic.
Oh boy.
But we're having fun as we watch Sal, talk crap.
on, and his acolytes and disciples were just thinking he was making a great argument.
Disciples.
It's just all theater. There was no substance there, and
None at all. No substance.
just also seeing the reactions of some of the people on the net, that they thought he actually performed well, that they thought his saying false things about me were actually ways to win a debate. I find that very unethical, and the approval of the unethical behavior by Matt and his theatrics and his just dastardly behavior. If you think that's good, then it's like, maybe we don't have a relationship anymore. But I'm going to highlight again the characteristics that have been scientifically established of that kind.
I know, he's literally giggling, which, like I said, it's adorable, but
like a seventh grade girl passing a note to her friend, giggling.
To take pot shots and using, I would say, what looks like skewed data.
And
at least
I just thought
push data in one direction.
Some of you in the audience might be amused.
Not really.
Scientifically established that these sort of people are angry, narcissistic.
That is not science, Sal.
Antisocial.
Not scientific.
So with that, I'd like to thank you for joining me in this segment. Take care and God bless you.
Woo-hoo. And there we go. In a second, we are actually about to move into... Well, I do want to just bring up the website. But in a second, we're about to go into the open mic. But James, what are your thoughts before we move forward?
Yeah, it really seems like some non-scientific... it seems very pseudo-scientific, this Christopher Silver study, if you even want to call it that. It seems very contrived. Seems to have been put together with the idea of making anti-theists seem like they're really bad people. Just my take on that. For as far as the debate goes, I remember the debate pretty well. I think Matt clearly won the debate hands down. He did get a little upset. He did get a little triggered in the debate. I probably wouldn't have approached it the same way. He was a little aggressive, I would say, but Matt is Matt. That's his style, and he is a good debater. I have to give him that. I think he generally does well. And he won that debate, even if he seemed a bit harsh, I would say. What do you think, Amy?
I agree that, like I said, I think sometimes, and I'll keep on saying it, there is no Pope of Atheism. Matt is just one of the debaters out there. He does great content, in my opinion, with the ACA. I am biased. I love the ACA. Sometimes they can be a little bit too social justice warrior, I know, for some people out there. And yet I kind of like, I love all of the non-believers out there who are actually doing good work. I think that the ACA is one of the reasons why I'm out here, because you see things like the atheist experience. But yeah, once again though, he's not the Pope of Atheism. Matt is a human and a dude, and some people, everyone has their own. I would say Shannon Q is probably one of my favorites on there, because she is most closely aligned and probably Jesus, she's brilliant on it in her own ways of knowing consciousness and, knowing consciousness, knowing a scientific or having a scientific outlook on consciousness. You should listen to Shannon Q. But I just want to bring up this just last thing, which is just the actual website. I just wanted to say, because the irony, and because it's a lot, I'll let everybody go up there to read, because it's actually not that lot if you were to actually look as a regular study. But these profiles are more like dating profiles when you read them than they are. But what kills me is just the quick and dirty of it, is that this was a man trying to create public relations for atheists to clear up misconceptions and
clear the air.
And we can see how much that has worked. That a theist took it and ran and basically said, there you go, we have evidence now that non-theists suck, when generally speaking it's just highly oversampled.
Seems like it was designed to arrive at the result.
Once again, academics on the list once. Sal didn't seem to correspond with that. He didn't seem to correspond with the activist ritual. But I think we're going to head into the open mic. You could feel free also to check it out. Like I said, at
our core, anti-theism, we think that superstition is bad in general. And we see religion as a superstition. And we think that's bad. We think it's the biggest lie pervading society today. If some people see utility in it, I don't really see it. But hey, it's still a lie. It's still not true.
Yep, it is the number one superstition. No, they just not in the catch-all category. Yeah, the problem is I really dislike, I love this, intellectual atheist, but then activist. So you can't be an intellectual atheist and an activist. You can't be an intellectual.
Yeah, so
can't be a seeker agnostic and atheist and intellectual. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. These are not good categories. And would love for them to come on one day, maybe prove otherwise. And it really just seemed like a gateway for Sal to complain. Do. But James, are you ready for our open mic?
As ready as we're gonna be. Let's do it.
That's right. Our bodies are ready. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists. But tell us how you really feel. And we are moving into the open mic. I will also pin the link in chat so anyone can join us. Sending love, James Wolfe.
No evidence
You
of
are
creativity science.
our first. He keeps on sidestepping. Whenever I ask for actual evidence, it's just, it's
He just
evidence.
tells you, you know it, you know it, you know.
James, I don't know if you've known this, and I think I'm going to have to send it into chat because it's a well-known theory now, one that is attested throughout the ages. Have you ever looked at the trees? I don't know if you have. I'm just, for people out there who may be new to science, just take a look at them trees. I mean, damn. Trees.
Wait a minute. Do you have a book that says a thing?
James.
Do you have that?
I don't know if you know this. It is true. If you take a really deep look in here, it turns out a book does say a thing. That is true.
That is interesting. I hadn't considered that.
You got to really look at these things.
Now, we know that there would be no other religions that would have books that would say different things, right? No.
Never.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
because then you would have to actually test those books and falsify claims. But instead, we're going to just move out into the open mic and find out if people disagree or agree with all of the wisdom that we just had.
Do it to us. Welcome aboard, James.
What is up, James Wolfe? Welcome aboard, like the other James, like W said.
W.
I know. Then I'm like, oh
W.
my God, you can't compare my co-host to George Wood. Sending love, James Wolfe. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Atheists. Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists.
They
Hope
don't
you're
like
doing
puppies
well.
or ice cream.
I know exactly. What are your thoughts?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Hopefully what I've got to share is not too much of a departure from what you've been talking about or the video with Sal, but it did sort of evoke a few things within me. I remember because recently with that debate that you moderated that debate with PhD Tony, didn't you, Amy?
She did.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned he's not necessarily a atheist, but just what struck me is that when guys like James W, like yourself, Amy, like Mark Reid, like Atheist Junior, when they go into the debate these creationists, it's a very normal situation for them. And I imagine someone like PhD Tony, I don't know how many debates he's done on like internet debates or whatever he's done, but he seemed like a conventional, an academic that isn't necessarily, this is how at least it struck me, to a guy who's constantly exposed to the the sheer ignorance that a lot of these guys sort of spout. So he took a really sort of indignant. He seemed really indignant by what was being put forth, and I kind of thought, well, is this why sometimes they're struck with they come across as really, they come across as a bit not aggressive, but a bit sort of belligerent at times because just the sheer ridiculousness they're being put forward. And someone like PhD Tony would be borderline offensive, all these things that are being put to him, because this is his field of study. I kind of thought of it, not to equate creationists to Holocaust denialists, because I don't think their intentions are nearly so malignant. But I kind of thought, well, is it? Would it be analogous to a historian debating Holocaust denial, or to a moral philosopher debating slavery, for example? Is it that level of indignance that you go through? And I don't know. I thought, Amy and James, you could probably speak to this a fair bit, because it must seem pretty normalised to you going in and debating what are effectively settled topics.
Well, I just want to comment on that. It was that Tony was like, it's not about atheist theists, not about atheist theists. But as soon as the I guess the anti-science got it going. He just couldn't help himself, and he was like, "Science, science, science, science."
Yeah, and that's exactly right, and that's why it's not necessarily about atheism and theism. It's just about bad arguments and bad epistemology most of the time.
Well, I think when you see debates versus there's different class of debate. Like when there's an academic debater, like PhD Tony, like they tend to stick like laser focused on topics. So because of course evolution or the age of the earth has nothing to do with a god, so they just won't touch it because to them it's completely irrelevant. Whereas someone like from the theistic side, like they use these things as an opportunity to preach their religious views, and they're looking more to evangelize, whereas the academic is more looking to teach people, to share knowledge, to raise the level of the discourse, and that's typically how academics approach it. They stay like laser focused on topic, and they don't even touch a lot of what they say. That's not my style. I try to go both ways. I try to I take shots at the religion because it's ultimately is what is leading them to their warped view on science. They begin with their religion, and then because they begin there, it forces them, allows them to adopt some very, very, very bizarre views on science. They cling on to some very, very fringe theories to try and to make science and make reality fit their religious beliefs. And it's just so obvious to me anyway.
Yeah, it always seems to come back to that, doesn't it? It always seems to inevitably delve into theology as a defense of some sort. I don't know, you guys might be able to enlighten me, but I think the only person I've seen defend creationism or ID that didn't necessarily come from a Christian or theological presupposition was David Belinsky. I don't know if you've come across him. But he's associated with the Discovery Institute in any case. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I had for now, guys. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, James. And you're right.
You're welcome.
That's just my
You're
final
welcome.
thought. Is I agree. It is not a evolution versus God. It is science versus people who don't like science. Thank you, sir. Stick around for the open conversation. And all right, he was sending so much love. We are sending so much love right back to him. What is up,
P-Bot?
We are Skeptic and Ranting.
Hello.
Woohoo! Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, Un-Agreeable, antisocial, Dogmatists, but that's only if you get your DLC. I hope you're having a fantastic night or day. And what are your thoughts?
Down.
That's right. What are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
It's all been really complicated, and the previous fellow is far more smarter than I am.
James Wolfe is
we love James
very
Wolfe.
smart guy. He absolutely is very smart.
Yeah, Soul's a nice-ish guy, I suppose. But there is something.
Always been nice to me. I can't say anything bad about him. He's always been.
Yeah,
polite.
there's an underlying something like Otangelo that just like creeps in as the conversations go on. I don't know. I must admit, I've had more encounters. I've seen more of Otangelo than Soul, so
I have to say, I think that was. I don't want to criticize modern day debate James too much, but he's the one who set that debate up, and I don't think Sal was ready to go on that big of a stage and debate somebody like Matt Dillahunty. That's just my opinion on it. I don't think he was prepared for that.
But yeah, anything else, P. Bartholio, on just anti-theists or anything about the theist-atheist divide?
I identify as a non-theist, and I'm trying to find a better handle. A mate through what was it? Something like naturalistic, something or other at me the other day, and I went, oh, maybe.
I mean, I think it worked. What I love about being a non-believer is we are so big, open tent. I feel like a lot of labels actually work just because once you drop off the religious baggage, it's like, yeah.
I suppose I'm lucky. I never really had that. I was mentioning to, I'm terribly
Sal
sorry,
Tangelo.
I was mentioning to someone in the chat. I never really got big into the whole religious thing, even though I kind of had the tail end of religious schooling. But things were different back in my day. That happens as well.
Yeah,
I'd
and
love to see
hopefully.
science to get in here.
Oh, I know. Well, see,
That's never going to happen.
the closest that will happen is that C Science will come on to post links. But hey, C Science, if you'd like to come on in. Now, feel free to keep on being in chat. I know when we call people out, or I know when some channels call people out, it's like, bro, I'm eating, Twinkies in my underpants, and you're trying to call
never
me.
came on.
Yeah. Yep, but feel free, theists, one and all. But yeah, thank you so very much, Peabot, and stick around with us. We're gonna keep on moving down.
No wuckers.
Thanks so much for the support.
The Sinister Porpoise, what is up? We are having fun. We are skeptic and ranting on anti-theists, are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts, about the video or anything we talk about?
Well, my first thought is I need to unmute myself. The second thought is, all right, this is my Big River Harp, Boner Harmonica, key of G. Some in chat may know it as the harmonica of disappointment. But I thought we'd show you what the citation needed riff sounds like.
Is Athena going to play it?
Well, Athena is going to help apparently, but she's not on camera.
Okay.
And I have it upside down, don't I? Citation needed.
Woohoo!
Thank you, Sinister.
Anyway, I only caught part of this, unfortunately, because I think I fell asleep. But I do have the feeling the word narcissistic gets thrown around a lot on the internet without any real grounding for it. The truth is, anyone who has a YouTube channel or is going to come on here will act slightly more narcissistic than the average person. Because after all, it is an attention-seeking behavior. But as for what was the whole title again?
It was, and let me both gather as much air and get everything out of my mouth. There was a lot of 15-foot. It is, we are actually skeptic and ranting on anti-theists, are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists.
Well, yes, some of them are. But usually the more of those adjectives you apply, the less broad you're going to be able to apply it to everyone. So yes, some of them are dogmatists. They can be dogmatic about it. Some of them are going to be narcissistic. One of the things you're going to find that I found as an ex-Mormon, a lot of people coming out of the ex-Mormon or coming out of the Mormon church are really angry at the verse because they've been lied to by an organization they trusted. And it takes some time to get out of that phase. So if you're going to focus on those people, you're going to find a lot more of them, and confirmation bias is going to come into play.
And all right, thank you so very much, the Sinister Porpoise. And I agree.
Thank you.
The more you add on there, the less it's going to apply to a group, and the more it just seems like a clickbait headline. And all right, we're going right down. Stick around for the open conversation.
Wham bam. Thank you, man.
Simos Funk, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists are
Hey,
angry,
Simos.
Narcissistic, Un-Agreeable, Antisocial, Dogmatists. How are you and what are your thoughts?
Well, now, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking. Okay, so I've got. Where do I stop on this one? I'm an anti-theist, and by anti-theist, I don't mean what Dr. Christopher Silver means. Okay, so I think what he's done is created a whole series of straw men in which to fit into his, I would say, let's call it a study. Why not? In order to fit into his study, a whole load of conclusions drawn from the interviews that he's previously done, and that seems to me the way that this flawed science, in inverted commas, has been done. I think also his definition of anti-theist just left a lot to be desired. It was a cross between what we were calling back in my day and earlier in the internet great debate community an atheist plus person, that is somebody who was an atheist and also had particular social views, right? And that seems to me where he was getting most of his ammo from for calling anti-theists, in inverted commas, because it's not my definition, that's for sure. Angry, right? And as you pointed out, angry really applies to those that have been betrayed by religion or feel betrayed by religion, that have been promised some kind of peace of mind or relief or community, and have had that taken away due to the promises of, I don't know, shall we say, dogmatism and theism, and I don't know, false teachings, shall we say, which is basically one of the reasons that I am an actual anti-theist, meaning to say that I'm against religious teaching of theism, right? I.e., being dogmatic itself, I find is a problem. Okay, so to say that we're antisocial dogmatists, that's completely wrong as an anti-theist. That's completely wrong. No, I'm against dogmatism. Am I antisocial? I might be. I don't think I am, because, of course, my career has been that of a social person. I've been a musician, and I've had to stand up on stage in front of people. Does that make me a narcissist? No, it doesn't, funnily enough, because I've been able to keep humble, right? Because I have something much bigger in mind, my music. And for me, in light of being a practicing musician rather than an achieved musician, is the distinction between being a narcissist as a musician and not. I'm still practicing, even though I've been doing it for 50 years, or 40 years rather. Am I angry? No, I'm angry at very few things, at least to do with theism. It makes me a little mad when I come across people like Sal, who are in some sense disingenuous, i.e., they deliberately misinterpret people's arguments and are uncharitable towards people that have arguments against them. And that does make me a little bit angry, but not angry in the sense that he means, or this scientist, in inverted commas, means angry. Not in the sense that people who feel betrayed are disappointed and angry at being taught lies, right? So for those reasons, I'm none of these things. Now, the point really here is that his definition of anti-theism really relied, and this is the biggest flaw as I see his study, really relied on saying that non-belief is some kind of, I don't know, some kind of construct by which we live our lives. It's not. As an atheist, you can't be dogmatic. There are no dogmas in atheism because it's a non-belief, right? If I'm a dogmatic about anything, I'm dogmatic about my actual beliefs, which are not non-beliefs, like such as there is no God, right? They're beliefs such as I'm a humanist. I believe that the benefit of humankind is what if any goal we should strive to, it is the one that we should most highly prize as human beings ourselves, right? So that I may be dogmatic in some sense, in that I'm not willing to give that up. I'm not willing to give up my humanity for anybody's sense of whether, whether I get, I don't know, bullied into believing that I might rot in a a hellfire for eternity. That's not worth giving up my humanity for. Is it worth giving up my humanity for an eternity praising some omniscient being which should have known better? Right, the problem of evil I'm referencing there. No, it's not. Right, humanity trumps all of these things. Right, so I'm a humanist for very good reasons, I believe. And am I dogmatic? I still don't think I'm dogmatic about that, because I have an open mind to accept new information and change my beliefs accordingly when I feel it's justified and rational to do so. All of those things which were said in that study about non-believers, right, for me is utter tosh and rubbish. Okay, as I've known in the atheist community, getting atheists to do one thing alone is, as commonly said, is like herding cats. It's not going to happen. Right? So yeah, we have many different viewpoints, but there aren't many different positions. Right? There are effectively very few positions which we fall into. Like the previous guy said, I'm a non-believer. Right? Okay, there you go. A non-theist is a good enough category, and it covers absolutely all of the people who don't believe in theism. Okay, now you can say I'm an agnostic, or you can say I'm an atheist. All right, you can say I'm a strong atheist. You can say I'm a weak atheist, lack theist. All of these terms, you can use them. That's fine. All right, but of course, really, the question doesn't hang on what you call yourself or what you actually have a rationality to most identify with. No, that's not what it hangs on. What it really hangs on is, what do you mean by God? Okay, if you mean God is something which you cannot describe and is unfalsifiable, then I guess we're all agnostics, right? If you think God is something which is like a cup of coffee, right? Well, we all know cups of coffee exist, so I guess you're a theist. If you think that God is something like the Christian God, which has contradictory properties, right, of omniscience, right, then presumably we're best off being an atheist, a strong atheist, saying that I believe that God does not exist. Right? So no, I'm sorry. When he wants to divide these up into the non-belief community, that premise alone to try and clarify different positions within the non-belief community, that's rubbish. Because those positions really just hang on what we mean by the word God, which is as flexible as you want to make it. And that's why the atheist community, as the term should be, as far as I'm concerned, should be diverse opinions, depending, and for what we think, or for what most of us think, is completely dependent on our own relationship to the word God and its definition. And we can have many different attitudes towards that, and therefore many different positions which we may take and still call ourselves part of this community, which is non-theist or atheist in my view. I think that covers everything. It was a while ago since this started, so I've had to keep some of these ideas in my mind, and I may have repeated myself. But hopefully I've expressed it clear enough for everybody to at least understand what I mean. So thank you very much, Amy.
No, it was great. Thank you for coming on and ranting in a rational, scientifically minded way. Love you as always, Simos.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Amy.
Woohoo! Stick around for the open conversation. We just got one more left. I guess that makes him our headliner tonight. We got Shane Bilowitz. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, our angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we talk about tonight?
My thoughts are citation needed.
Indeed.
Yeah. Could you hear any of that?
Yes,
Very-
we could,
Oh,
and
we
I
heard
think we agree. There's going to be a lot of citations needed.
But we're not going
Cool.
to get many.
So, when I was at Better, Thomas Westbrook, Holy Kool-Aid, gave a talk that was kind of about calling out the toxic behavior in atheism. And during the Q&A, someone asked him, they were like, hey, well, what about, like, what do you think about all those firebrand atheists that are always like, you know, so gung-ho and so, you know, and Thomas was like, well, what makes you think I'm not firebrand? Just because, you know, I'm cordial. Like, you can be, what did he say? He said you could be passionate and even assertive with your beliefs and still not be a dick. So, like, I think there are a lot of anti-theists and people who are against religion and, you know, anti-religionist or whatever you call it, that are assertive with their beliefs about how they feel about religion without them being angry or overtly aggressive and confrontational. I don't know. I think that kind of goes without saying, but it seems like he's just trying to either build a straw man or take or use Matt Dillahunty as an example of how everybody is like, oh, look, this guy's angry, you know, so that means all atheists must be angry, right? Because here's some study that I never cited and didn't provide any data for.
Yeah, just seems like
that way,
he's
yeah.
using it as a, like you were saying, a straw man to build up. So, in fact, that is a fantastic segue because I'm going to bring everybody. Thank you so very much, Shane. I couldn't agree more. And can I tell you how it was a straw man? Because this is, I just want to very quickly, as we move into open discussion, I just want to give 4 different headlines that Sal could have given beyond anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists, but he didn't. So these are the headlines that Sal could have been doing. Atheist activists are some of the least narcissistic and openness to experience. Agnostics, highly supportive of bodily autonomy. Ritual atheists have high positive relations with others and are the least dogmatic. And of course, academic atheists are the least angry. Now, we didn't hear any of those titles tonight, and yet just using Dr. Silver's data, you could have, right, quote unquote, or whatever, you could have used them. So it just seems like someone was trying to, once again, make okay atheist. And in doing so, in creating these weird types, which never really works for the herding of cats, you end up with a creationist video that, well, is the title of tonight.
Yeah, I just had one other thing that I'd forgotten to mention in my opening, which is, of course, you know, where was this study done, right? Because if this study was done in some parts of Europe, there's no way any of that would be even applicable to even the strongest anti-theist, right? Because that's just not how religion is viewed anymore in Europe, right? I'm betting this was done in some fairly religious part of the States where new atheists are extremely angry because they're getting isolated and made to be antisocial.
If I could say that the methodology, I'd have to redouble, but he seems to have put not an ad, but the equivalent on like a Patheos type of website, and was like, everyone come vote, and then took this. But like I don't think it's an actual representative of yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what a Patheos website is. Could you?
A Patheos. It's like a debate website almost. Not a not a full. It's half like a Wikipedia, half like a debate.
Okay.
Basically, I don't think it's a great scientific survey. I don't think it was like we handed out this at a bunch of universities, or we went to a population.
I see. So we don't. It's not a controlled study in any sense of the word. It's just how do you self-identify as? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Like
well,
I
that's,
said,
that's fair enough.
Okay,
I mean,
atheist.
I'm not going to sit there and bitch about it because it doesn't make any difference at all, right? I know that the definition of non-theist and atheist and anti-theist has been changing over the years, right? I remember Ozzy saying to me a long time ago, like 5-6 years ago, look, I'm not an anti-theist anymore because people keep changing the definition to something that I'm not.
Sure. Well,
and I'm
I'll
like,
say,
oh, okay, right. But don't you think it means this? And he went, yeah, I think it means that. But other people just keep putting words in my mouth. So I'm not going to call myself
kinky.
that.
Oh, wait, no
Right.
words. I'll say
words.
this, and then we'll
Amy,
get friendly
focus,
Musley
Newman.
on. I know, focus. That it's hard enough to get sometimes creationists to, accept our definition of atheism to begin with. It's just that type of fight. But I just want to reiterate, as we could maybe talk to Dr. Silver, and like I said, his intentions were like, listen, look, we atheists just have such a bad name. Don't you want to rehabilitate atheists? And all I would say is this is what happens when you try and take pot shots at go out of your way, in my opinion, to create a narrative. You create all these different categories so you can single it anti-theists. All you do is you give ammo for this creationist and a whole bunch of people like Sal to then quote mine it to death.
Yeah, again, I don't have an issue with trying to rehabilitate, and that happens in Europe.
Oh, sure.
It's just a matter of a numbers game. Once you break a certain number, then the theists can't keep calling you it because they know too many people themselves which are atheists, right? So it goes away, right?
And I agree.
Just because it's such a low number in the States. And I can understand I can understand that these atheist groups want to include as many people as possible. So that's why I would say normalizing atheism, like you said, is about in trying to include the widest group possible. And the widest group is going to be, of course, non-theists. And some people don't want to call themselves atheists that are in that group. And that's fine, right? We've, as atheists, in quote unquote, we need to accept that there are going to be some agnostics that just don't want to be called atheists. And we've got to understand that, accept it, and say, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to include you when I say atheist. Right? I'm sorry. That's just how that's going to be. However, that doesn't stop people who are just out of religion, haven't really come to the conclusion all the way that they don't believe yet because they still have a fear of hell, or there are many reasons why people don't go all the way to atheism and want to stop on agnosticism. Okay, and that's the battle, is fighting getting those people to come over and say, oh, well, look, actually, being an atheist is not as bad as you think, right? You don't have to give up all of these issues, okay? And we can help you work through them, right? What it's about is trying to create a community which can get enough people into that community to replace the advantage, right, that theism has, or at least churches have, by having this dominance in the community itself, right? Generation to generation to generation. Okay, so for me, that's the battle. Again, that's why I'm an anti-theist. And I just want to mention one last thing. Sorry to rant on again. But one last thing is that
You're at
you
the right
mentioned
place.
Shannon Q, and I don't think she's angry. I don't think she's narcissistic. She certainly isn't unagreeable,
Amen.
and I don't think she's antisociable or a dogmatist. She is an anti-theist. Okay, just to put that out there. So again,
Alexander?
what this guy is talking about is complete nonsense. He's not defining his terms nearly credibly enough to actually make a difference in the community itself. He doesn't understand. I don't think he has a deep understanding of some of the philosophical issues between the different categories and why they're important to people. So that's my personal opinion. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I agree, and it's just one of those where, we don't believe in hell, but I will say the expression that good intentions pave the way to hell, and that this is just not the right way of doing it. We should be normalizing atheism in healthy ways, not creating data that wants to take pot shots at, a specific viewpoint of non-theism. But yes, let's bring in Friendly Muslim, because sending love to him, all of our theist brothers and sisters in here. We are Skeptic and Ranting. What is up, a Friendly Muslim? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about anything we have been talking about tonight?
Well, I've just come to test the waters and see how angry and anti-theist you guys are, and how
Woof,
dogmatic
Woof.
the room is, and see if I can make it out in one piece. Meow.
Oh my.
We haven't agreed on a safe word yet.
I think my safe word might be meow.
Why?
I think it's citation needed.
A question. I had a few questions actually. What was the sample size that this guy sort of did, or how many
Not
people
very
did?
big.
Oh, really?
59, I think.
Yeah.
I was reading the paper.
That's
59
even more disappointing than I thought then.
Not very
people.
big. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to link the paper or what they linked earlier so you can look at it.
Oh, please do. That'd be cool. Yeah, no, because it'd be good to see. Yeah, well, I mean, as a sample size, really, is that really indicative of anything? I mean, that's probably. I've got
No,
more
not
people
really.
coming around for a little, high tea than that sort of sample size. But
Your
okay,
local Rita serves more than that.
what do you? Because in America, and I've seen on a couple of streams, like the way they actually talk about atheists is actually quite hard and cruel and nasty in places, and I didn't actually appreciate it. So, is it in certain places? It's this sort of, like in America, for example, is it more balanced? Is it not balanced? Is there a sort of condemnation of
Sorry,
atheists?
I hate to interrupt. I've just got to make a quick correction. It looks like it was 1153.
Okay. Yeah, I saw N59, so.
Okay.
And I will just say that there is a dichotomy. So first of all, if you are in a suburban or urban area, you are going to be fine living as an atheist, and chances are you won't be discriminated against. The farther you go out into rural America, the more that they become this more Christian community. However, this, for whatever reason, does not work when you want to get into politics. So in politics, even in suburbia and urban communities, you for some reason have to generally be religious, but you will not get for the most part, when you're in like a city, you're just I'm trying to think, I hate to say the word normie, I'm trying to think what the term is. You just
Cosmopolitan.
Cosmopolitan. You live life, no one really cares. It's not going to come up But once again, you're going to see these back and forth, the rhetoric, especially from the politicians, especially from specific states that are going to lean on a certain type of population. The rhetoric is going to get fiery, to say the least.
Yeah. What I think Friendly Muslim is what you're seeing is more of a idiotic culture war that's going on in this country.
That
Also,
too.
I just want to apologize to music lovers everywhere for my harmonica playing. And what you're seeing is...
It was lovely, Sinister. It was lovely.
No, it's great.
Don't apologize, please.
It was not as good as the guitar player. I think what you're seeing is more of a political maneuvering where we see it's like, oh yeah, I'm conservative, I have to be a Christian, or it's like atheist or liberal. It's like, no, it's not.
No, not at all.
It doesn't work that way.
It's just the way the media portrays it.
Sorry. Do you think there? So what do you think could be done better on both sides? If there was like 3 things that you could say on both sides that could
Ice
be
cream.
done.
Wait, no, continue.
Well,
on pizza, tandoori wings, maybe.
I think this.
Oh, now we're talking.
I think this kind of gets out of the idea of the stream. So, but one of the things I would change is the way social media does content selection.
There you go.
I think for me, on the theist side, they could probably update their book.
That'd be a good one too. Or books if you're Mormon.
Next.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that one will go down well at the tea party, but I'll put it in the suggestion box.
Well, I think a big part of it is just actually getting out and meeting people that are atheists. Because where I live outside of San Francisco, so I'm in a pretty liberal area, and nobody really cares if you're atheist or anything like that. But a lot of people that I've met online have a very different experience, especially if they live in a southern state or in a rural state or a rural area in the state, where a lot of people just don't know any atheists or any out atheists. I'm sure they know people that are atheists. They just they're public about it. So the only information that they get about what atheists are like is either from the media or from their pastors, because I've had people tell me about how they used to think their pastors or used to think atheists were like mean and evil, and they worship Satan, and we all think it's kind of a joke. It's like, oh, yeah, atheists, we eat babies and we sacrifice goats. And
yeah, I was just going to say, we must swap recipes soon on that baby sauce you were talking about.
Well, it's a joke up until like Gilead is forming.
I mean, that joke does come from like some truth.
All good jokes too.
Yeah, the way a lot of atheists or a lot of people perceive atheists, especially in areas like the South, it's because they haven't met anybody. So if they actually just took the time to sit down and listen, I feel like that happens with a lot of religious people that I know, that when they find out that I'm an atheist and they're like, wait a minute, but you're not like a dick and you're not doing this and you're
and you don't throw babies in volcanoes,
right?
Well, if you remember, a long time ago we did a video where a Christian pretended to be an atheist and he went into a Christian school to kind of present atheism to the kids, even though he was just kind of throwing some of our talking points at the kids, kind of to immunize them, like, oh, I've heard that before. But one of the kids said, like, so you're an atheist, so like, how are you able to love your wife if you don't have like the love for Jesus? Because that's where all love comes from, and or your kids even. And afterwards, when he revealed himself to be a Christian, he's like, don't use that kind of argument. Like, atheists are not like heartless, loveless, soulless creatures that, when they love their spouse or their kids, it's the same kind of love that they had, just like a non-human, like idea, caricature of what an atheist is, that they're just heartless, soulless creatures with no love for anything, which is really not true.
Yeah, I like to parrot it back sometimes. I'll ask a strong theist. I say, well, look, you can't ground ultimate bullshit, so you can't be a human. It's that simple.
Well,
Dun, dun, dun.
let's turn this around a little bit. Don't you kind of get the same thing? Because do you live in America or in the United States, first off?
Me?
No, friendly Muslim.
Oh, UK.
It's still
So
not
it's different. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Well, the thing is that, like recently, so for example, Dawkins was one of the pioneers of this new atheism. And so, sort of within the Muslim community, they're kind of like, look, this new atheism is done. And, so it's him, Sam Harris, and one more. Who's the other one? Hitchens? Yeah. So, yeah, the Four Horsemen, I think they're called.
And
Dennett.
yeah.
Daniel Dennett, Sam Harris.
Yeah, that sort of crew. So their focus is more dealing with them as a target of basically what they're saying and what they represent and what our counter arguments would be. And then it's sort of
just notice how Dennett doesn't get mentioned much when it comes to being a target for theists.
Poor Dennett.
Well, it's just his arguments. You're not going to dismantle them unless you've had at least 20 years learning philosophy. So they just ignore him, right? And they go straight for the bad ones, right? The bad philosophers like Dawkins and Harris,
Well, Dawkins isn't a philosopher.
Exactly.
But I was.
What was
Exactly.
Hitchens?
That doesn't even have anything to do with my.
Hitchens has a degree in philosophy. Yeah.
I think she was asking a
Oh,
different
sorry.
question.
I thought he was mainly journalism.
That doesn't even. Yeah, Hitchens.
That was
is a
his
journalist.
job. Yeah.
But that wasn't where I was going. I was going to say, don't you find you also get like ignorant people coming at you because they don't really know any Muslims?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm still surprised, and what also surprises me is sort of the Christians that are teaming up with atheists to go at the Muslims. I find that a weird combination. Also,
sorry, go ahead.
You mean like Dave Woods, like
yeah, like Dave Wood and Apostate Prophet. And I was thinking about this today. I was like,
can I tell you something kind of odd? Because I was
Yeah, sure.
sending love to David Wood. So like I did DebateCon, and which was a modern day debate convention, sending love to James over there and all of that. But I was like going back and forth picking up people. And in fact, my partner Rachel ended up picking up most of the people because I had to moderate. And there was a Christian that I was like, listen, there is this Christian out there. I mean, I love everybody out there. Because I was telling her about the community. He's a psychopath. That's what he says. And long story short, she comes back and she's like, hey, I just talked with this nice fellow. His name was David Wood. I'm like, oh my God. And I don't know what is with this unholy alliance of atheists and Christians, and I think what it comes with is a fear from Christians. I think Christians are starting to realize that they're the old shtick, and right now Islam is kind of coming in right now in a lot of
Coming
different
in
countries.
onto
Well, there's kind of
all over the place.
a war that atheists have nothing to do with, which is, in a lot of third world countries, it's just Islam versus Christianity. Atheism isn't even a thing. And so it's a while until we're going to be on that playing field. So I think that's what you're seeing with that.
Well, I think
I
there's something.
told that story horribly, but it was very, and I just, it was very just funny because we just one last time that we had, she never even knew who he was, but then she ended up driving him.
Okay, I think there's another reason for it actually, and I think this is especially prevalent in the States, not so much over here in the UK, but I think it's really prevalent in the States, which is to say that the gaps between denominations in Christianity are getting wider and wider. All right, I've heard so many people say Catholics aren't Christians, American Christians say that Catholics just aren't Christians because they're Calvinists or because
Oh,
they're
sure.
evangelicals, etc. And I think this is why we're getting an unholy alliance, if you like, because they're worried about their own status as Christians, and so the first thing they're going to try and do is attack other religions, and they see Islam as a like almost as a united religion, even though Islam has had its own schisms over the years, and is reasonably divided as well, right? But not as divided as Christianity. You know, there's something like whatever it is, 4,000 different denominations of Christianity. And as Matt Dillahunty, we've mentioned his name tonight a few times. So as Matt Dillahunty said, if you want to know what's wrong with the First Baptist Church, Southern Baptist Church, you go to the Second Southern Baptist Church, right? That's how divided Christianity can be sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think they're really threatened by Islam.
And one more just data point
Mm-hmm.
is that when it comes to atheism, we kind of have this clean, slate on the matter. And I think there's this almost evolutionary outlook that, I see this with Christians, like I think Simas was just saying, the Catholic and the Protestant hate each other almost way more than they hate the atheist. And I see this with Sunni and Shia. And so in a weird way, they hate each other way more than they hate us. Even though if you take a look at the American poll, they rape us up there with like serial killer and rapist. But when it comes to the intellectual battle, it's sometimes easy to rub us because we get Christians all the time that come in try and get brownie points that they're like, oh, well, we're not throwing gays off roofs, so you should be our best friends.
Actually,
sorry. No, were you about to say it's not a bad point? I mean, look, I'll pat them on the head if they're doing stuff, but that's really not a great point.
What I always say is, I don't think. Well, what I always say is they all go based on the same book, and they claim that's why Christianity is not a religion because it's objectively based on a book. But as it has been pointed out, there are thousands of different denominations, but it's worse than that because you will never find two Christians who agree with each other completely on everything. In fact, you will struggle to find two Christians who agree with each other completely about anything, any point of doctrine. If you go through it, there will always be some point of nuance where they have a slightly different take on it. Like they can't even agree on virtually anything.
I mean, for instance, friendly Muslim, there will be Christians in the side chat, more than likely, right, that are saying, look, we're not attacking Islam. We're atheists. We're all atheists, and we're not attacking Islam. Whereas if they were in here now, we would be attacking Christianity. All right? Because they just missed the point on it. They want that fight more than they want more than they actually want some kind of consensus or a reasonable discussion. You're in here to have a reasonable discussion, so we're not pushing back, right? It comes that simple.
I agree with that. I went on a couple of American streams. These two, a Christian threw out another Christian out of Christianity, and basically called him a Muslim because he didn't agree about Isaiah 53 being about Jesus. One guy said Isaiah 53 is about the Jewish people. and the land of Israel and the Messiah. And the other one said, no, it's just about Jesus. And he said, and then he threw him out of Christianity and said, you're just like a Muslim. You are a
And
Muslim.
friendly
You were ready to
Muslim?
welcome.
I know, you're like, come on board. You're become a revert. But I want to just point out that like the no true Scotsman is rampant in this country, and it's kind of like it is common that the one denomination just thinks the other denomination has it wrong and they're going to hell, and there's so many of them, so many people are going to hell, and it's not very Big Tent. It's really the exact opposite, in that what ends up happening is they keep on schisming and keep on fracturing, and the churches are not filling up in this country anymore. My joke is they are being beaten out by the PS5, and so they have a problem right now.
Don't forget the Xbox One.
Or the Xbox One. And, continue.
Muslims are buying churches at the moment. But there's like 3 or 4 projects that I know of that they're, raising funds and buying churches left, right, and center at the moment. So
are LGBT groups to turn them into community centers.
And I will have to add this in here. I do think that there's a fantastic, I call it the Turkey model, which is originally it was a church, and then it became a mosque, and eventually it became a museum. But hey, look, I love everybody.
It's an interesting dynamic.
Wait till they buy. Wait till the Christians try and get hold of Saint Sophia, then they'll be held to pay, right?
Hey,
this might be
They'll buy it back sooner or later.
And
I don't know. Look, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I just want to say the one last thing. I mean, in our heads, we have 2 fronts, and it's just, the Christians are what are in front with our looming theocracy. I mean, we have Christians that will go, you got Sharia law coming here, which is ridiculous. We see, I would say, their version of that, and it's generally those people that are shouting that. And so that's why we have to stay vigilant here. And why? Because they're always that's also the one other thing that I'll add, the asterisk of the asterisk, because they're always like, oh my God, the Saudis, and they're throwing gays. Why do you liberals and atheists and whatever buzzword that I have defend Muslims here? Well, funny enough, because they tend to be a minority in this country, and you tend, as the majority, to pick on that minority and discriminate against that minority and be prejudiced against that minority. So it turns out when someone's being an asshole to a Muslim individual, it doesn't matter that I don't believe in their beliefs at all. It's the right thing to call them out on being an asshole. And there's my final addendum.
Amy, I have a favorite variant on that argument, and that's when they bring up Iran to a trans person. And you have to point out to them, Iran's government actually treats trans people better than the U.S. government does. But they don't care because first of all, they don't realize trans people and gay people are different things.
They treat them as the same.
Yes, well, that's like a it's like where they're luring in one way. They're like, look, we treat our trans people wonderfully, and you're right. 100% Iran treats transgender individuals better. However, just like you were saying,
people better than ours does.
That's true, because you still have to follow. I'm not a big fan of the Iranian government or the revolution.
Yeah, this sounds slightly suspicious. I mean,
nonetheless,
I would go. I'd like a little bit of data on
that. Take my word for it, ladies and gentlemen.
Trust me, there are other problems with what Iran is doing.
There's always an asterisk that you're building up for, because the reason you have to ask yourself is why are they being nice to trans people? And I wish
Some trans
the
people.
answer, or some trans people, I wish the answer was out of the kindness and goodness of their hearts. But it's because they view homosexuality as an abomination. And thus what they do is they push, cultural-wise, away from being gay and into being trans.
So yeah,
And so, sure.
it's great if you're
Yes.
trans, but it's a form of conversion therapy if you're gay.
And once again, yes, it is basically Alan Turing all the way if you are
Turing.
gay. And yes, thank you. So you get this from religion once again, because we have gotten Muslim trans people are like, look, I'm being treated wonderfully here. But yes, it is to our Muslim brothers and sisters. We've also put in a lot of points, and there's only one theist. So I do want to eventually give it back over.
I just want to say, just because they treat trans people better doesn't mean I want to go to Iran.
No, exactly. Well, the only reason I'd want to go to Iran would be to debate on either why Islam isn't wrong, and if that's too spicy for them, I don't know, pick a version of deism. But sure, I mean, but once again, I will put the asterisk on the asterisk on the asterisk. We should always protect it, because you have to. It's just like with my Jewish family. I no longer want the Jewish religion to exist, but I despise people who go after Ashkenazi Jews. And so we as anti-theists have to walk a tightrope. We want to love and embrace our theist brothers and sisters while also having these intellectual debates. And okay, friendly Muslim, a million points. Or Simos.
Well, yeah, I just want to simplify it, if I may. Look, I'm a humanist, right? I believe that the human species is what's important here. Not people. People shouldn't be discriminated against because of their religion. And if they're breaking laws against humanity, all right, then yeah, those are the people we need to go after. Just because you're a Muslim or you're a Zoroastrian or you're Jewish or you're Christian or any of these, that's not a reason to call somebody out. The reason to call somebody out is, of course, the way they behave towards other people, the way they behave in society.
Absolutely.
And that's the difference, right? So you call yourself a friendly Muslim. If you were calling for, I don't know, some parts of Sharia law, which are, quite frankly, Iron Age barbarism, okay, then I would certainly be against you calling that out. But I still wouldn't want you to be subject to those laws.
Yeah, and a lot of Muslims actually don't know. This is it's interesting you mentioned that, because I always it's laughable in a way when people say, "Oh, they want Sharia law," and people don't actually understand what Sharia law is. They were doing a survey and they were asking Muslims, like, if you ask what is Sharia, like, yeah, Sharia is smiling, giving to charity, being and praying. This is all part of the Sharia, the path, the struggle. So if you ask a Muslim, they'll go, yeah, I want Sharia. But in terms of actual punishments and laws, that's a whole different kettle of fish that, you wouldn't be asking your normal average Muslim, because they don't have understand all the rulings and all the laws that come into play, and also how they can be implemented. There's so many varieties of how laws have been implemented in different countries. Not all Muslim countries operate the same, and that's a fact. And they
you can have Sharia without cutting people's hands or heads off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
that's the problem with it, is that it's a very local form of justice done by people who aren't necessarily the best qualified to enforce justice. Because it's so arbitrary in some sense.
Well, it depends. In some, yeah, it is flexible. It is a system of law that can go can cover
continue.
All aspects of secularism. Also, what people forget, and I was just on Atheist Republic with Armin the other week, and I've been on there a couple of times, but how it's implemented, and what was the different rulings on different situations could have been very easy and non-punishable, and it really wasn't an issue. Like, society could run whatever sins you're doing, do them outside. If you're causing some of the laws are just like public nuisance or disruption to public, which we get now.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, of
is
course,
free
of course.
speech really free speech? I
Mm.
can't say certain things here in the UK,
Sure, me
that's going to
neither. Yeah.
incite violence, etc. So,
Mhm.
these are the things that aren't sort of considered. But I don't think most Muslims actually have a full understanding of
Well,
what
we
the
did.
Sharia
I'd
law is.
just like to point out, we did try in London, at least anyway. There were areas which tried Sharia law to be what's the word? Our court system and our police allowed Sharia courts to dish out justice, or I don't know which way you want to phrase it, but put out justice towards Muslims that preferred to go through Sharia. And
Sovereignty.
that was, yeah, I mean, they almost ceded sovereignty to these courts in order to try and deal with the Muslim community in a more fair way, to allow,
But they couldn't
them
go.
the choice of
They
going
couldn't
to
go
Sharia
against the
courts.
actual UK laws, though. So
Yeah,
it'd be
they
sort of
could.
like
Yeah,
count.
they
Really?
could. Yeah, yeah.
What, they could actually break a UK law?
Well, yeah, in some senses, because like things like divorce, which was the main issue that came up, they were allowed, or particular women decided that they wanted divorce, okay, from abusive husbands, for instance, and in the Sharia courts they were allowed to go, or deferred through the man to go to a Sharia court and sort it out. And of course, they weren't coming out with divorces. And then after several of these Sharia court sessions, right, they then would get in contact with a charitable organization, which then funded their a private case through the UK court system. And of course, then they were granted divorces. Right? So
Yeah.
there
So
was a
that's what that.
conflict. So there was a conflict there, and it's not to do with the fact that they weren't be able to get justice in the end. The problem is they were sent back to abusive husbands, and that wouldn't happen if they'd first said to social services in the UK, "Look, I need to get away from this man because he's an abusive man, and I need to set up a divorce." Right? Because they had this intermediary stage of deferring to Sharia courts, right? And the Sharia courts were keen to keep the husband and man together, husband and woman together, despite serious problems within a marriage. Okay, that led to conflict. Now, I'm not saying that they didn't end up divorcing; they did, and I'm not saying that all Sharia courts would have done that. I'm not. If a woman had gone into some Sharia courts and said, "Look, he's physically abusing me. I need this," then they would have just granted it straight away. That may have been the case, right? But in the Sharia courts that were set up, right, this didn't happen in several cases, quite a few cases. Okay, and that in fact there was a charity specifically set up to help Muslim women divorce their husbands and avoid having to go through Sharia court.
Do you have information on that you could put in the private chat? Because
well, I mean, this is from
fully
my
familiar
memory. It
with
happened in the 90s, so we're talking a long time
Oh,
ago.
okay.
Whether
All right. Well,
that would have been the case, but it was an official project set up by the UK government in order to test the viability of Sharia courts in the UK.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
but then they would have only been sort of for guidance, and again, having known the justice system in the 90s, etc. So it was a different kettle of fish completely.
Well, I wouldn't
This
say
was
completely.
voluntary to use the Sharia courts, or how?
Yeah, because like
they were pressured by their communities to use them because the Sharia courts were under focus, because they were given legitimacy by the UK government effectively, right?
I mean,
So
they weren't
the
allowed to break UK
judgments.
laws. I'm sorry, I wouldn't agree with that statement that they were
Well,
allowed to break UK laws.
Sure, it is breaking a law in this country if you send someone back to an abusive partner. That is breaking a law.
No, but then they would have had to have a certain. They must have been something that was there. Like if they were going for a
there's
counselling
pressure
service.
from their community, a lot of pressure from their communities
Right.
to cede to the judgment of this court.
I seem
Oh,
to
look,
rem-
Well-
we've been told by your husband he's not going to hit you again. There you go. What reason do you have not to go? Well, I think he is going to hit me again. Yeah, but he's told us otherwise, and you're
Yeah,
now
but then
causing
at the
problems
first
to the
point of
Sharia.
hitting or beating or anything that was a physical violence that would have
Mhm.
broken the UK law, then that should have been
It did,
reported
yeah.
then.
Yes.
Yeah, so
They
then
sh- the
I don't
Sharia
agree
court,
with the green
the Sharia
light that
court
they
should
had.
have reported it, correct? But they didn't, right? In fact, so much so that there were multiple cases, right, where these women had to go through a women's hostel and charity in order to get away from their husbands and then seek a divorce through the UK courts.
All right. I seem to
Right?
remember.
I'm just saying, look, this actually happened. I mean, I know it's a long time ago, and I know that's not representative necessarily of what's happening now. Right? Life was different back then. But I'm just saying there was a lot of issues around the legitimacy of Sharia courts running alongside a UK court system.
I seem to remember what Simos was talking about, although I think it was 2000s, but my memory is not real good on this either. It was an
went on for
experiment
a few
that
years.
failed. But we also have plenty of examples of the US where things will get swept under the rug because of religion. A good example, and it's not just the US where this happens, is the Catholic priest abuse scandals.
Yeah. Another same
Yeah,
sort of thing
no, that'd
happened
be
here,
true.
of course. Although, of course, it wasn't just Catholic priests; it was also care homes as well, secular care homes.
Well, most especially authoritarian religions, because the Mormons and Baptists have a huge problem with it too, do have a problem with child molestation.
Yeah, I think personally, I think paedophiles gravitate to jobs which gives them access to children. Right?
So
I think that was
atheist, right?
It would
And-
seem to make sense, right?
Yeah, and as such, then like teaching, caretakers, all of these jobs, right? Care homes, all of these jobs, and priests, religious leaders, right? All have access to children, and therefore they're high priorities for, people that are hiding their paedophilia. Just to say, I mean, that's again, it seems obvious. But
Unless they're
now
doing the
it's
right
now
thing
it's
and trying to stay away from kids, but that's few and far between, unfortunately.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I don't mean to say something, particularly derogatory about you personally, or the Muslims that you know, friendly Muslim.
Yeah,
the
no, it's
leaders
just
that
the
you have.
Sharia courts and stuff and how they were set up, and because I think we may have been talking about two different time periods, or how I understand them to
Sure.
have their purpose essentially was more of a counselling service. Because
Well,
again, in the 90s, there was a lack of English, and people coming into the country, and I know there've been different sort of services set up for the refugee, in terms of for refugees, etc. And then being able to then within these communities sort of open it up. Now again, if any Sharia court allowed any sort of domestic violence that went against the UK laws, then obviously that would be a failing straight away. So that's
yeah,
what I just
that
wanted
was the case for many women, as this particular charity reported, as they were funding the cases to get the divorces through. But I think, and this is just my memory, it was around 92, 93, and I think it was in Muswell Hill. So if you want to try and find information about Muswell Hill.
There was a
Sharia
period,
courts.
there was a period, I think this is what Sinister might have been referring to, and maybe Friendly, I think it was in the mid-2000s around Bradford. It was involved civil law mainly, I think, if my memory serves me correctly.
I'm not sure I have the time decades right, so
The Bradford thing is completely different. The Bradford thing was to do with grooming, and that was an organised crime syndicate. which was mainly to do with Pakistanis, not necessarily Muslims as such.
And I'm just going to interrupt you guys just really quickly. We have about 40 minutes. If we keep on vibing, we're going to have fun with Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists or Angry, Narcissistic, Un-Agreeable, Antisocial, Dogmatist. I am
Take a deep
going to,
breath.
however, I know, send the link back into stream for anyone who wants to join us out there on the interwebs. However, in the chatosphere, I do want to send some love. I see Mac in the Twitch world. Welcome to the channel. We love having all sorts of views here. And I see Uncle Beck. What is up? Woo-hoo.
Hey, Beck.
Sending love, Uncle Beck. You should also be checking Student Dr. Ben and Uncle Beck's content because these fantastic gentlemen are non-believers, and you should be checking out more non-believer content because once again, we don't have a holy war.
Yeah.
Uncle Beck is fantastic, great content and great conversation. I highly recommend subbing to his channel.
But if you disagree with anything we've been saying tonight, well, if you agree with us, we definitely want you to come on. But we can't help it. We like it spicy. If you disagree with us, feel free to join us on StreamYard, and you have a little bit more time left.
So, are there
Thanks,
any
buddy.
atheist divisions at all?
Well,
Well, not
Can I
because
s-
they're
Of course.
Can I tell you that is almost the notion of these divisions, I would say, is what is spicy, because there's a generally agreed upon premise that we are all kind of cats, that you can't really, ironically enough, on the subject, I think we trend towards undogma things, unless I guess you can go a little bit Stalin and Mao on people, but that's a different story. When it comes to secular humanists, we tend to just want people to live one by one, or live free. But I wanted to ask you, friendly Muslim, who do you come across as like the most vitriolic? Is it the atheist? Is it a different denomination of Muslim? Is it Christians? Is there one at all?
I think every group's got their little sets that go over the top with things.
Sure.
extremists.
Yeah, just like like if I don't like me personally, like there'll be some Muslims that were like, "Oh, you're an atheist, so you must, like making love to donkeys," and they'll use that as an argument. And why don't you make love to your mother then? And where's your morality? And they'll do these sort of arguments, and I'm like,
Yeah.
come on, man, like please, like you make yourself look like ridiculous. Let's have let's be human with each other, and it becomes, they'll try and use those tactics. I've seen, which I've had to talk to people and say, listen, dude, cut it out, man. You make yourself look silly. I've seen some extremist Christians. I mean, I don't know if they're just your normal Bible bashers, essentially, but the way that they were really talking like horridly about atheists, and like I had to just switch out of there because I was just like, I don't see any love of Christ in you guys here. The way you're sort of talking, um, and they were the same types that sort of throwing each other out of Christianity and calling each other heretics. So they literally went through, it was this whole sort of, there's no love like Christian love hate, where they were sort of throwing each other out. Then they were targeting the atheists, and then they were talking about the Muslims. So, and then some atheists are kind of just like, yeah, we want to tear down your religion. you'll be done. You're irrational. Sky daddies and spaghetti monsters and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I don't know if I appreciate that talk either.
Can I tell you what I think we need to work on better as atheists?
Mhm.
Is remembering that the theists are people too, than just trying to figure this shit out. And so my biggest thing when I listen to a lot of these debates, what kills me is when I hear, because I'm very quick on responses too, especially on chat. It almost looks like if you've ever seen me debate in chat, it looks like I'm botting or I'm pasting, even though I'm typing. And yet what I've found almost always, because the atheist, I think, response is to, when they hear something in their opinion silly, is to shut it down right away. To say, no, bad, wrong, this is what. And what I think is often, in my opinion, would be more helpful is to allow, to give, as James would call it, almost a backhanded insult, is give people rope. Is I would tell all of my agnostic, atheist, skeptic, whatever the fuck, brothers and sisters, is just at least give your theist brothers and sisters the time to just get their points fully out. Because
it helps.
it's not exactly, it helps. It's not a scorecard. It's as if there's some, we don't believe in eternal scorecard. So try and win some points in the actual humanism category and talk to your fellow humans and let them talk back. And hopefully we let that happen on this channel.
You got a fan out there, friendly Muslim, somebody.
I think they know me from another channel, so
Okay.
I think that they may also be already Muslim, so
Maybe so.
or
So,
not. I don't know. Could be a duplicate.
I had a question about. I mean, you can only debate the person in front of you, I suppose. So that's another thing. But what do you think about schisms within Islam? Because I've heard horror stories as well about Sunni Shia rivalry when it's close.
Yeah,
it's bloody. You know what I mean? In some parts of the world.
It's
and what can we do? I mean, as atheists, right? I mean, we know we're against Islam, of course we're against Islam because it's a religion. But that again, I'm a humanist, and I don't want those kind of conflicts to continue. Right?
Well, I mean,
So,
Jordan Peterson recently done a video, which was the best bit of advice to ever come from a Christian psychologist who interviewed 2 Muslims and thinks he's now the voice of the Muslim Ummah, and was like,
oh, that's right. He did a video to Muslims, right?
Yeah,
to catch the audience up.
you Sunni and Shias, stop fighting. Why don't you get yourself a pen pal? And then or heaven forbid, reach out to a Christian or even a Jew. Like he was such a condescending, like literally.
Yeah. You guys can both just give up and become Christian.
Yeah,
Have
you guys ever tried not fighting anymore?
Sorry, Amy wants to say something, I think.
Well, no, I mean, that is basically a Family Guy skit. That's like asking, like looking around and being like, hey, these two groups have been, having intellectual debates for thousands of years. Have you ever tried just, I don't know, not? Could you just maybe, no. The equivalent of wagging your finger. But hey, maybe.
Write somebody a letter.
Yeah,
before Jordan Peterson tells the Muslims to get their own house in order, maybe you should work on his reading comprehension about Canadian human rights law changes.
There you go. Clean your own room first. So again, just to get back here, I mean, the difference is a fundamental one in ideology, is it not? Is it to do with, and correct me please, because I think I'm probably wrong, but is it not to do with who inherited the mantle of from the prophet?
Pursue
Yeah, I
your
mean,
Shino.
it's
Yeah.
it's yeah, well, basically, yeah. So there was Ali, who was the a cousin of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. And there was then Abu Bakr, who was his father-in-law, and then there were other caliphs also who were close companions. So at the time, there was some disagreement as to what was the best course of action to be the successor. But he then became number 4 anyway, and he had opportunities, and they did vote, and they had a consensus. But what happened was maybe like 50 or 60 years afterwards, there became the schism became bigger because other groups infiltrated it, and then there became a battles between the two, and then as time went on, the history was rewritten, and so the Shia
Right.
sort of curse the family or the wife of the Prophet, and this is how it's happened. And then you've
And
got
which
Iran.
wife? Sorry, which wife of the Prophet?
Well, Aisha.
Aisha. Okay, interesting.
And
Because
so
she
they
was the one that helped complete the Quran. Is that not correct?
she was no she was the one on who is responsible for like hadiths, and sort of carrying the message
Well,
forward. She was
more
actually a
than
great
that.
scholar.
Yeah, more than that, though, right?
Yeah, no,
I mean, she
yeah,
actually influenced the Quran because it wasn't just she was the one authenticating, I believe, that the writings which have been found of the Prophet's sermons.
Well, didn't she have like a brother or a cousin that was like an expert in the Old Testament, like an Old Testament scholar?
no, that was the first wife, and
Oh, that was his other wife.
yeah, that was his first wife, who had, I think, a cousin or something, or an old man who was
That's right,
who
BBC.
knew about Hebrew, was in Hebrew possibly. There's different narrations on what he was. So yeah.
My point is then that this particular schism, right?
Mhm.
If it's against the family of Aisha, well, then presumably they must contest some of what's in the Quran. If she, in
No,
fact, was the
we
one
we don't.
helping to
No.
get the writings of the Prophet together in
Yeah,
order
no.
to
It's
create the
it's really
Quran.
no. It's really the Hadith, which is
No. I don't want to go to the Hadith. Okay, I want to concentrate on the Quran here.
yeah, but
Okay,
there's
so
only
the
one
Quran
Quran,
was not
mate.
written during the lifetime of Muhammad, was it?
Okay, so do you think they have a different Quran?
No, I'm saying that the
So
Quran.
then there would be no disagreement.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you is something slightly different here. Okay, the Quran was not written during the lifetime of the Muhammad. Yes or no?
It was memorized and collated within the
Was
lifetime
it
of the
written
Prophet.
during the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad?
Within a year of his death, they had formalized the writing of it, of the recited version. Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're just going to be at odds then if that's what you. I don't think that that's the case. From my understanding, it was written from scraps of parchment which had been
Yeah,
written
so it was
down as
collate. It
people
was
had
collated.
collated. Yeah, hang on, let me finish my sentence. People had written down sermons that the Prophet had given onto pieces of paper. Those bits of paper were then collated, and Aisha was consulted in the process of deciding which ones were genuine and which ones were not. And
I
those
think
that were
I think
genuine
you're
were then
confused,
collated
mate.
into the Quran. Okay,
I think
maybe I
I
am.
think so.
Um,
And you keep on when I say hadith, when that's what I'm talking about. Those were what she was part of. She narrated many hadith. So, but you keep
Okay.
when I mention that, then you sort of say I don't want to talk about it. But that's what she
Yeah.
narrated. So the Quran itself was recited, and
Don't want to think
Ali. I
about
mean, I
it.
don't want to get into the whole thing, but yeah, within a year, there's no dispute over the Quran. What is disputed further
I mean,
on?
it doesn't make sense to say it was recited, though. Right? The Prophet gave many sermons all over the place, right?
What's that got
Mecca
to
and
do with the?
Medina.
What's that
So
got to
what? Was
do?
someone following him round and just learning these sermons?
Why do you keep calling them sermons?
Well, because they were said by the Prophet, correct?
No, those are hadith, mate.
Right. So, is the Quran anything to do with the sayings from Muhammad?
Okay, the sayings of Muhammad are from
Yeah.
the hadith.
Okay. So, what is
The
the Quran then?
the Quran is the revelation he received
And
from
how was
God
that? 'Cause it
or the angel
wasn't written down
Gabriel.
in his lifetime. Okay. So, who did he tell in order to get it to be able to be recited, to be written down?
It was taught to the companions, and they were all reciters. So there could have been up to 1,000 reciters, maybe even more than that, at the time of his death. So he would teach that the Quran was being learned as it was being revealed. And so by the end of his life, it was everyone knew what the Quran was, and it was recited. And so
Okay.
that at that point, it was already completed.
So you're telling me there was 1,000 people that recited exactly the same words. So there was
Yes.
only one Quran.
Yes.
Do you think he could have saved himself some
And
time if he had
hang
some
on.
golden tickets?
That's over his whole life. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm expected to believe. That in fact they all had the same recitation over how long did he live for?
Okay, I mean, do you want to go into a whole stream on this, and then we can?
Well,
I can take you through
a
the
deep
steps,
dive.
because
I tell you one thing I will
I-
do is I will go to a historic scholar of the Quran and find out as much as I possibly can.
Okay,
So
well, there you go.
I'm not doubting what you're saying is true. I'm just trying to get it exactly straight what your claim is, or what the claim is about how the
I don't.
Quran was
You're
created from
yeah.
your
No.
perspective.
Well, I'm telling you generally what it was, and you don't agree with
Mhm.
it, so that's fine. Do your
No,
own
it's not
research.
that I don't agree with it. It's just that I'm trying to get you to confirm it in the way that I understand it to be.
Yeah,
what
but
you
when I
said.
told you, then you're like, "Well, you expect me to believe that?" Well, don't believe me. Go and do your own research then.
I will do my own research. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Good.
I'm just confirming that this is in fact what you're saying. All right.
I just said it. What is there
The
else
Prophet
to?
live for? How long did the Prophet live for?
I said revelation was over 23 years.
23 years. Okay, so 1,000 people memorized it over 23 years.
I said it could have even been more.
Or more. Okay. Thank you.
I wasn't ready for a
Okay,
history
that's it.
lesson, but if you want one, then I'll do another stream and we can take you through it if you would like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in finding out exactly how the Quran was created.
Okay, well then
You know?
maybe you could even reach out to one of these scholars and
I will definitely
speak to
100%.
him and go through it. Not a problem.
Yeah. Okay.
This might really betray my ignorance of Islam in general, but I don't know if I saw a video of by Harris Sultan recently about is there another LGBT friendly mosque opened up in Berlin, was it? In addition to
Houston, I think it was.
Yeah, there's this one in Houston too, but yeah, there's one recently in Berlin as well. And Sultan sort of suggested that this somehow signified the end of Islam, that it was pointing towards the end of Islam. And I kind of thought, well, that's not likely. And hopefully it's more... Sorry, I'm going to jump back for a moment. I think, for example, when the Protestant Reformation happened in the 16th century, it was a double-edged sword in that it allowed for more liberal biblical interpretations as well as more extreme radical biblical interpretations. And that's echoed through to this day, in that there's relatively liberal churches, LGBT-friendly churches, and there's also extreme...
Very conservative.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just wondering, Islam hasn't gone anything through... I could be mistaken, but I don't think that Islam's gone through anything historically analogous to the Protestant Reformation. And if that something like that could occur, not at least in sort of equivalence, not necessarily in the same 30 years war and everything, but if something like that could occur, then maybe there could be... And I know there were more liberal interpretations of the Quran very early in its infancy. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you could shed some light on this, Friendly, in that what do you think needs to happen?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen me on Harris on any of his stuff.
Yeah,
but
no, I saw you on one. I think one where he said something. You were talking about something where he suggested that Islam shouldn't be allowed in a particular city in Pakistan. You know that one. Anyway, it's probably
Yeah,
referenced.
no, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, with Harris, it's obviously his activism and the things we sort of agree on is protecting minorities, and that's in Pakistan and India in particular, and also he's an advocate for atheism. So he will say, like he likes the competition of it, and it's a weekly thing. Oh, look, they've got a mosque now, and it's LGBTQ. It's the start. It's the end of Islam and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, he'll have his take on it. I don't think it's probably a reflection. I think he'll take that as a small win. I don't mind it. I think that there are places that need to be had, and I think also the mosques also need to revisit how they open up to communities and the needs of everyone. That's from even for example, disabled access, which they're still terrible at. And allowing disabled women access to the upper floors and things like that. So, especially in the UK, they are going through a reformation of the buildings and stuff, because some are just not fit for purpose now, or not fit for purpose, but they need upgrading definitely. But yeah, it's a evolution at the moment. But there are some new ones coming up, and like in East London, I saw, and that's going to be more community based, and that's opening up to sort of atheists and non-believers and the general community, which I think is a good thing. They really want to make sure like there's a coffee shop, advice center, gym. Like they're really trying to endorse like more facilities and have it open to a community, which I think is a good thing. So yeah, that would be my take on it.
But one of the things that led to the Protestant Reformation, at least in part, was the Black Plague, which killed a quarter of Europe, or a quarter to a third, depending on the sources. Do you think Islam is going to need an event like that to bring, well, let's say, certain Islamic nations out of their current dark ages, which they went into after, well, basically during the Crusades? Or could it happen more slowly?
I think you're going to see a big change in the next 10 years, if I'm honest, from what I'm seeing and where things are being revisited. I think Saudi Arabia is making some changes. I think they're changing their laws and
They're
revisiting.
becoming more liberal.
Yeah, and they've got their sort of technology based, investment based vision within the next 10 years. And so I think other countries will look at that and go, okay, they've been able to implement other things that allow the country to be more open and more secular based, but still keeping still keeping traditional values, but also allowing that sort of freedom also. So I think over the next 10 years, you're going to see some differences. I think Islam's been on the back foot for the last 10 years. And, within the next 10 to 12 years, I think you could do. But I don't know where the world shifts so quickly. I never thought this sort of Russia-Ukraine situation would have an impact. And I didn't think, current inflation and what happens economically would be happening right now either. So I think we're all we've got different things that we need to sort of worry about in
Well,
the whole.
Hey, you can bring it back to
impactful war
the
tend to do
central
that.
thesis I had earlier, which is you Putin. But oh no, that was just it. Screw you, Putin.
Works
I'm
for
sorry,
me.
someone else was saying something. I cut them off by accident.
Oh, an ounce of sniper has more value than a ton of well-aimed artillery.
I also am going to just say
Downer.
No, hey, we're sending love out there. You got 15 minutes. If you disagree, well, come on board if you agree, because we just love sending love out to the skeptic universe. But
So
creationists, young Earth variety especially, come one, come all, just because we like the spice, we like the baby back ribs.
all right, and this might be my ignorance here, but I have another question. Are you really sure you want to keep all of Islam's traditional values? Because there are some things like no separation of church and state that tends to be a feature of countries with Sharia law that aren't really all that good. Because we've tried that in the West and it doesn't work well.
I think they are looking at separating church and state in some places, and adapting certain laws and revising certain laws also. So I'm not like there's 50 Muslim countries essentially, so I'm not
Well,
completely au fait with all their different variations of how they're implementing.
I'm just making broad generalizations. I know not every Islamic country is the same, because that's another thing when dealing with in political arguments, when they try to bring up like, oh yeah, you'll be hung in this country. You'll be hung in an Islamic country if you're LGBT. I'm like, which Islamic country? Because the laws aren't all the same.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. So, for example, if someone was, let's say, homosexual, for example, but they are doing it within their own home, then there is no real punishment. It's something that's kept in private. If it's done out in the streets, I think Bahrain, or it's done in public, or something like that, you get caught in public, then there was the death penalty, but then Bahrain rescinded that, and then they had it down to like 80 lashes or something. 2 people got caught, and then it was like 80 lashes, which is basically like if a male and a female who weren't married got caught in a intimate act, for example, then they would receive the same punishment. So there's different variations of how it could be implemented. Or
does that come from Sharia law?
yeah, I think it does. Yeah.
Can't you see why people are opposed to Sharia law then?
Yeah, I don't think that it works in all forms. But the other thing is,
It shouldn't work in any form. Like, you shouldn't beat people for having consensual sex. Like, that's just not a.
No, it would be in like public, etc. It wouldn't be like in the privacy of your own home or whatever.
It's not just even, like, if you are just publicly, like, if you kissed someone of the same sex or same gender,
then possibly. But the other thing is, like, there are that they don't have to implement every single law either.
Well,
or every single punishment doesn't have. They can suspend certain punishments also. So that's why I said it has that breadth.
Well, but are those
flexibility.
exceptions to the rule, or is that? I mean,
to be honest,
that's why I was saying it was arbitrary, because it depends on the people, the judge, and the judge, of course, is not a judge in the sense that we think it's a judge. It's just somebody in the community.
What about apostasy? Like in certain Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia or Yemen or United Arab Emirates or something like that. Apostasy, isn't that punishable by death?
Depends on what. See, the term apostasy has two parts of apostasy: little apostasy and big apostasy. Now, little apostasy is just you becoming an atheist. You decide that, all right, fine, I don't want to be a Muslim. You keep it within yourself and you carry on with your life. Greater levels would then be sort of then speaking out in public against it, gathering a group of people, saying and going against a Muslim community, and then saying, incitement essentially.
people should be killed for that.
No, can I finish? Like, why did you jump to the end of it? So, where it could cause incitement to violence, for example, or the loss of life, then again, there are a various amounts of punishments. You could put imprisonment. It doesn't have to be in an automatic death penalty. It could be taken away as a 2-year sentence, for example, a year. It just depends on what it doesn't necessarily mean always death.
But why should
Also,
you be
Shane?
imprisoned? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'll let you finish your question, and I will let Friendly Muslim answer it. But then after you answer it, Friendly Muslim, it looks like you got backup because the Muslim apologist wants to join us.
I'll step out. I've got things to do.
Oh, you don't have to step out, but if you would,
got things
but
to
if
do.
you have to, there you go. Would you like an outro?
Thanks for having me.
Well, we appreciate you coming on.
May everyone go mad before they get eaten. For Target.
No. Thank you, Peapod. It was lovely having you
Thank
on,
you.
and we are going to do a swap, actually. Sending
Backup
love.
has arrived, Friendly.
That's
All
right. The Muslim apologists, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists, but tell me how you really feel. I hope you are doing fantastic tonight. What are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, hi.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Walaikum salam warahmatullah. Thank you for having me. But right now I'm at work. It's 3:29 p.m. Malaysian time, so I won't be able to stay long. But yeah, feel free to ask anything. If my boss doesn't suddenly call me to do whatever it is that I need to do, then yeah, I'll be around for as long as possible.
That sounds fantastic, because I'll tell you, we are actually in 10 to 15 minutes. We are getting ready to head out, but we are actually glad you joined us because we want more theists to join us. So welcome on board. And anyone else? We got 15 minutes on the clock.
So brother, what I was saying, so I'll just reiterate what I was saying. So again, what I said, we were talking about Sharia law. I don't know how we've got off topic, and Sharia law has been the topic of conversation. But that it can be changed, and hudud laws can be suspended, and obviously different countries implement different rulings globally. So it's not one size fits all in every place.
Exactly. So I'm in Malaysia, so we have a different version of Sharia, and in Saudi it's a different version. In different parts of the Middle East it's different. So it's not a one size fits all, but the principle is the same, which we refer to as maqasid ash-Sharia, the benefits of the Sharia, or the how would I put it, the implications of the Sharia. Okay, so how we implement the Sharia is based on locality, on the ethnicity of the people involved, the culture, etc. So, like I said, it's not a one size fits all. What punishment, a particular punishment that may be applicable in Saudi may not be applicable in Malaysia at all. It may fit our own cultural norms and values, but the principle is still the same.
All right.
Can I ask you a quick question, Muslim apologist?
Sure. Ask away.
Which state in Malaysia do you live in?
I live in the capital, Kuala Lumpur.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Kuala Lumpur right now. Hello?
All right.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What state is that in?
No, it's a federal territory, the federal territory of Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, so it's not in its own. Okay.
It's probably like the District of Columbia.
Exactly. It's the same. Yeah, same concept.
Okay. Because in 6 out of 13 states in Malaysia, apostasy is criminalized and is punishable by death.
No, that's not correct, because we don't have the punishment for apostasy by death. I mean, we don't implement a death penalty for apostasy.
Oh, I see. Because this is unenforceable due to restriction in federal law. So,
yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to explain to him, we were just talking about it, that there were different levels of what is understood as apostasy. So changing one's belief is just a private change. And then at the time of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was where there was a chance of war, and that was big apostasy or loss of life or a danger, of genocide to the Muslim community, and waging war. So that's where people seem to misunderstand
Great.
what
Brent.
apostasy is, and the different punishments that are available, like excluding someone or exiling someone away from causing danger, etc.
Taking away their dessert.
So I've
Brent.
heard that I've heard it said, and this may be myth, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that in some places they treat apostasy much like the West would treat treason.
Yeah, sedition and treason, essentially, which is
Yes,
what
exactly.
should.
Yeah. Like in Malaysia, for example, we treat apostasy in tandem with insulting towards Islam. So, for example, if that person insults Islam, and at the same time he is found to be an apostate, so we will have laws for that. So,
Yeah.
but if the person only apostatizes, but he did not do any other crime, it won't be, there won't be anything enforced against him or her.
So if someone insults Islam, what's the punishment?
The punishment is either imprisonment of around 2 years and a fine of I think around 30,000 ringgit, if I'm not mistaken.
So I mean, this is the reason why a lot of, I guess, people in the West, or especially Americans, are so opposed to this sort of legal structure, is that this is, I mean, the First Amendment is the exact opposite of that. That's like
You see, the irony is that in Malaysia we have a dual system. So we actually have a Sharia court system, and we also have the civil court system. And some of the civil courts, some of the civil law actually overlaps the Sharia in Malaysia. So, like for example, the insults against Islam, that's also found in the civil court, and the civil court punishment is even more punitive than the one in the Sharia.
All right, but
well, then I mean, why should? Okay, but that like you.
Sorry, I don't want to. Let me mute myself.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think what he's trying to get at is that in the United States we wouldn't have that because you can't have religion in your court system at all. Although we kind of do, we shouldn't.
Well, in Malaysia it's different because but in Malaysia it's different because in Article 3 of the Federal Constitution, it is stated that Islam is the religion of the Federation. So therefore, and also if you look at Article 142, Islam is also the Islamic courts or the Sharia system is also independent of the civil courts. So over here, Islam is considered to be basically the state religion. Yeah.
And the other thing is, in other countries, just to clarify also, like for example, in India and Pakistan, it may also, they've got a hurting religious sentiment laws. Like for example, in India, they do have, so if you insult one of their gods or a Hindu god, for example, and it hurts the religious sentiments of the general public and the people, that can be a chargeable offense also. So that could be anything from a fine to a prison term. But also, and again, this is things which I want to be clear with Sharia aspects of the Sharia. There were elements of, like if you made a mistake, for example, you could say, okay, fine, I made a mistake on this, I committed an error, and it was forgiven, like a verbal warning, essentially. But again, these laws are based on cultures and peoples, etc. Not everything equates to, the West, essentially.
And guys,
it's a little more. Hang on a second. Let me just finish.
5 more minutes,
sure,
and then all yours. But Simos, the ball is yours.
I wanted to quickly add on to that. That again, please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is stuff I thought I believed or I learned a long time ago. When the Sharia courts were set up, of course, in London, the judges, I would say, because they had several. It wasn't one person judging. It was almost a group of 3 or 4, I think. But they were led by an imam from the mosque, of course, because he was a highly educated person, as we would expect. Is that correct? You would expect that the people that are making judgments are imams?
Muslim Podges, you want to answer that?
Sorry, I don't really quite get the question. I guess
With
it's
your Sharia
more...
courts, who normally is in charge? No, they'd appoint a normal judge, right? It wouldn't have to be a imam, essentially, would it?
No, it's a judge who is trained in Islamic law.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, a
Yeah,
judge
yeah,
trained in Islamic law. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so isn't that okay? So, and an imam is somebody who's just a
Imam
religious
is someone
leader.
who basically someone is a religious leader who leads the prayers, or is the leader of the community. That's all. Yeah. Yes, he
And
has nothing to do with the Sharia
and
court.
they're a specialist in the Quran. They're educated in the Quran.
Not necessarily so. It depends.
What?
It depends from one community to another. Yeah. In Malaysia,
Yeah. So
especially.
someone might just be.
That's quite surprising.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that like when we talk about law and Sharia law, there is a whole department of Islam just based on law, like there would be in the UK law, and what the church had essentially, and the Bible. And so saying like a priest or your guy doing a Sunday service essentially is also the law department, or would be able to enter that. It's so wide and so big. You'll have a imam, but they're not very good at hadith or science of hadith and knowing how to go through the chains. They've got no interest in it at all.
Well, I mean that's not true, but I mean I'm sure
as in the science of deep diving into it, basically. Saying your prayers or leading a prayer.
Yeah.
Okay, so
for a start, I don't see how you're saying that they don't haven't memorized the Quran and at least thought upon the theology of the Quran, because as far as I'm concerned, that's what an imam is. It's a specialist, a theological specialist in the Quran, just like we have over here, right? Religious leaders in the Catholic Church, when they get to a certain level, are specialists in theology and
Sir,
apologetics for it.
Sorry,
it's not comparable.
But an imam is not comparable to that in the church, right? Yeah.
I mean, mate, the thing is, you're asking us questions, and then when we answer, you're kind of getting agitated at our answers.
Well, I'm not agitated.
Your
not agitated.
narrative.
I'm just skeptical, right? Because at first you say no, they're not specialists in the Quran.
I didn't say
You're
that.
saying your religious leaders aren't specialists in the Quran, and yet, as far as I haven't finished my sentence. You're just interrupting me.
Because
that's why I'm agitated, because you keep interrupting me.
Because you won't. If we answer a thing and then you'll come back with something like, "Oh, you expect me to believe that?" Well, then don't ask the question then.
I'm sorry. I need to finish my sentences. That's what I'm agitated about. Not the fact that I don't believe you, but when you say things to me like our religious leaders aren't specialized in the Quran.
I didn't say that, and I was talking about. So when I said
Muslim
about
apologists did.
When I said, see, you won't let us finish to explain what you may be misunderstanding about what we're saying.
Please correct me.
The Quran is deeper in terms of it could be religious rulings from it that affect the community, and then that goes into law, and that could be general theology or lessons from the Quran or prayer or the pronouncement or the recitation of the Quran. So there are different aspects of the Quran that certain imams will specialize in, and they may not be strong in other areas. That's what I was mentioning.
Yes.
So, and again,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, brother.
So they would be specialists in the Quran, at least in some form.
This seems like a pedantic issue.
Well, the point is, of course, that I know full well that when these Sharia courts were set up, they were led by imams in London. I don't know whether that's the case all around the world or not, and I don't think in a country where they have a much wider and a system state religion, like you're saying, that sure, I dare say there are people who are specialized in the law which comes from the Quran and the Hadiths.
Okay,
Right?
could you
I'm
could you
absolutely
define
positive
for us what
about
an
that.
imam is
Well-
and what their ultimate roles are, please?
Yeah, I thought that an imam was somebody who was educated and able to pass on the messages from the Quran and lead the community in prayer. What we would call a theologist in this country.
So why? Okay, so what's the broader point?
The broader point for me was that these people are the people that get relied on to lead Sharia courts because they're the educated people in the community.
From memory, I don't know. See, again, we're talking about something that I haven't actually looked into to know who was actually in charge of these Sharia courts and who was actually
So-
placed and what qualifications they had in the UK, etc. So, I think
From what I remember, it wasn't. They were imams.
So Simos, Simos, is it, which one?
Yes,
is
Simos will do fine.
Simos. Okay, so what I think you're saying, if I can try to repeat your argument back to you, is that the people who are the judges are those that will be trained in the Quran, and then therefore it's very likely that the ones that are trained in the Quran are the imams. So very, very much likely the imams are going to be the ones that are the judges.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, but did someone take care of Wesley Curley in chat? Because I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it's taken care of.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, I was
I'm
pointing
reading
to
into this.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, it was councils. I'm not seeing imams here, mate. So I might be looking at different things, but
So
they were saying they were having councils that were in charge.
I wanted to bring up a different point that Titan was making. So let's say in Malaysia or in Saudi Arabia or some place like that, stood on a street corner and started preaching Christianity. What would happen?
Well, in Malaysia, it's outlawed. Okay.
So
Positively is outlawed. And it's
what
in our
would the
constitution.
punishment be?
I'm not sure. I think it's a fine, if I'm not mistaken. It's a fine. Yeah, I think it's a 10,000 ringgit or 20,000 ringgit fine. I'm not sure.
And
But
what's the I guess the reasoning for that, or the justification?
The reasoning is simple because politicization is not allowed and it's in our constitution. It's in Article.
Why is it
3.
not allowed?
Because in Malaysia we value our cultural and traditions, and politicization will be seen as offending these sensibilities.
So there's no real good reason other than just the people in charge don't like it. Okay, well.
Well, it's written in the law.
That's what it is.
Yeah, the people in charge wrote like, "Hey, we don't want other people to be."
Well, you guys were talking about Article 1 of your constitution, so we have our own constitution as well. Okay.
But
right, and I'm saying the difference is ours lets you believe and say whatever you want, and yours is restrictive and puts you.
And I don't believe in your constitution. I follow my constitution.
I know. I'm saying the reason why, because was a friendly Muslim was asking why people in the West seem to reject, or have this kind of reaction towards Sharia law, and it's because this is a very very much opposed.
Well, I guess
to
the issue,
the values.
The issue is basically a clash of civilizations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like these are the opposition,
yes,
where these are directly opposed values that we hold.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, I recognize that. I didn't actually say that. Why wouldn't you want Sharia law? I said that people don't
And guys,
understand fully Sharia law. But
so I'm gonna interrupt you two to add in, because we are in it, just like in American NFL match, we are going to go a little bit over time. Now, I'm going to get David in here, and I want to just, after Wesley has which I'm going to have a timed opener. I just want to ask him some questions, and
Me-
then
Can we have a dual screen with my poster in the background?
a dual screen with your poster in the background, maybe,
If it
possibly.
is who I think it is.
But we're gonna get David in. We are going into outros soon, and the preacher just joined. My goddess, what the creationist at the zenith hour. This is
Hey,
when the
asking you shall
creationists join.
receive.
I know exactly. I guess I should be complaining when it's
Oh
raining.
my God.
Why do they always come
Hey,
in
hey.
5 hours?
Yeah.
Hey, Amy, I can jump out. I got to leave soon anyway. If you need some space.
No, mentally.
Oh,
or, no,
boy.
James. No, we
Boy.
love you, Wolf.
I think
So. Feel free to
Mentally,
jump off
please.
whenever, or if you have to. But we always love your support.
If you want to
and
prepare
your-
yourself and your family for the
Yeah, well,
That must have been in the back of my mind.
I think StreamYards can hold 10, so I think you're fine.
Yes, well, we're gonna keep on forward, moving forward, and then we are eventually moving out to outros. It may actually be on the next week, but we'll find out because
Breakfast first.
exactly. Well, brunch. David, what is up? That's right. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, our angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. We were getting some spicy theological back and forth too. How are you, and what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you for letting me on the panel, and thank you. But I've been listening to the podcasts. One leads into the other about the Bible, which I'm open-minded to, right? And as you would be, and today, as I was listening, it got into Revelations, and it started describing things, and I was wondering if you guys had insight or thoughts on who is the person that's describing Revelations. In other words, who's the person that's looking as things are falling apart, but they're jotting it down?
like who wrote the book? You mean?
What I think is you're misinterpreting Revelations because it's a drug-inspired rant against Roman rule.
Well, I'm not misinterpreting. I'm just asking a question. So I'm not misinterpreting. I'm just listening to what somebody's saying, that there's obviously somebody watching and writing it.
Yeah, someone's having a trip.
So, but I'm not misinterpreting it at all because I am
answering your question.
No. Listen, don't get defensive, because I may or may not be on your side. All I'm saying is, who's the person watching as Revelations is happening?
The name, is it John of Patmos?
John the Revelator, they call him, yeah, from the island.
Yeah, John of Patmos. That's what they. I mean, that's some scholarship says that it's John of Patmos. And he wrote it in a cave while tripping his balls off.
Mormon tradition has he's still alive.
Okay. So again, don't get defensive.
I'm not getting defensive. That's just Mormon tradition.
Cool.
Okay, I think he's.
He might have.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, you're back.
Okay.
You're back.
So as they're watching Revelations happen, is that okay? I'll just ask: is that a thing, or it's not a thing? Is that not a thing? That's all.
Depends on your presuppositions, though, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of just all I'm asking. I'm saying, like,
What are your presuppositions then?
what I'm saying is, if that's the outcome, right? That the devil ultimately, I mean, it seems like a nonsense outcome, doesn't it? Like,
Sure, if that's your presupposition. I mean, if you think Jesus is God, and that John has a revelation from Jesus, then why wouldn't you want to believe it to be true?
oh, well, no, I mean, that's a good. So you're saying that is that a predetermined thing? Like, is that a real thing, or it's not a real thing in your belief system?
And it's false in my belief system, because I don't think Jesus is God, and I don't think that John had a revelation from Jesus, therefore. So I think it was just a trip, and a hallucinogenic trip at that, and he's just been inspired by some Christian dogma.
I mean, that really is important and interesting to me. And one other question I would have is, so we know so what is real in history then? Is science ultimately, like, for instance, we know that, I've been to Rome, right? So I know I've seen the aqueduct systems. So I know that's a real thing. I know that's real, right? I've seen it.
Sure.
Also, they told me on the same trip that this is where Jesus went to meet the Romans. But that's like artist speculation, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's Jesus didn't go to Rome. I mean,
oh, okay. So, all right.
In any of the Gospels or the New Testament at all, he didn't go to. He never went to Rome. He lived his whole life in. Well, I mean, it's difficult to say because there's a missing period, isn't it? Right. So between whatever it is, they reckon 12 and 30.
Right.
There's no mention of him.
Are you
Maybe he went to Rome then?
No,
but there's no mention, so we wouldn't know where he went. So
but what's
hold on. I want to clarify your question if I can, because I think you're a little confused, or I'm a little confused.
Yeah, please.
Are you saying, how do we know historical events happened?
I kind of am, because
we're not historians, and there are rigorous processes for that.
But you guys have to understand that I want to find answers and find common ground with you guys, because I have a lot of similarities with what you guys are stating.
Sure.
But that's why I brought up the aqueduct systems, because we all can agree that those are real, right?
We also have records of building of many of them too, and
I've seen those.
And we've actually found one of the recipes for Roman concrete.
Right.
That was supposedly lost for centuries until someone thought, let's look in the guy's notebooks.
Okay. But calmly, all I'm asking is, because I don't know, guys, I don't know. Nobody knows. We don't know.
Well, let me shortcut a little bit, if I may.
Sure.
Which is to say, there is such a thing, and you probably best look this up because I couldn't recite it word for word. But there is such a thing as what's called the historical method, which historians use in order to determine possible relative facts about history and what is considered, and it's only a consideration, to be factual events that happened versus claims which may be embellished or exaggerated, shall we say.
Okay.
So they have a method. I'm not a historian, so I couldn't tell you word for word what it is, but it's to do with, I would say, some kind of naturalism, or at least methodological naturalism, at least anyway.
Well,
As far as I understand it, it's often comparing sources and seeing if multiple sources reference one document and their biases. If the more sources refer to something and the different biases, the more likely they are to happen. What happens with Socrates, for example, is we don't have a lot of good sources on that, but the claims aren't very extraordinary, so we generally accept them. Whereas Jesus, all we have are really Christian sources and maybe a few not really good extra biblical sources like Tacitus, who's just mentioning the beliefs of Christians, and Pliny, who's saying that Christians existed in the 1st century AD, which no one really, 2nd century AD, which no one doubted. And one passage in Josephus that, for very complicated reasons, is believed to be a forgery.
And so, David, before you even answer, what I'm going to say, we are going to roll the dice in the second for a little bit. If I just want to see if we can have maybe a dialogue with Wesley for just a few minutes. But, David, I want to give you, we also often play a game of 3 wishes. We normally get the whole panel to do it. I'm going to do it in the opposite direction. You're granted 3 more questions for the panel.
wow. What you guys are absolutely awesome. Listen, guys, I'm absolutely not here to disrupt any sort of boat or anything. I am just trying to find things out for myself. Again, I often listen. I have many Bibles, right? And I listen to
You
them.
never have too many.
Yeah, here's another question. Amy, thank you for your graciousness.
Absolutely.
Today I was listening to one thing, and they were talking about David and Goliath. And Goliath was like, they were saying he was like 9'9", you know, and he had all the, even the head of his spear was like 25 pounds, you know, and some, I don't know how, but David beat him. I think just because God said that he could, you know, somehow. But again, guys, I'm not arguing with you at all. I'm trying to find answers. But a story like that, like David and Goliath, they didn't want to take on the Palestinians. Didn't want to take on they just wanted to go one-on-one. So, but what was the point of that story? Was it just the Anunnaki? Was Goliath just one of the Anunnaki? And how did David beat the guy that was, you know?
Just communicating that with God you can do anything with God on your side. You know.
And I would just say, so I'll be the
meat boy can take down a giant with God's help.
Yeah, there are lots of different myths about, you know, the underdog, the little guy taking on the big giant.
Right.
I mean, we see that even in movies today. That's a common theme.
Okay.
Well, and that's that word underdog. I would say that's the main theme there. Is that, you know, because we are a skeptic channel, although we don't believe in like tales like Noah. We understand that at the time when they thought, I believe anyway, from the Jews, when it was more metaphorical, you can kind of understand the lessons. It's not until it's literal that, you know, you lose a lot of the meaning. It becomes a horror story because then people are drowning and stuff like that. It's only when these things are metaphorical and you can kind of stand back and say, well, it's an underdog story. Whether it happened or not is otherwise.
All right.
There's an echo.
Yeah. David, I have a book, another book that's not the Bible that I think you should read that will answer your questions.
I feel free to write things down. Always when I'm on a panel like this, I'll take advice from a person and I'll write things down. And I would love to do that because again, I don't know anything. I'm always learning, and I appreciate all your opinions, and I will write it down. Absolutely.
It's called Joseph Campbell and the Power of Myth.
All right.
Which I want to do a whole series on because I'm a big proponent on the mythic structure and the hero's journey. But and once again, I'm sending love out there, Wesley. I do want to. We're about to get you on, but you got two more, David.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get two more. You guys are so great.
David and Goliath.
Yeah, I wrote that down. I'm sorry I can't see the name of the person up in the right, but I did wrote Joseph Campbell and the Power of Myth, which I will. Okay. So oh shoot, now everything's escaping me. Things are escaping me now that I thought of that, or I'm contemplating that. But oh, you said Noah's Ark. Was that was just a metaphor, or I'll go with that one. Noah's Ark was just a metaphor. In everybody's opinion, you think that was just a story?
Noah's Ark is a bit more complicated because there are a couple real floods it may have been based off of, but most likely it's a compilation of a Sumerian myth. There are
Babylonian, I think.
Who's Digital Hammurabi?
Josh, Dr. Bowen, you mean?
He has some ideas on that.
Okay.
So it's a previous civilization's myth, based on a previous civilization's myth, like most of the Bible.
So, one thing on that.
This will be your last, so use it well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Thank you very much for allowing me to.
Absolutely. And you can stick around. It's just about to get more spicy than I think you are about to normally prepare yourself for. And so I'm like trying to give it to you nice and easy before we get Wesley in here.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate panel and Amy and everybody. And thank you guys. Going with the Noah's Ark theme, I've heard people describe that, the two animals as being like a computer program, right? Like, so they had like just downloaded, they just had like discs or memory of animals that maybe they had far more knowledge than we have now. And then back then they could just like had a database where they could just throw in a hard drive of a giraffe, or they didn't literally have to have all these animals on an ark.
I mean, maybe they took them on a spaceship, but we just don't have any evidence for it.
It could have been like the TARDIS, where it's much bigger on the inside.
Indeed.
Yeah. Is that possible? You guys think that's a possibility?
I mean, it's within the realm of possibility, but we just don't have any evidence for it.
Logically possible, but not empirically possible.
There's no logical contradiction.
It's not possible they had computer technology that could do this.
Shane.
All right. That was my last question, Amy. Thank you.
Continued,
thank you, David.
And like I said, David, you if you'd like, feel free to stick around. Everyone does get their own personal outro in a second, But I know all of the skeptics, also Muslims. I know it was getting spicy before, but I actually was enjoying the back and forth. Feel free to ask each other questions.
It was a good conversation.
But we are going to get, and Wesley, I know you can hear me backstage, please. And I know you want to give your spiel. I know you want to give your warning about the nukes. I'll talk with you a little bit about the nukes. But like what I want to do is you have to listen to me too. So it has to be like a back and forth. With that being said, welcome, Wesley. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. And wait, look, I know it as well as you know the back of your hand. The nukes are coming to Chicago. We have all had the dream. We all see the dream and know that the end of the world is coming and the nukes
within
are
24
coming.
hours.
Yeah, exactly. But is there?
So my tactic in trying to scare you into, doing what Jesus asked you to do didn't work. Darn it.
Damn.
I tried.
Look, I just can get convinced by the truth. So, I
just asked Jesus, is this man here was asking about John on Patmos Island and David and Goliath. I asked Jesus to go into the Matrix book and pull out 7 times John on Patmos Island so everyone on earth could see how it really happened and what he really saw. And also 2 times see David and Goliath, the fight. Goliath really was about 32 foot tall.
But does that
32 feet.
does that make biological sense?
No, it makes no sense at all. But neither did cutting Samson's hair when he loses his strength because of it. That made no sense whatsoever. Neither did walking around Jericho tooting horns and the walls came down.
Yeah.
That made
They're
no
all
sense
equally
whatsoever.
ridiculous.
That's
They're
what
all
we've been
equally
saying.
silly.
If I could just say to Mark, hello, Mr. Angry. Hello, you narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocialist
Mark is so
dogmatist.
angry.
Mark.
Angry all the time.
All the time. All the time.
Also, Mark, remember, war never changes.
Exactly. But yeah,
And
I
also, sorry, I
No.
just want to say to Friendly Muslim, I certainly didn't mean to be spicy with you. I do disagree with you, but obviously, I certainly don't mean to come
Oh
across
no,
as
we like the spice on this channel. He
someone.
controls the
Well, I
spice,
wanted it
controls
to
the
get
universe.
interesting, but I didn't
I
want
don't
it
think
to
he
get
took offense to it.
spicy. So I hope you don't, either of you, because
I
very
think,
nice people.
well, Amy wanted tandoori wings, so I brought the tandoori to the debate. Yeah, no, I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind
Thanks,
getting a bit of
mate.
back
I
and forth.
appreciate
It's just if you're,
appreciate that.
we don't, if we disagree or we don't, I'm always open to I didn't know the extent of these Sharia courts, and you brought it up, and I've looked into it and sort of said, all right, well, they were judges and councils, and wasn't something I'm fully familiar with, and maybe you had a different understanding of an imam's role and the differences in qualifications of what they do, and
Maybe I had misconception of that.
the width of it also. So yeah, no, I'm good, mate.
And also, saying councils, that's not inconsistent with some of them being imams, is it? So maybe I'm half right. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
I'll be happy to re-look into it, and if we're on panel again and discuss it and see what the findings are. Again, I'm not 100% researched into it either. So
and likewise, I'm going off personal memory of how it was reported, 30 years ago.
You're not wrong in
something,
that. You're not wrong in that. The stories I saw, they were all sort of condemning that women weren't being protected, and they were failing.
There are that.
So
okay.
I've
I was beginning to doubt myself, so that's another thing.
No, I've got no problem with that. I just from what I remember, how they were supposed to be set up, and if they haven't, then obviously there's been failings. I don't, what I remember of why they were set up, and to be an aid to non-speaking communities. But yeah, sure.
When you get to my age, you begin to doubt everything that happened 30 years ago.
Yeah,
Anyway, there you go. Thanks, mate. I appreciate your words of kindness.
May I bring up one more story, Amy, that the Catholics have put out there?
Sure.
They said, have you guys heard about this story that last week they had this little thing, it looked like a Christmas house, that got stolen from the Catholic Church that actually had two vials of blood, 2 vials of Jesus's blood in it. And they stole it. I don't know where they stole it from. The story's so vague. But this Indiana Jones kind of guy from Holland said, "Oh, just return it to me." So they returned it to him on his doorstep. They flew to Holland, and it was a Christmas. You can look the story up. It's a Christmas house. You open the door, and it's got 2 vials of Jesus's blood in it. Now, I'm X amount of years old. Why has this thing never been discussed ever? That they had vials of Jesus's blood, but yet they're allowed to put this out. It's easily you can look it up easily.
I don't believe it would have been Jesus's blood by now, because I think blood would have been degraded.
Right, but what I'm saying is, this was a story. You can easily Google it, Twitter it, whatever.
Well, yeah,
I think it's probably that the Catholics believe that their communion wine literally becomes the blood of Jesus. So technically,
you can
under
look
their
it up.
theology, if you
That's a
took
good point.
wine from the communion, you would be taking Jesus's blood.
You can look it
according
up.
to their theology.
My wife today was telling me you're full of shit, and I've showed her, guys. They're actually saying it was Jesus's blood in these 2 vials.
Well,
And it's
right. That's what they believe. That's what the Catholic Church.
Sure,
really
that's what they're
believes.
saying.
That's what
We
they're
get
saying,
they're saying
but
that.
we don't believe them.
Yeah, the
Not
Catholics.
from 2,000 years ago. They just make it today out of wine.
Yeah, have you heard of?
It's like in the Middle Ages when they said they had, everybody
It
seemed
was
to be
not
saying they had
Yeah.
a bone from the finger of Christ. There were so
Mhm.
many that
Well,
Christ
It's like
probably
chicken
had
bone or
4.
something.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
Well,
But there were so many fingers, right?
Well, James-
Bones from the fingers that probably Jesus had about 13 hands.
James
Right.
W. is bring. Sorry.
Okay, so
Yeah, I was
they can't all be
I was
true,
just
right?
saying they could take the blood, they could do a DNA sample and prove that it was God's son.
I
No.
don't know how they're going to prove
What do you
that,
have?
but
Do you have
James-
Jesus' DNA?
No,
And
I'm
the
being
Muslim
funny, but I'm
apologist
saying,
is sending this link, so I'll send it into chat.
James has a good point, though.
Amy, you found
Are
it,
you-
right? Right, it's a real thing.
Well,
you-
Well, I also heard
we
you
are
say
we
that
are
you were-
naturally skeptics, but I do want to actually show the links that the people are saying
Yeah,
they are showing.
And that's
All
what
right.
I'm saying. Like the Catholic Church, I mean, I don't
James
want
has-
to. I don't want to start a
Get this
war.
out. James has a good
And
point, though.
I heard you say that you were going to get a Bible. In English, there's only one written by Jesus, exactly as he spoke it, and it is the King James Version. So please,
Jesus was illiterate.
Hey, that's what
really,
we study
really
here.
it's incredibly detailed. It has things deep into the chapters. When
Which
you
King
read it,
James?
a lot of things will make sense to you.
David,
Please read.
I don't even allude to the fact of what I believe, but what I'm saying is, like what I think what Amy posted, that is what I don't believe in. Like, why are they putting this misinformation out? Like,
David,
yes,
James had a good point. Man, James had a good point, though. The Catholics believe in something called the miracle of transubstantiation, where the
I
communion wine
apologize
literally
if I didn't hear somebody. I apologize. Yeah.
the communion wine literally turns into the blood of Christ. So you sure that's not what's going on here?
Doesn't
And
have to be
also-
2,000
No.
years old.
No, if you read that article that Amy put, I think it's the right one. I just was showing people today, they literally think they have vials of Jesus's blood.
They do not.
Well,
Also-
read the article. Read the article.
Sometimes
Every Catholic Church says that they have Jesus' blood there 24/7, 365. They all make that claim.
Again, it doesn't matter to me. All I'm saying is, why would they put that information out now? Like,
To make a buck.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Money.
that's what I'm saying.
Or
I
the
don't
Hey,
know.
we
I don't
found
know.
something Wesley's skeptical of. Welcome to the team, Wesley.
No, I'm skeptical of a lot of things.
Hey, we'll take it.
There's a lot of unlawful things that man is not supposed to know I'm skeptical of.
No, but my point of that story was, why would, like, I'm X amount of years old. That should have been something I learned. Like, we should have been known that they had Jesus's blood, like when I was 1. Don't wait till I'm now. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
Well,
a
probably
lot of
because it's not
Protestants
true
aren't
then.
very well versed in
Probably
the
because it's not true. And
nuance
they
of
just
Catholic dogma.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, yeah, I'm right with you guys. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys. Listen,
probably because
you
it's
guys-
not true, and they just say it's Jesus' blood as a kind of a tourist attraction, something
No.
to heighten the
It really
church's
is just
appeal.
wine. Yeah.
No,
Drink it,
And
will
whatever
get
it
you drunk.
is, we don't know, of course, because we're not allowed to go and take a
Yeah,
sample of it
in
and
the
find out.
basement of the Vatican.
And
Yeah,
the fact
listen,
you're not allowed to take a sample of it and find out should tell you everything you need to know
That
about
would be a sacrilege.
the
I'm going
chances
to-
of it being genuine.
you got. All I'm saying is no. I just said I think you have a wonderful channel here. I think all the panelists.
Thank you.
I think this
Thank
is
you,
a
David.
wonderful channel.
I want.
I think it's so amazing because no, here's why.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you.
Because you guys talk about things like there's no other way we would it's a, I know that you have definitions for, you know, theorists, and I don't even know them all, but I think it's so interesting when you bring up all the concepts and willfully talk about those things in a calm manner. Calm down. You know, I think that's interesting. I think that's the only way you're going to really find any sort of truth. You know, I don't know anything. I have no idea.
Well, I will say on that note, everyone is going to be able to say their own thing. Please try to keep it under 5 minutes, but well, you can actually go over. But you know, we are
As long as
sending
you
love out
remain
there.
coherent, we won't cut you off.
Yeah, well, but we also want to give you
I'll
time
do
to
that.
rant on whatever. We are going to have actually 2 surprise guests. We are going to have Luxor and Mark Reid also start us out on those outros before
This
it
will be
goes
the
back
last
into
people
the
joining
opposite that you came in for outro order. But we are sending love. We have been having a fun, fantastic, and fabulous time on Skeptic and Ranting, Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists. Once again, tell me how you really feel. And with that, we are going into our outros. And then, if people still want the conversation, the Discord will be open for after show. But we are moving into the Skeptic and Ranting outros, and Luxor and Mark Reid are starting us off.
I love Shane.
Woo-hoo-hoo. I love Shane too, and I love Simon. I love everyone out there on the interwebs. And Luxor, welcome aboard.
Thanks.
We have been Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. Hope you are doing well tonight, but also what you got going on in the interwebs, and mostly, what are your thoughts about anything that we have been talking about tonight?
Well, I got a lot of thoughts on a lot of different things that have been said, but I guess I'll start off with the main topic that I do think that the atheists are just as rascally as all those Christians and Muslims and all those other people running around out there in the world. So it's just that in this particular case, this one person that was upset that he got yelled at during a debate went over and said, "Hey, look at this study I found, guys. This is why he was yelling at me. These guys, they're just a little extra angry." But I mean, it's not the case. It's just to put it in perspective. It was it was one guy saying something to try to make himself feel a little bit better. But I don't think that being angry or being disenfranchised from something is particularly an atheist problem. It's a human problem, and it's atheists are no better, no worse than anyone else. It's just people being people, And then also, as far as the study was concerned, I mean, if this was, I've heard all kinds of interesting ways that people can get the results that they're looking for during studies, especially if it was only sent to 58 people. Was it sent out to people, and then only the angry, disenfranchised atheists responded and said, "Yeah, I'm going to really prove my point and let them know what's on my mind." I mean, so there's it could have been a very biased study done in a
Just a little bit.
non-scientific way. So as far as I thought there was some interesting things, like I don't really know anything about the Sharia law, I think is what it's called, right? Friendly Muslim.
Yep.
Okay, sure. So I just me hearing you say something like it's acceptable in the interpretation of some countries to give someone 800 lashings for, I don't know, two guys kissing in public. I imagine you could see how that would make a lot of other people who aren't already Muslims shy away from that religious philosophy. I would imagine after 50 lashes, you bleed to death anyway. So it's just a terrible public execution. For something as small as the skin on your lips touching with someone of the same sex, it seems a little something that might push people away.
It was, well, I mean, number one, not advocating for Sharia law anywhere. Number two, it was 80, and I think it was because they were actually having sex in public, which was the crime. But again, I'm not a fiqh law student on these things. But yeah, I don't. No one needs to have it. It doesn't suit all societies, and also even that law, for example, or that punishment could be fully suspended also. So again, it's a big topic to sort of discuss.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I heard of a news story where Richard Gere and Julia Roberts, they just gave this quick little polite kiss on the lips at some charity event in India, and they had a warrant out for their arrest. I mean, it's just weird things that I guess cultural differences in different countries, but.
No, that was a married couple in a holy river, and apparently because their lips brushed each other, they were actually slapped by other Hindus in the river, and then charged with a criminal offense. Yeah, so it's very
Richard
different.
Gere and Julia Roberts were slapped. Is that?
Oh no, there was an Indian couple. Sorry, I didn't think that was Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. No, there was an Indian couple, husband and wife, and they were in a holy river, and their lips just sort of brushed against each other.
Yeah, I was. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, and they were then attacked, slapped, and then they were then charged with a crime. So against religious sentiment. So again, these laws are very particular for particular countries and places, etc. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not. I was talking about Julia Roberts and Richard Gere story in particular, but this was, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. Who knows what it was? But I think there's all kinds of crazy laws on the books in all kinds of different countries, religions, whatever. So I'm not saying anything strange about the Muslim religion or anything like that. But also, I'll say to David that I think this is a channel for you to stick around and listen in on, because there's a lot of people on here that'll maybe point your mind in the direction of looking for being more skeptic and looking for always looking for proof and ideas of things, rather than saying, hey, I think Jesus's blood was in the thing, because then they're going to come back and say, okay, how do you know who got just Jesus's original blood sample? How do we know it was from him? Is there a bloodline of Jesus? Did they do the DNA testing from this Catholic Church? So I think it'll maybe point your mind in less of a conspiratorial direction, because I have tried to throw out some a little bit of conspiracy talk here too, and I was quickly questioned back into a place of reason.
I've got a very quick question for you, Luxor, if you wouldn't
Sending
mind.
love back.
Is that the famous napkin of Naples?
It might be.
Okay, great. Good to see you.
I don't know what the napkin of Naples is, but it could be. I just liked that it showed like the circular thinking of all the different holy books, and because I've been to a lot of churches and stuff like that say I'm into a lot of different churches, and they're all, even just in Christian churches where they're like, oh, well, that church is evil. They're all going to hell because they don't think the exact way that our pastor's preaching. And I've always thought it was really strange. Like, wow, this one person is telling everyone that everyone else in the world's going to hell unless they're from this church. These few hundred people are making it into heaven, and that's it. So just some real strange Baptist churches, and I mean, there were some nice, like open-minded Christian churches that I went to and all that stuff. But I just see this as the circular logic of all the different religions that say, no, this is the one religion because our book says it's the one religion. And I saw someone write on this napkin here that I'm sure I'm explaining it way too much, but I'm just telling you why I like the picture. It just shows the circular logic of saying, no, this religion's true because this religion says it's true. Which is a complete, I guess, circular logic there, which I'm sure you didn't need to hear, Simos, but maybe some people listening will be like, circular logic. I'm going to look that up. Anyways, yeah. I mean, Simos, you're the one that spanked my ass a couple times when I've been on the show and telling me that the one that made me question some of the things that I was thinking about. I was like, okay, I better do a lot more research before I even say anything about this
Almost has
stuff.
that effect.
Yeah. And also, you said Ozzy. Do you say Ozzy Osbourne, or is there some Ozzy in here that I don't know?
No, Ozymandias was a philosopher in the community like 6-7 years ago.
Because you said, yeah, I'm a musician, and Ozzy told me that. I was like, what the hell is this guy touring with Ozzy sometimes, or what? And
I wish.
Anyways, congratulations on being that smart for being a musician and not someone who's like some philosopher or something out there making his living as an intellectual. So
clearly, I didn't do enough drugs then.
Oh. All right. Well, guys, that's about all I want to say. I just want to point out, like, this is a complete human problem. There's no difference between an atheist mind or potential of the atheistic mind versus anyone else, except for I think the atheists were able to get out a certain type of barrier, get out the very thing on my napkin here is that circular logic that points them back to I guess those walls that we build in our minds that say, no, it has to be this way because I've been told that it's this way by my culture and my society. So I guess that's one less obstacle for them to have to jump over. But then in doing so, they lose some of the protection of the social environment, and especially getting ostracized from the church or the family or the whatever it might be. So, anyways, I just want to come on and talk to you guys for a little bit. It's always fun, especially after I sit here for 4.5 or 5 hours listening to the show. I might as well jump on and say hi.
Absolutely. It was great to have you, Luxor. And thank you so very much. I just want to send that love right back.
Cool. Well, thanks. See you around, guys. Maybe I'll be in the after party.
That's right. Come join us in Discord. Woo-hoo. And all right. We're just going to keep on moseying down. Feel free if you have any commentary. Everyone's allowed to stay in, but we are going to give everyone their outros. In fact, we are going to get Marguerite, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting. In fact, we have been talking anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, Dogmatists, and those were the nice things that they had to say. I
I'm
hope.
so sorry. I missed whatever it was that we were looking into. I
Oh,
think
look
Sal
at
was
that.
mentioned it.
No, and it was so funny because I saw you in chat. You're like, I'm angry at what? And it's like, yeah, we have learned it was a fantastic quote mined paper of basically a doctor basically trying to make what I call okay atheist, a dating site for atheists, in which he ended up making fantastic material for a creationist to say all anti-theists suck. And what I'm trying to say is, Mark, I hope you're doing well. Where can people find you? What you got going on? And of course, what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, it's nice to know that I'm narcissistic and angry. I wouldn't have known otherwise. I think it's a real revelation for me. No, look, the stereotype of the angry atheist, it exists. It does exist. And it's probably a stereotype for a reason. And like all other stereotypes, it's sort of plastered across the population of those people. But the stereotype does exist for a reason. And I think, personally, I think that it may exist because a lot of atheists that leave religion can be pretty angry. They've been told something all their life. They've invested in something that they've been told is unbelievably true. And then when they're presented with sort of start to critically think about their belief system, it turns out not to be true or not evidently true. And that can be really upsetting for people. I was lucky enough to grow up in a secular household. I can't say that I sort of ever believed in a God proposition at all. I may have sort of, when I was young, believed in some sort of spirituality or some sort of supernatural things, but I can completely understand that people that have dedicated their life to this proposition and then it's not true. It can be really upsetting, and I think that's completely understandable. But yeah, so I think that stereotype, though, I don't think it applies to everybody. I think that a lot of people aren't. There are angry atheists out there. I mean, you have people called the raging atheist and angry atheist and stuff, which I think that anger is sort of an emotion that is it sort of is a reaction to it's secondary emotion of something else. So either fear or pain and hurt, which is a lot of the atheists that have deconverted. They do feel a lot of pain and hurt from what they've been through and everything they go through. I think just labeling them angry is just a real disservice to what they've been through. So yeah, that's why I think stereotypes exist. Narcissists exist on both sides of the aisle. I think I agree that there's people of all kinds everywhere. I don't think you could sort of pin it down to atheists specifically. There's a lot of different atheists with the different ways of going about things, but I don't think we're all angry. That thieving of the blood of Jesus. Now, apparently it popped up around the 12th century. The legend about this blood is that the vials contained drops of blood from Jesus that were hidden in a fig tree in the Holy Land and then floated across the ocean and landed on a beach in Normandy, which is, of course, France. So I'm kind of dubious about this being a real story. We've got no way to verify whether this blood was from Jesus or not. Even if we could perform a DNA test, we don't have anything to compare it with. So it's kind of a pointless, unfalsifiable proposition. And I kind of, I am very skeptical that blood in a fig tree floating across the ocean would preserve the integrity of the blood. I don't think that would happen. But like I said, it's an unfalsifiable claim. And it sort of popped up in the 12th century. There's a lot of these, I'm assuming it's a lot of these fake relics that popped up around the sort of mid-medieval time. Some of them more ridiculous than others, but yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I'd be very, very skeptical as to the authenticity of this blood sample, hidden in a fig tree from the Holy Land that just happened to naturally cross, through the Mediterranean up to France and land on Normandy. Yeah, I'm a little skeptical there.
Yeah.
But that's all I've got to say. It's wonderful to see you all. So I'm glad I'm here. But I do apologize. I was out today and I only just got back. So I would have liked to see this paper that he's referring to.
Can you smile for me, please, Mark?
Why?
Just smile for me. Oh my God, that is such an angry smile. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't show my teeth. It's a mark of anger in certain tribes. Yeah.
Well, it also means that you may have to throw a baby into the volcano. Once again, we have to do so monthly, and it happens.
Yeah.
Or you may have to get hit with the baseball bat of kindness.
Oh, the baseball bat. That's right. Thank you so very much, Mark. It was lovely having you on, and I couldn't agree more. I think that, it exists, the stereotype sometimes for a reason. I think, like I was saying earlier, a lot of times it's because you're just leaving religion, and you got to let that come out of you, because a lot of bad shit has come from that side of society. But yeah. Sending so much love to Mark, sending love. I see Pat came back into chat, and everyone out there in chat.
Welcome back,
Brian Stevens and everyone. And we are moving right down the list. Though, speaking of Mark, while I have you here, it's the same thing I said. There are a few people that have already been on Debate Me Bra that I'm going to start bringing up subjects, and just, if they are into it, I'm going to sign you up as well.
I want to get back on Debate Me Bra. I really do. I think House of Comments was talking about challenge, or he was trying to challenge me to a debate.
Oh my.
Debate. Get him on Debate Me Bra. I don't think he needs to be partnered up on modern day debate. It's just a bit unrealistic to expect to go from no debates to a big debate platform. But I'd happily debate him on Debate Me Bra.
That sounds fantastic. And it looks like we're getting more theists in the channel, which means maybe we'll have as well as more and more theist interlocutors.
Sure, that would be great. That'd be really good. I mean, I really do like a really good exchange of ideas. And yeah, it's good to see some more theists on. It's always good to see Wesley again. And I don't think I've met David. Was it David before? Very good.
Well, can I say you couldn't do me a more fantastic transition? Thank you so very much, Mark, for coming on to our Skeptic and Ranting. And in that order, Wesley and then David on deck. Wesley. You know what? That's fantastic. Take your time. I'm just gonna switch you, Rui.
At least you didn't take the mic in with you.
That's right. You take your time. We still we got plenty of time before we all head out to the outros. We'll bring on David first. David, thank you for joining us on tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. We have been talking anti-theists, or angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists, but we also had some back and forth, so it was good conversations. Thank you once again for joining us. Do you have anything going on in the interwebs? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Okay, thank you. First, my final thoughts are, Amy, thank you for having me on. The panel, everybody was great. We had, on my channel, I always tell everybody, calm down, even if they're not calm, because listen, it's cool to have the discussions, right? When you have arguments, it's not where it's at. And also chat was awesome. But look, here's where all my and this won't take too long. Here's where all my questions come from, because I am 1/4 American Indian, Blackfoot, right? So I feel more connected with their belief system. And that is that literally everything has energy. That's my belief system. That's what I believe. I connect with that Blackfoot Indian belief system that like literally in my backyard, I've created a paradise for birds, bees, bunny rabbits. I feel like that energy is my belief system. I believe I feel more with the Indian belief system that our surroundings have energy. That's where my belief system lies. And when I came on tonight, I just was asking questions on you guys' thoughts with all the different stories. But believe me, they are all amazingly opposing to American Indian belief systems, right? Because the Europeans brought their own belief systems over here, and we saw what happened. So I'm more of a spiritual person, and all I can say is that you guys made me feel welcome. I appreciate all your thoughts and values and thoughts. Thank you for allowing me, and that's it. Thank you for allowing me to have a say-so on here. I thank you very much.
Absolutely, David. It was welcome. It was wonderful to have you on board, and please feel welcome to join us for any other panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And all right, we're going to keep on going down, then head to the Discord. Thank you, David. And we are heading to Wesley. What is up? We have been Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, our angry, narcissistic, Un-Agreeable, antisocial dogmatist. Hope you had some fun. What you got going on in the interwebs? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
The good news is that everyone is going to go to heaven, the one that Jesus made. After you pass away and die in the flesh, you're going to heaven, even if you never believed him, even if you were against him in every way possible. Even every Muslim, even every Hindu, Krishna, Buddha, it doesn't matter. They're all going to heaven. Before that happens, there's going to be some serious trouble. Jesus came back on January 4th, 2003 in the clouds with all his angels saying, "It is time." And only the 144,000 and myself confessed that this happened on earth. And so I'm just going to simply say there's going to be some really bad times coming up. And I won't go into the details. I believe that he showed you what they're going to be and that you know. So what I will say is, Jesus, because I did say, I saw a black shoe, it means why? And it was cut off. I saw the green grass, and it means everybody saw the vision. And I saw the full moon, and it means I failed everybody. And I failed Jesus whenever I blame or accuse anybody of anything. Because I said the vision, for the next 4 nights, Jesus, would you send an angel to every person on earth when they see them dead, their head, and reveal to their eyes what their soul is, and reveal to their eyes the mystery of the Holy Spirit, a pearl in their bellies, and it is the vision that should they tell the vision, it will restore their souls. And also in these 4 days, would you send all your angels to all the world and tell the vision, and at these very minutes, open the hedges the skin of their spirit, that the rain may pour and wetten their ashen soul, and give them the vision these 4 nights. And after 4 nights, again, shut it, but also show them their souls all these 4 nights. And let it be open now. For it's written that he shall open that none shall shut, and shut that none shall open. And it's been given to me that great responsibility, and I am completely unworthy of it. I'm an evil, awful, arrogant, hateful man. And I don't love the way Jesus teaches, but he gave this authority and power to me to open and shut. So Jesus, open their hedges these very minutes. Let the latter rain wetten their souls. And these 4 nights, let everybody have the vision once in the night and once in the day, all on earth. And the angels begin telling the vision to all on earth in these very minutes. And also these 4 days, again, show everybody their souls as they sleep in bed with their heads, that their scales of their eyes be removed, and that they can see what they have done to themselves by their wickedness. That's all I have to say. Will you please, Jesus? Amen. Okay.
Woo woo! Thank you so very much, Wesley. It was great having you on. And once again, keep on joining the panels.
It's good
And,
group. I'm a skeptic.
Ooh, hey, you know what? I am glad to have anybody on Team Skeptic. Sounds good to me. And all right, and if you want
One last thing.
Okay.
Here is a picture I drew of the dream that Jesus showed to everybody, that he commanded everybody to tell. That should you tell it, you shall heal without money, and you shall not need the mark of the beast, the Omni.
And all right, on that, thank you so very much, Wesley. Feel free to join us on Discord as well for the after show. And with that, we're going to keep on moving down the list. The Muslim apologist, what is up?
Yes, thank you for having me, Amy. I'll make it short and sweet because, I'm on company time, right? So, yeah, I've been listening on and I saw some of the comments. They have a lot of questions about Islam, but I won't get into that. But basically, I enjoy being on the show. I hope that, in the future, I will be able to join if time so permits. And I will leave you with this translation of the Quran, surah from chapter 109. So basically, the translation goes, say, oh yeah, that reject faith. I worship not that you worship, nor will you worship that which I worship. And I will not worship that which you have not, you have been wont to worship, nor will you worship that which I worship. To you be your way, and to be mine. And with that, thank you very much for having me on your show. And my channel is called the Muslim Apologist. That's all. Thank you.
Woo woo! Thank you so very much, the Muslim apologist. That is right. Feel free to always give out whatever your channel is because we want to know what you got doing on. Thank you so very much, the Muslim apologist, for joining us, and feel free to keep joining the panels. And all right, we are heading to the friendly Muslim. What is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on Anti-Theists, are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial dogmatists. What you got going on? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts is after the questions, I can see how happy people are with Sharia law, and I will be implementing it going forward. No, I'm just joking, guys. Yeah, no, it was spicy. We had a bit of tandoori spice. I met some angry atheists. I met some a different level of spice today. But no, it was all a good discussion, backwards and forwards. As per normal, learnt some new things, got a bit of information on this study. and we'll be looking into it. But I think the moral of the story is, let's keep up the conversations. Let's try to understand each other a little bit better, and keep the conversations going. And you'll be seeing me on a couple of shows here, there, and everywhere during the week. So wish everyone the best of luck for the next coming week.
May I say one more thing, Amy? Really
Who's
quick,
that?
30
Well,
seconds.
Sure, but after you do that, I then have to. My moderation skills are kicking in, and Friendly Muslim has to have the last line.
You got
it.
Go on, say what you wanted to say then, mate.
Sure. Jesus also in these 4 days, give everybody, please, a food. I don't know what kind of food. I'm not a chef. A fish or bread, a pizza, something that is delightful and delectable to the senses and is healthy and kosher, that is holy food for 4 days. And that any that say thank you, Jesus, may eat it, even if they do not confess that Jesus gave them the food, let them eat it in these days. For the next 4 days, everyone on earth be given fish and bread, or a food to you that you decide upon, Jesus Christ.
And it will be halal meat.
Is cat food okay?
Yeah, because see, I saw the square pit in the vision, and it means that I failed Jesus not reading the Bible every day. And I make ultimatums, I make unfriendly orders. And that's the meaning of the unknown depth of that square pit.
Okay, great. All right, cat food for everyone, tandoori wings, and they do a halal option for cat food. So
I'll send you one of those little rice kibbles if you're not careful.
The Muslims will be okay. Well, all right. Well, that was an experience. Thank you for sharing that. And to everyone on the panel, I've got to shoot off. And have a good week, and see you next time.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you so very much, Friendly Muslim, for joining us on the panel. And I hope you have a fantastic day. And all right, with that, we are going to keep on moving down the list and then head to Discord. But, oh my.
What?
And that's funny. That was my turn. Shane Bilowitz.
What?
We have
What?
been skeptic and ranting on anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists. And we also had, like I said, I feel like we had a few rounds of back and forth. But I am happy. That's right. Get your gloves ready. Happy to have you on the panel. What you got going on? What are your final thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me on. It was a lot of fun. I guess to talk about what we originally were talking about 5 hours ago. Oh, there's Zoe.
Kitty.
Zoe says hi. Well, I think Sal just, went up against someone he thought was a bully and got mad and then wanted to take it out on him. And now he's extrapolating that to make everybody feel that, or to make it as though all atheists or anti-theists are like that. And obviously that's not the case. But a lot of it comes with the lack of experience with people that are actually, atheists and outspoken atheists. It's the same with conservative people when they have a family member that's LGBTQ or something like that, where they're really against it all, until suddenly they have a family member
until it affects them.
Right, and then it affects them, and then they're like, "Oh wait, this person is normal."
They're not bad.
They're not a bad person. They're not doing this. They just don't, So, sorry, I'm distracted by my cat.
That's okay. We allow as many cats, puppies on the stream as possible.
yeah, so I guess, some can be angry. It's kind of like when I was a kid and I found out Santa Claus wasn't real, I got mad because I was like, you guys were lying to me. So I went around telling everybody else, I'm like, he's not real. He's not real, right? And people
Yeah.
were getting mad at me. But I felt
You what?
betrayed.
You what?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Hang on a minute. My parents never told me that he wasn't real.
No.
Wait a second. The fat man that I've been sitting on his lap for
yeah.
the past
Whose
10
lap have I been
years?
sitting on,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
Religion is so much like that. It's just at a certain
Yeah.
point, the adults in your life realize that it would be harmful to keep reinforcing the Santa Claus story. Like, okay, they get it. The game is over. But if you could just keep reinforcing it and inventing new and more elaborate rationalizations, which is like what they do with religion. Like when you realize, oh, you start to see the problems in it, and they just keep inventing new workarounds and doctrines so that, oh no, you don't see God, but we have this doctrine called divine hiddenness, so he's still there.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, yeah. Other than that, I guess that's it.
You already played
Thank
the
you
guitar
so
before,
very
so
much, Shane. It
Yep.
was lovely having you on.
thank you.
Well,
Sir.
thank you for having me.
And your kitty.
And yes, and Zoe.
Yay, Zoe. And all right, we have just a few more left, and then the pilots are going to land the
Onto the
plane.
special one.
Sending so much love, Simos.
Too bad Peter's not
we
here.
have been. Ding, ding. Send the love. Hey, I'm looking forward to being on that stream in the fortnight. But Simos Funk, what is up? We have been skeptic and ranting on anti-theists or angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists. Tell me what you really think. I hope you had fun. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Sure. Aren't we all? That's what I'd say. It depends, doesn't it? Like I'm saying, I think just trying to two things. First of all, going back to it, dividing up what you identify as into these different groups and saying, well, you're either in this group or all that group or that group or that group. That's just a nonsense when it comes to atheism. Absolute nonsense. So the whole premise of this guy's, study or questionnaire, whatever, is flawed from the very beginning. So for him to come to conclusions that a particular group in one of those categories that he's made up is X, Y, or Z, it's just a nonsense. People are much more varied than that. I wouldn't do that for. It's equivalent to me saying, well, all Catholics are like this, right? All Anglicans are like that. All mild, meek, and all Anglicans, and then all Calvinists are angry, and all it's just a nonsense. It's clearly a nonsense. So the fact that he can get away calling this kind of thing scientific, and again, the fact that somebody with scientific accreditation is trying to get away with saying something like this, or has gotten away with saying something like this because it comes from the past. I'm just glad to see it hasn't, what's the word I'm looking for, spread or become into some kind of, doctrine or been further done, because people have noticed that it's just rubbish. As for Sal picking it up and running with it, yeah, I would accept Sal to do something like that, and he's always looking over scientific papers and trying to get a educated perspective on what's going on. And who can blame him? That's the right attitude.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he suffers from cognitive dissonance, or not cognitive. He suffers from being a motivated reasoner, and therefore, I don't think we can necessarily we have to look carefully at his biases to find out whether they are responsible for him cherry picking quotes and ideas from studies. And I think that may be, as Amy correctly pointed out, and he read out what's really gone on here with Sal. And, I don't blame him for trying. Good try, but it didn't work. And we
Swing
can
and
tell
a
it
miss.
didn't work. So, there you go. I certainly wouldn't hold it against him. Because if I did, I'd have to hold against, G-Man up to a higher standard than I would want to. And I'd have to hold a lot of people up to higher standards than I really want to, because I can't be bothered to check everybody that comes on the internet. That famous phrase, hang on a minute, I just have to go and check something because somebody's wrong on the internet. It's just not worth my time to do that kind of thing, especially for somebody like Sal. I would just point out, for Leo's sake, in this particular atheist study, it nowhere mentions Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Okay, and that'll be my last word. I'm not going to shill today either. But thanks very much, Jamie, for having me on. Thank you for the interesting conversations. And I will see you all again soon. Bye.
Thank you so very
you,
much,
Simon.
Simos. It was lovely having you on. And all right. There is just one more.
And James, of course. Thank you, James. I didn't mean
Thank
to
you.
miss you by. I'm
That's
just
great.
getting
You're
very tired.
fantastic, James. Was sending love both Simos, and I feel like I don't know. I just want to say that I think the different skeptic point of views actually come together into this wonderful concoction. I feel like you never know which argument is really going to click with someone, which, in our opinion, may have a woo-woo belief. We all try and take different cracks. And so I just think we have a wonderful mix here. And so I just want to send love to the panel and continuing to send love to the panel because she is our highlighter, goddamn, you can see where my brain, the headliner of tonight, because the co-pilots will lend the plane. The Skeptic and Ranting Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatist, the sinister porpoise, the porpoise that you want to think of when you think of sinister porpoises. Thank you for joining us tonight. What you got going on? What's your final thoughts?
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me on tonight. I would recommend getting a bigger harmonica if you want to do the citation needed riff, preferably 10 holes. Honer makes a good blues band that's fairly cheap. If not, you can probably find something cheap at Cracker Barrel, which will work just as well. There are a couple things I wish to address. One, someone said earlier that Jesus wrote the King James Bible. Unfortunately, this is absolutely incorrect. If Jesus existed at all, which we're not sure he did, he was most likely the son of a carpenter, and a son of a carpenter in that time, unless he was a really good carpenter or worked for an emperor or something, most likely would have been illiterate. Even if he weren't illiterate, King James Elizabethan English almost certainly did not exist at the time the New Testament was compiled, because it was compiled in Greek. And secondly, on that, for the same person, we all know that the bombs are going to fall on October 23rd, 2077, as it says in the holy work Fallout. But no, I'm afraid that maybe you might be misinterpreting things a little bit there.
Possibly.
And you kind of give off some vibes that kind of remind me of my mother when she wasn't taking her medication, so I hope I'm wrong about that. And I kind of broke my own rule there. I do have a YouTube channel. It's The Sinister Porpoise. I am actually finishing up editing the script for a video on Ada Augusta King, Countess of Lovelace, more commonly known as Ada Lovelace, which should be up, I hope, next week. Remember, everyone, be excellent to each other, and so long, and thanks for all the fish.
Thank you, Sinister.
And hi, Akima.
Woo! Thank you so much, Sinister Porpoise. And all right, before we head out and head to the Discord.
Yes, Mark, she was the daughter of Lord Byron. The only legitimate daughter of Lord Byron.
And listen, I feel like if you had to memorize biblical canon or Game of Thrones canon, I feel like there's one worth spending time for. Anyway,
memorize the Dukes.
That's right, the 62 Dukes. But sending so much love from Gizmo, who looks very happy with how the stream went tonight.
He seems pretty content.
James, we have been Skeptic and Ranting, and really, normally I have mouthfuls with it's a different problem, and yet this stream I have had to really, really open my mouth and remind people that we have been Skeptic and Ranting on.
Do you?
Anti-Theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmist. Signed Science, probably somewhere, some dude. But yes, James,
but
what
Amy,
are your final
your mouth
thoughts?
wasn't made for that.
Oh my, I know. It was made for getting Gavin on his knees.
All right. Well, here we go. It's been a wonderful stream, 6.5 hours. Definitely one for the records, but it was fun taking a look at the video that Sal put out. It was something we needed to do. It needed to be addressed, and we did that. And yeah, we had some great people come on, great conversation. And we'll be taking tonight off. We'll probably be back Saturday night, so you can watch some more wonderful atheist content tonight, and then come back and see us on Saturday.
It's true. We had this video and Jesse Lee amazing in our eyesights, and so with his sexuality no longer confused, we are going to move on to greener pasture. And yeah, also, and I'll send this love out there, the Discord is actually in the link below with our amazing channel members. I'll send that again in a second. In fact, oh my, oh my.
You're mine.
Oh my, I am indeed bi. Yes, that is true. I do want.
You're so gay that you turn straight.
Well, I like to play with the anyone that kind of faded, the whole like super straight thing. Surprisingly, that was a phase.
Kind of went away.
Guess what isn't? Oh, but yes, I'm so straight that I've transcended being straight, and so you get a reach
now
around
they
from
just
someone else.
They just stick to the science now, Amy, because they are so devoted and they have such fidelity for science. They love science.
They love
and
science.
We, on our side, we don't care about the science. We just go with our feelings.
Don't care about the science. Exactly.
We just go with our feelings.
Well, can I ask you the question that has been on my mind? Because the hot thing, like their gotcha, is like, what's a woman? Ooh. And it's like, I've been learning about gametes all week. They're fantastic. But nonetheless,
that is their new thing.
What you should ask them is, where did women come from? Ask them that. Put the mic in their face. Do like a debate me. Where did women come from? And if the answer is, well, the guy with the giant beard poofed the one dude's rib so that he didn't have to be a 40-year-old virgin, you might not be
Well,
scientific.
yeah. I mean,
No.
Well, I mean, according to the story, what God did was he created Adam, and then he created all the animals 2 by 2. He created a male and female. He forgot to create Adam a mate for whatever reason, but then he had Adam go through and name all the animals and say whether he wanted that animal to have sex with, and he went through all of them, and he named them, but he didn't want to have sex with any of them. So then God came up with the wonderful idea, why don't I create a human female for you to have sex with? And Adam was like, that's actually a pretty good idea. So then God did the whole thing with the rib and the poof. And
Oh, not Applegate. I feel it coming. It's coming.
wow, yeah, that's the next chapter. It's, when the woman had to screw it up, she had to listen to that damn talking snake with legs. And good night, Mark Reid.
Night, Mark. Sending so much love. Night, Mark. At night, Shane, the Muslim apologist, friendly Muslim. I'm going to send love to everybody. Just these are people.
We love you guys.
Eventually, I'm just going to name the whole panel. So hold on one second. In fact, I hope all of you misfits.
Get the bell.
That's right. Ding, ding. Had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. And I just noted, I'm glad that I have a Penelope to add to the circle of kitties tonight. On this episode,
Jane had a cat.
That's right.
Corpus has a cat.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wesley probably has like 5 or 6 running around there.
Listen, we'll never cat shame here.
No,
We're
never.
a puppy. We like puppies. Bringing atheists and theists together, except on this topic, where I hope you actually had a good time on this Skeptic and Ranting. Anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, where antisocial dogmatists, where we.
I think we're cuddly and friendly.
I know, right?
We're not that bad. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Are we really that bad?
want to be loved. Of course, we then throw that love into a volcano.
We give you enough rope to we let you make your case. We give you enough rope to hang yourself with. And
I mean, Sal walked into 2 very silly arguments. I can't keep on thinking about. I think Simos said brought up cognitive dissonance just for a half second.
Even
Sal
that
was exactly basically that agnostic. He basically said he has cognitive dissonance out of his own mouth. Took a second and was like, maybe we should move forward.
Or this. I don't know what that last sentence means.
Anyway, yes, we did watch a video from the channel. I love it when they call it this. It's again, everyone's got a shtick from the channel. Evidence and Reasons. Call.
Short on both. Short on not a lot of evidence or reason, really. I'm not. But have you heard of genetic entropy, Amy? Have you heard of?
Oh, I know. Did you know we're somehow losing all of our genes? Which, by the way, I would just say change your wash cycle. I don't know. Anyway, where, of course, and this is the final, and I love this because it really adds on. We watched the video. Anti-theists are angry, narcissistic, unagreeable, antisocial, dogmatists Matt Dillahunty. Because he wants to make sure, what's on his mind.
Matt Dillahunty is so mean. He's mean. He got mad at me. He's so mean.
Yeah, what can I say? I don't think that many non-believers were convinced. However, I hope you all had a dogmatically good time.
Another diatribe to you.
That's sending love. Well, I would, and with that, I do.
Good night, Sinister.
Night Sinister. I do want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guest Wolfe, Pivot, Porpoise, Simos, Shane, Friendly, Apologist, David, Wesley, Luxor, and Mark. Woo! Love you all. Mwah! As well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. Please, if you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to join our AMA, which is next. That is next to the docket, actually. And
Coming
then our live stream, which was all of the lovely people in chat like you. Or hey, why
Leave us
not
super
leave a
thanks.
comment once the video's done, which, as James said, you can also leave a super thanks, and we will read it back as thanks on the next episode. After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members, which is one way you can help us make even more fun content, though we offer even more perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
And
Good night.
mwah.